not presenting yet. Those who are presenting. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's quite a pleasure for me to be standing here on this third USAF Higher Education Conference. We had the first one in 2019, which was on reinventing South African universities for the future. Little did we know that COVID was coming in 2020. And then we had the second one in 2021, which was hybrid, and that was presented in collaboration with the Council on Higher Education on the Engaged University. A third one should have occurred last year in 2023, but due to the leadership change within Universities South Africa, the decision was to postpone it to 2024. And the theme of this one is the future of the university. It is a pleasure to have us here physically. This conference is a physical conference, although we will be streaming it live for those people who are watching virtually. And we'll have an opportunity for those who are here to engage in the discussions and to have the rigorous discussions that we are supposed to be having. This is the opening session of the conference, and we have with us Professor Francis Peterson, who will welcome you. And then we have the Minister's Advisor, who is Dr. Chitereke, who will do an opening keynote address. Thereafter, we'll have a body break. I'll start by introducing Professor Peterson. We know he is known to us within the higher education sector. He is the chair of Universities South Africa, and he is a visionary leader in the South African higher education sector and has been newly appointed as the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria. Before that, he was the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of the Free State, and earlier, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town. He holds a PhD in engineering from Stellenbosch University, and his international speaking engagements include prominent conferences worldwide, contributing to the global discourse on higher education and research. And as I mentioned, he is the chair of the board of directors of Universities South Africa. I'll hand over to Professor Peterson to do a welcome and official conference opening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO of USAF, Dr. Matutu. Dr. Clarence Chitereke, Special Advisor to the Minister of Higher Education, Minister Nobushle Nkabane. She's unfortunately not here this morning. She has got a commitment down in Cape Town, but we are certainly looking forward to Dr. Chitereke's address later on. Our plenary speakers, Professor Adam Habib, Professor Ruxana Osman, Tel Amil, Professor Ulrich Pakwe, welcome to all of you, and we're certainly looking forward to your presentations as well. Welcome to our Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors in the room, distinguished guests. Good morning to you all, and a warm welcome to the 3rd University Conference. It is indeed a great privilege to be with you today to collectively examine and to interrogate and explore what the future of universities look like. We are here as local and as international university leaders, researchers, educators, and industry experts to tap into our collective wisdom and engage in impactful conversation about sustaining the future of universities, not only in South Africa, but also globally. And I think it's really apt that we have converged here at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. The CSIR, as it is commonly known, is a leading scientific and technology research organization that researches, develops, and disseminates technologies to accelerate socioeconomic prosperity in South Africa. The organization's work contributes to industrial development and supports a capable state through directed research and is aligned with the country's priorities. So through the lobbying and advocacy, Universities South Africa promotes and facilitates an optimal environment that is conducive for universities to function effectively but also efficiently. Universities have a significant impact on the advancement of society. They actually shape our education system. Universities within the context of education broadly are a compass for intellectual, technological, and social advancement of a nation. South African universities, as in the case the world over, are not only microcosms of society, they are the microcosms of what society should look like. So there is a transformative process that needs to take place at universities when our students and also our staff members enter our campuses. Universities have been impacted by global crises while still confronting historical structural inequalities. Added to this are the ever-evolving challenges in relation to rapid technological advancements, divides in a developing country, inadequate governance, and deepening financial and sustainability crises. As knowledge-producing and critical citizenship development institutions, universities have a special and a vital role to play. They are indeed the beacons of hope and our institutions for human progress and development. So over the next 3 days, we will explore the status of these focus areas and other factors that impact the delivery of higher education through the theme, as our CEO already have indicated, what is the future of the university? It is necessary to, and every now and then, assess the path the university has taken with a view to determine the challenges it faces, to uncover and to explore opportunities that lie ahead, to determine its direction and identify elements that will ensure it is thriving and sustainable for future generations. So this year's theme built on the past two themes of reinventing South Africa's universities for the future, and that was the conference in 2019, and the Engaged University, which was the theme of the 2021 conference. The 2024 theme, What is the Future of the University, seeks to incorporate the recommendations from the previous conferences into the discussions and also hopefully the dialogue that we'll pursue. At the end of the conference, we will consolidate our learnings. These will influence and inform our work and strategic objectives of being responsive to national and global contexts and improving the sustainability of the higher education sector in South Africa. As attendees, you can look forward to robust discussions, engaging plenaries, which will critically question the status quo and might also be provocative at some points, interactive parallel sessions, as well as enriching workshops and exhibitions. Your participation is essential as we navigate the future of universities in the digital era together as a sector. We will, amongst others, explore topics such as technology and human interface in the future university, higher education funding and financial sustainability, which is a key aspect that I think we need to debate in full, academic freedom, research and innovation strategies in relation to declining resources, the global issues such as climate change, environmental issues, and the future of the university, as well as artificial intelligence and teaching and learning in the future university. Ladies and gentlemen, global humanity is confronted with multiple and intersecting social, economic, climate, technological, and also political crises and disasters, including the wars in Gaza, in Sudan and Ukraine. The integration of big tech and AI in everyday life has been dramatic. This conference will offer a conducive space for multiple and diverse voices to be heard and inform our collective imaginations of the future of our universities and their place in developing society, its people, and its institutions. As we're all aware, sustainable funding is vital for the future of universities. During this conference, we will explore the theme of sustainability in higher education through various sub-themes, such as sustainable financial support for students, funding for student accommodation, and the benefits of a shared services platform for public higher education institutions in South Africa. We hopefully will also be able to examine the state subsidy model, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, not only as it is in its current form, but also looking at the missing middle, the comprehensive student funding model that also tackle the missing middle, its sustainability, and hopefully also the university fee regulation. As a sector, we play a vital role in research and innovation. And on day 2 of the conference, under the Research and Innovation Strategy Group, we will explore the future of knowledge production in relation to decreasing resources, the impact of university and collaborations to attract resource sustainability and development. So it challenges our current thinking and hopefully will also put some new models on the table. How do we engage in an arena of declining resources or an environment of declining resources, but still have to produce world-class output that can make and influence positively the lives of people. As a country, South Africa's history and journey of transformation and reconciliation has provided us with invaluable lessons and experiences. We will tap into this collective wisdom and explore how these lessons can enable university leaders to aspire positive change and foster inclusivity in diverse organizational settings. Action-packed as this conference is, there will be ample opportunity to network and to connect with fellow attendees in a social setting. I would like to bring to your attention the two social events that will be held. We will have a welcome cocktail this evening and a gala dinner tomorrow night. We hope that these social events will enrich your conference experience and provide opportunities for networking, informal learning, and allow us to celebrate our community. Finally, University South Africa wishes to acknowledge the steadfast and dedicated support of each of our strategy groups and its appointed advisory committee that provided strategic input into the conference program. To all the presenters, the panelists, program and support staff, we are immensely grateful for your valuable contributions. As we embark on the next few days of this conference, I encourage each of you to engage deeply and challenge assumptions. The work we do in these spaces has the potential to shape the future of our sector and the lives of the people and the communities we serve. This is not just an opportunity to share and to exchange knowledge. It's a chance to ignite change. I wish you all productive and insightful discussions and hope that you leave here with renewed energy and a clearer vision for the challenges and the opportunities ahead. I thank you all and best wishes for a successful and a dynamic conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Peterson. Let me acknowledge a few of our partners who are here, in addition to those who have been acknowledged by Prof. Our international collaborators from the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands, and our partners from the High Commission of Canada, together with Prof. Hornsby, who's here, driving the South Africa-Canada Universities Network from Carleton University. I would like to acknowledge the British Council, South Africa. They are also here, and the government departments that we have here, National Research Foundation, we have here SAIDE, we have here. The CEO of Umalusi is here. On that note, let me go on to introduce the Minister's Advisor, Dr. Clarence Chitereke. He holds a PhD, cum laude, in Development Studies and International Relations from Queen's University in Kingston, in Canada. A Master of Philosophy from the University of Stellenbosch, a Bachelor of Social Science from University of Cape Town. He's the author of The Experience of Economic Redistribution, the Growth, Employment, and Redistribution Strategy in South Africa, published in 2006 by Routledge in New York. He has worked in the South African government, the private sector, and in the academic sector at senior management levels for the last 20 years. He serves as the director in the Office of the Vice Chancellor at the University of Venda. His most senior appointment in the South African government was Acting Director General. He previously served as Special Advisor to the Minister of Social Development for the period 2018 to 2019. He is currently the Senior Special Advisor to the Minister of Higher Education and Training. We are very excited to have Minister Nkabane's advisor here. Over to you, Doc.
Chair of Universities South Africa, Professor Francis Peterson, Chief Executive Officer of Universities South Africa, Dr. Petiwe Matutu. I wish to acknowledge all the esteemed Vice Chancellors present here today. Professor Toko Mayekiso of the University of Mpumalanga, Professor Andrew Crouch of Sol Plaatje University, Professor Tandwa Mtembu of Durban University of Technology, Professor Sizwe Mabizela of Rhodes University, Professor Mosa Moshabela of the University of Cape Town, Professor Peter Mbati of Sifako Makgato Health Sciences University, Professor Pamela Dube of the Central University of Technology, Professor Nokuthula Sibia of Mangosuthu University of Technology, Professor Rushiela Songa of Walter Sisulu University, Professor Kehla Ndlovu of Vaal University of Technology, Professor Bernard Ntambeleni of the University of Venda, Professor Bismarck Chobeka of the Northwest University. All Deputy Vice Chancellors present here today, all professors. I wish to acknowledge the presence of Professor Adam Habib, sitting right in front, all doctors, Dr. Naledi Pandor, the former Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, and former Minister of Higher Education and Training, executives representing the following institutions: SAIDE, the Department of Science and Innovation, the National Research Foundation, South African Qualifications Authority, the British Council South Africa, Umalusi, Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy South Africa. Lastly, representatives of the governments of Botswana, Lesotho, Canada, and the Netherlands. Good morning. Firstly, I wish to apologize on behalf of Dr. Nobuhle Nkabane, the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training, who could not join this session due to a cabinet sitting. At her initial engagement with University South Africa last month, she committed to deliver a keynote address to this conference. I am, however, standing here today to deliver her remarks. I must tell you that I drafted the speech. And I was told early this morning, go and read your speech. We meet this morning after the Times Higher Education has just released its World Education Rankings for 2025. The University of Cape Town remains in the top 200 despite slipping in the ranking from 167 to 180. 4 of our universities held their positions: the University of Stellenbosch, the University of the Witwatersrand, the University of Johannesburg, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and the University of the Western Cape. We have experienced a difficult year in the rankings as 7 out of 14 ranked institutions slipped in the rankings, including the University of Pretoria, Professor Peterson, the Northwest University, and the University of the Free State. I'm delighted that we have 2 newcomers to the rankings. Sifako Makgato Health Sciences University, under the leadership of Professor Peter Mbati, and the University of Fort Hare, under the leadership of Professor Sakela Buhlungu. Congratulations to both of them. Program Director, thank you for the invitation to deliver a keynote address to the 3rd Higher Education Conference with a theme focused on the future of university. I interpret the theme of this conference as a question mark to the future of higher education, perhaps the future of education in general, if one looks at the articulation between basic education and higher education. For now, let me restrict my focus to higher education. Universities are catalysts for transformation and development that we desire as a society. They are centers of innovation and excellence. However, the traditional university as we have known it 30 years ago is being challenged and even threatened by its own creativity. The relevant question is how today's university should be positioned to respond to future challenges from funding, leadership and management development, teaching and learning, research and innovation, as well as transformation perspectives. In today's information age, the key competitive asset is constantly renewed human capital. Therefore, our resilience and success in demand-driven market business performance is contingent on effective and resilient institutions. A skilled workforce confers real national competitive advantages, while intellectual capital drives economic prosperity. The challenge is your institutional state of readiness in responding to the rapidly digitalizing world of artificial intelligence and the emerging green economy as you prepare graduates for the future world of work. Given national demographic changes, University South Africa has a responsibility to determine critical areas of workforce training, which is a decisive factor in our national competitiveness in the global economy. The objective is to ensure that no one is left behind in our collective efforts to address the stubborn persistence of youth unemployment. Lately, the abbreviation NEET or NEET for youth aged between 15 and 24 who are not in employment, not in education or training has entered our lexicon. According to the latest quarterly labor force survey, in August 2024, there were 10.2 million young South Africans in this category, of which 35.3%, or 3.6 million, were neither working nor enrolled in any higher education institution. I wish to address the following 3 themes of your conference. First is the financial sustainability of higher education institutions. Second is higher education leadership, management, and governance. And third is the future of transformation in our higher education institutions. I now turn to the first theme, the financial sustainability of higher education institutions. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, represents government's deliberate intervention to broaden access to those sections of our communities who had no access to post-school education and training. Our investments in skills have produced hundreds of thousands of skilled professionals and the middle class, especially from within the poor and working class sections of society. Investment in public higher education is certainly one of the most profound achievements of government's direct intervention to eliminate poverty and inequality over the last 30 years. Our competitiveness in attracting foreign direct investment necessary for economic growth and much needed jobs demands a fresh approach to public education and skills development. In the current academic year, NSFAS is funding more than 1.1 million students in both universities and technical vocational education and training colleges, or TVETs, with a budget allocation of 54 billion rands. Between 2019 and 2022, NSFAS disbursed 123 billion, reaching at least 2.9 million beneficiaries. However, there are challenges of sustainability of this funding in the long term, which we are trying to resolve. Now, between 2019 and 2022 again, government spending in education as a percentage of government expenditure was 22.7%, which is equivalent to 7.2% of our gross domestic product. This exceeded the benchmark set by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, which recommends allocating at least 15 to 20% of public spending to education and 4 to 6% of GDP to education. Program Director, we are aware of universities that are highly dependent on NSFAS for their sustainability. And in her budget speech to the National Assembly on 16 July 2024, Minister Nkabane committed to improve the relative efficiencies of NSFAS in discharging its statutory responsibilities. This is important because addressing the challenges of poverty and unemployment calls for strengthened institutional capacity of NSFAS to manage what is effectively a critical component of the National Skills Strategy. Without strengthened institutional capacity, the objective to increase access to training, skills development opportunities, transformation of inequalities linked to class, race, gender, and disability will not be realized. A new board of NSFAS will be announced soon. There is a need for strengthened collaboration between government, the universities, and the private sector, particularly the financial sector, to optimize benefits of students and prevent pilferage and theft of public funds. Collaboration is critical now more than ever. It is a signifier of efficiency in the context of global fiscal constraints. The unfolding developments in West Asia in the last few weeks present uncertainties and cause for concern regarding global economic growth projections. In general, Africa's economy will be adversely affected by potential disruptions in global oil supply and associated price increases. How universities respond to these and global changes, including climate variability, adaptability, and environmental sustainability, will determine not only the future of the university, but that of society and humanity. The Government of National Unity has resolved to dedicate the next 5 years to actions that will advance 3 strategic priorities: inclusive growth and job creation, poverty reduction and tackling the high cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. There is an element of training in all these strategic priorities. and the Skills Development Act provides for the financing of national skills development through a levy grant scheme and a national skills fund. The SETAs were established to develop a sector skills plan with a national skills development strategy. It is our primary objective to develop a skilled and capable workforce, whilst broadening the skills base of the country to support an inclusive growth path. In the current medium-term development plan, which translates the Government of National Unity priorities into a detailed plan and interventions, the Department of Higher Education and Training has a budget of 137.5 billion. This budget increases to 142.6 billion next year, which is 2025-2026 financial year. And it increases to at least 150.2 billion for the financial year 2026-2027. With these budget realignments, all universities will receive adjusted transfers from 48.9 billion in the current financial year to 53.8 billion next year. In real terms, these increases may not be sufficient to meet all your needs, but we remain committed to reverse declining funding. It requires our collective efforts. Program Director, let me now turn to higher education leadership, management, and governance. It is our collective responsibility to sustain a comprehensive and equitable education system, one that is responsive to the challenges facing South Africa. However, over the past several years, independent assessors and administrators have been appointed for a number of universities in terms of the Higher Education Act as a result of poor institutional governance and mismanagement. The work done by independent assessors revealed serious challenges with regard to governance, administration, and management of some universities that were destabilizing, thus undermining the effective functioning of the institutions. Councils are the highest decision-making bodies of public higher education institutions. They are responsible for the good order and governance of institutions and for their mission, financial policy, performance, quality of teaching and learning, and reputation. Various governance failings stemmed from, amongst others, inexperience and lack of the required expertise among some of the council members towards the fulfillment of their governance and fiduciary role, fraught relationships between councils and executive management and members of staff, failure of leadership, especially at the level of chairpersons of councils, unacceptable and counterproductive conduct by some council members, and non-adherence to proper meeting procedures. Lately, there are suspensions and litigation by either council against executives or executives against councils. This is not desirable. Higher education leaders are expected to uphold the highest standards of integrity, both personally and institutionally. This includes maintaining ethical governance, ensuring academic honesty, and fostering a culture where values such as accountability, fairness, and respect are paramount. I am concerned that governance challenges continue to plague some universities, and there is a need for both a code of good governance practices and minimum qualifications criteria for anyone who wishes to serve on university councils. In this regard, all ministerial council appointees will necessarily need to have a PhD. I sincerely hope that this requirement will improve both deliberations and compliance with fiduciary and governance matters. This is critically important, and it is an approach that is gaining consolidation at our technical and vocational education and training colleges, the TVET colleges, in our efforts, of course, to improve the quality of their value proposition. Currently, 57 ministerial appointees out of 235 council members in 47 TVET colleges hold a PhD, thus representing 24%. Perhaps if I were to just digress a bit from the script, the minister has to appoint 5 council members for 50 TVET colleges, which is equivalent to 250 council members. While I accept that this is not a platform for naming and shaming, it is important for you to note that in the financial year 2023-2024, according to the Auditor General, out of 26 public universities, 17 universities achieved unqualified audit with no findings. However, there are 5 universities with unqualified audit with findings. 1 university with a disclaimer on audit with findings, and 3 universities with outstanding audits. This is cause for concern, as it undermines our effort in motivating for additional funding with National Treasury. It is generally accepted that universities have requisite financial and administrative skills to meet financial reporting obligations. Good governance in higher education institutions is important because it enables them to realize their goals by regulating their internal affairs accordingly. The department has special interest in the quality of governance of higher education institutions because it is the main funder of higher education. It is not difficult to establish correlations between good governance and quality higher education. Universities must account on how public funds are spent. It is critically important that universities get their reporting obligations in order so that employers have confidence in their graduates. I therefore challenge Universities South Africa, as a body representing interests of public universities, to engage on deliberations towards assisting each other with the requisite competencies to resolve financial compliance matters. I now turn to the future of transformation in South African higher education. Transformation is characterized by deliberate, purposeful, and explicit decisions to engage in a program or process of change, which involves internal and external expertise and is guided by a strategic collaboration and power sharing. The stakeholders of higher education demand more social responsiveness from higher education underpinned by principles of transformation and restructuring. Transformation in South Africa, or in South African universities rather, should be reflected in all facets of the institution, such as governance, management and leadership, student environment such as reasonable access and academic success, equity in staffing, institutional cultures, progressive and inclusive teaching and learning, research and knowledge systems, institutional equity and the potential economy of higher education funding. Transformation of leadership, governance and management is also underpinned by constitutional imperatives. The Constitution of the Higher Education Act provides a sound and clear framework for the leadership, governance and management of public higher education institutions as other dimensions of transformation. Sound governance, strong management and accountable leadership are essential requirements for the transformation of the post-school education and training sector. For her doctoral thesis, which was completed in December of 2018 with the University of Pretoria, Dr. Naledi Pandor investigated the contested meanings of transformation with regard to higher education in post-apartheid South Africa. Her study reflected on the bold policy steps adopted by the democratic government and some of the progress and successes that have been achieved in higher education. Her study provides a comprehensive understanding of the challenging post-apartheid higher education sector and illuminates the concerns held by academics, by students, and a range of other stakeholders. The study may assist in determining fresh approaches to change in higher education and encourage researchers to pursue fuller investigation of the impact of policy that is hinted at in the study. The findings of her study have implications for policymakers as they require higher education stakeholders to devote increasing attention to the contested meanings of transformation so that higher education is supported to achieve the goals desired by society. I'll encourage all of you to read it. In terms of gender representation, at executive or management leadership levels of our universities, 7 out of 26 public universities are now led by women. I thought you would give them a round of applause. The share of academic staff with a PhD in universities has risen from 38.6% in 2012 to 49.3% by 2020. I could not establish the current figures, perhaps up until last year. We commend this growth as it will improve the confidence index in our universities and also likely facilitate greater injection of public and private funding into our universities. In terms of access to education, in 2014, 51% males and 49% females aged between 25 and 64 years had degrees. Perhaps I should repeat that. In 2014, 51% males and 49% females aged between 25 and 64 years had degrees. This changed to 44.5% for males and 55.5% for females in 2022. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that informative address that we've heard from the Minister's advisor. We are not going to take a body break. We had planned to do so. We're going to have the next session, and Professor Songa, together with Professor Habib, will come to the front And it's only after that session that we'll have a tea break. I think we have been told about... apparently we have, there's no password for our Wi-Fi. We just have to connect to free CSIR ICC, and that's it. Before we leave the stage, we've got Janet from USAF who will hand over the gifts to the speakers. Thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dumela, le kae? Sikhona nathi. Please allow me to introduce to you Professor Adam Habib, who is going to be our next speaker. I'm sure most of you know him or have seen him or you have heard about him. Professor Adam Habib is the Vice-Chancellor of South University of London and the former Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of the Witwatersrand between 2013 and 2020. His paper, which is slightly modified, is entitled Reflections on Post-Apartheid Higher Education, Looking Back and Going Forward. Over to you, Professor Habib.
So thank you, Chair. Friends, colleagues, I do want to kick off with a particular thank you to Petiwe and Chief for inviting me. It gives me a wonderful excuse to come home. It gives me a wonderful excuse to come home just before the winter hits the UK. And as I was telling my colleague, Shona, who has come down with me, I was saying to her, you've got to feel the African sun. It feels different to the English sun. And so this is a wonderful opportunity to have come back home. Colleagues, I'm going to be reading a speech. It's not what I normally do. But you asked me to speak about 30 years. What are the lessons to be learned? And what are the lessons for our future? And I'm going to speak honestly. And so I chose my words very carefully. And I don't want to be misunderstood, so I'll read it so that I don't get misunderstood, hopefully. But I do want to start with this apology because when I speak openly, it's not because I don't care. It's because I truly care. This is my home, and higher education in this country I've grown up in. My last 30 years evolved in this higher education system. And now that I'm in the UK, I recognize that the challenges we have are global. You know, you would not believe, as I manage student encampments around Gaza and Israel, how the experience of fees must fall out me. And so these challenges we confront are global. And I think we are in a very polarized world and a very dangerous moment. And I think if we don't speak honestly, we can't find the solutions that we need to find. And so when I speak today, I will say some difficult things. But I say it because I truly care for this country, for my home. It's where I will be back. And this particular higher education system is something that I've grown up in. So here goes. It is wonderful to be here and to have been asked to do the keynote address for this conference. I do so as a former Vice Chancellor of a South African university and as a former academic of multiple South African universities for over 3 decades. 30 formative years in reimagining and reorganizing South Africa's higher education landscape. But I also engage you today as a Vice Chancellor of a university in the UK, so as University of London, an institution that has committed itself to disrupting the model of higher education in the UK and to serving as an institutional bridge between universities in the north and those of the majoritarian world. I engage you today as an African, born and grown on this continent, but one who temporarily resides elsewhere. Through these multiple reconcilable identities, African and human, former South African VC, and now a VC in the University of London system, I have become aware and want to highlight our global challenges and our collective responsibility as higher education leaders in different parts of our world to build the knowledge base and professional cohorts needed to manage both our national development needs and contemporary transnational historical burdens. I want to highlight with 2 caveats at the outset. While my reflections will touch on higher education policy and highlight not only successes and failures, but also note the blind spots, especially as they speak to our future, I will not dwell here. I want to reflect far more prominently on the managerial challenges confronted in South African universities and the lessons learned for what needs to be done. Second, I will touch on the sacred cows, and forgive me for this. I really do not mean to be discourteous, but I think it is important to speak frankly and openly so that we can understand clearly the challenges we have, the pathways available to us, and the trade-offs required in choosing one path from another. At the outset, I should also say that South African higher education today is a far better place than it used to be 30 years ago. 26 universities today host 1.1 million students, when 36 universities in 1994 catered for only 425,000 students. We now have 620,000 students in TVET colleges and community colleges. And community colleges are meant to house another 380,000. 76.5% of our university students are Black African, 11.4% are white, 5.7% are Indian or Asian, and 6.5% are colored, as against 46.7%, 41.4%, 6.9%, and 5.1% respectively. Women participation has increased from 18 to 24%, increasing the female share of university spaces from 58.5% to about 60%. Postgraduate student enrollment has increased from 115,000, 15.7% in 2005, to 173,000, 16.7% in 2017. In terms of black academic staff grew by 97.2% from 14,995 to 29,570, while white academic staff decreased by 6.5%. Female academic staff increased at a faster rate by 50.4%, while male staff increased by 16.3%. Research output grew by 169% between 2005 and 2017, from 7,230 to 18,881 units, with all university types contributing. The research-intensive universities' dominance diminished from 62.7% of publications to 51.3% of publications. The growth in student numbers and the increasing proportions of Black, Asian, and colored students has enabled significant social mobility within the society. Without doubt, South Africa's higher education system is larger, more efficient, and inclusive than it was in 1994. It is a great success story. But this positive picture hides significant structural fault lines in South African higher education. The university system has not achieved the programmatic differentiation that was envisaged at the turn of the century, instead degenerating into a homogenization and vertical stratification based on reputation. The incentive structure on research subsidies and the ranking systems have pushed all our universities to try and be like each other, undermining the programmatic and, dare I say, functional differentiation that would allow higher education to produce the diverse human capital base required for economic and social development in South Africa. In addition, there have been serious questions raised about the quality of learning across our institutional higher educational landscape. All of these challenges have been noted by others and will be noted in the coming days, and have long been part of our discourse in South African universities. But I want to raise one other that is not sufficiently appreciated in our deliberation. We are all imprisoned by national politics and the political economy in which our institutions are embedded. This forces us to manage in a manner that prioritizes our short-term survival as universities rather than our medium-term responsibility to build institutions of learning that address the challenges of our historical moment. And if there is a feature that defines our historical moment, it's that all of our challenges, pandemics, climate change, inequality, migration, social and political polarization, are all transnational in character. Our ability to address these challenges is dependent on us acting as a collective human community. It is critical to our survival as a species. We must learn to swim together or we collectively sink. But if we are going to address these transnational challenges, we need to bring all parts of the world in conversation with one another. How we addressed inequality in Kenya will be fundamentally different to how we address it in the UK. How we address climate change in Korea will be different to how we do it in Germany. We could not have stemmed the Ebola outbreak in West Africa with a purely clinical approach. We needed a multidisciplinary lens to understand Muslim burial practices and how to adapt them to the spread of the violence. Such global solutions are thus dependent on local knowledge. Any intervention needs to be rooted in the cultural, social, and political realities of the local context. This will require academics, scientists, professionals, and other stakeholders to engage and innovate across national and disciplinary boundaries, and in the process to adapt global solutions to local contexts. This is what it means to suggest that science should have no boundaries. It should be a continuous process of engagement between theory and application, between the universal and the local. This is the point that was powerfully made by Tanya Douglas, the former chair of Biomedical Engineering and Innovation at the University of Cape Town, who insisted on the centrality of context in the design of scientific technologies. But formulating and adapting technologies to contextual circumstances of the majoritarian world is only one part of the challenge. The other is establishing the institutional infrastructure and developing the human resource capabilities to enable this to happen. We need more inventors, scientists, technologists, social actors, academics, and students. In short, we need innovators to develop and adapt technologies for their circumstances. For this to happen, we need enabling environments to stimulate this. We need universities and vocational colleges that train, research, and innovate. Companies that are entrepreneurial, incubators that nurture new technologies, and venture capital networks that sponsor these initiatives. At one level, we recognize this. Our policies regularly speak of the importance of inclusive, equitable, and quality education. Yet we all institutionally behave in a manner that deepens inequalities and institutional divides. In this era of globalization, we've not only had more global partnerships, more scholarships, and more mobility across the world, but it has also been a period in which we've accelerated dramatically the brain drain in our world. This is because a significant number of countries in the global north, including the one I'm in at the moment, explicitly recruit international students from the global south. They charge them a premium fee, 3 times, 4 times what's the normal about, and then they subsidize the cost of the domestic higher education system. We're taking money from the global south and sponsoring middle-class people in the global north, and then we do it in the name of development. Sometimes we even enable the shift of resources from the global south to the north in the name of development. This is also accompanied by a scholarship regime that is directly targeted at attracting individuals in the developing world to come to Europe and North America to acquire tertiary education. The assumption, of course, is everybody goes home. But the evidence of the last 3 decades suggests that that's just not the case. When the students go up north in their 20s and 30s, life happens. they find partners, they fall in love, they have children. This is understandable. These students are moving in a moment in this human life cycle where families are found and built. Carleton University, I think who are represented here today, investigates student mobility and graduate employment across the globe. And it holds that large majorities of students do not return. North of 80% of students from the Indian subcontinent do not return home to pursue their careers. And until 2007, the figures were even worse for China. The negative trend in China was only reversed in 2007 when its government dramatically increased investment in higher education and research. The research on the African student mobility is far more tentative, given the paucity of national statistics. But at a conference on the diaspora, which I attended at the African Union in Addis Ababa in 2019, where Carleton made a presentation, it was suggested that more than 80% of our students do not return. The notable exception in Africa and Asia is Singapore, where in all other cases, student mobility trends works to the disadvantage of the countries of the majoritarian world. The corollary of this in the majoritarian world is that institutions have been weakened. Human resource capabilities are weakening and not being developed, and inclusive development is being compromised. Of course, some of us speak about brain circulation rather than brain drain, and the importance of remittances to the majoritarian world. But if we are honest, we would recognize that these are weak counter trends and do not fundamentally change the negative institutional and structural dynamics that accompany the brain drain and compromise inclusive development. I want to hasten that I'm not arguing for some autarkic retreat into nationalism, nationhood, and ethnicity. I do not believe this is possible. I am of the view that the human spirit has simultaneously an impulse to wander and explore, globalize if you like, and identify and familiarize, localize if you need a term to describe this. These are not mutually exclusive as agendas as populist and nativist parties seem to suggest. Instead, they complementary elements of the human existence. Every one of us has families and communities with whom we identify and love, but it not dissuade us from caring about what happens to other members of the human community elsewhere in the world. We can love our families and communities and still practice a human solidarity and Ubuntu outside our familial networks. It is possible to be both local and global. Indeed, this is essential in this era if we are to survive as a human species. What I am advocating, in line with the deliberations and decisions of the Arua Conference in 2019 in Nairobi, is a new form of global partnership, one that is rooted in institutions and not individuals. Among universities, it should involve co-curriculation, co-teaching, co-credentialing. It should be structured on an alternative business model and fee structure that opens up opportunities for new groups of students to get access to these joint degree programs. It is important that these programs are not entirely predicated on scholarships so that they're not terminated when donor money ends. There has to be a self-sustaining logic to the operational and business architecture of the programs themselves. In essence, colleagues, the argument here is not to stop the mobility of students, but to complement it with institutional partnerships that enable training in countries of the global south. This transnational training must be undertaken not to compete with universities in these countries, but to collaborate with them. The strategic purpose is to enable a continuous cycle of institutional development and learning across the universities of our world, and in particular, across the institutions of the global north and the south. The central purpose is to bring higher education and postgraduate training to wider and wider social groups in the majoritarian world, and thereby create the basis for a more comprehensive, universally responsive knowledge production system. Only then will we be able to address the global challenges of our time. I suspect that everything I've said here, you all will agree with, and it will be well received by each of you. But if this is true, why does your higher education policy framework and the international agenda of the Department of Higher Education and Training not speak of any of this? It doesn't mention any of this. Your policy at the national and institutional level and your behavior in many ways is no different from your peers in universities in the UK and elsewhere in North America and Western Europe. I see the same focus on business as usual, on differential fees, on partnerships driven by donor money, on short-term income gain as opposed to long-term structural change, and on timid engagement with peers that are largely consistent with the status quo. Every time I've seen conversations between my colleagues here in this room with my peers in the UK, you sound utterly timid. You sound utterly like my colleagues in the UK. Where's the South African spirit, my colleagues? But business as usual will not allow us, either as universities in the global north or those in the majoritarian world, to survive the transnational and local challenges of our historical moment. If we do not reimagine higher education, if we do not disrupt the business models, we will not be able to fulfill our institutional mandates and build the collective human resource capabilities that enable us to address the multiple transnational challenges. And in this, colleagues, it is important to note your relationships with universities in the rest of the African continent at this moment is no different to your relationships with the global north. You do what you accuse the global north universities of doing to you, you do with the universities in the rest of the continent. And if we continue to do this, we will not survive the next 2 centuries as the human species. I don't mean to be hyperbolic, but this dark dystopian future awaits our grandchildren and children unless we begin to address what did our students in fees must fall call it, our historic generational mission. If we don't even but we won't get to the strategic policy and transformative managerial generational mission if we do not learn the lessons of the last 15, 20 years. A few public institutions, universities included, have succeeded when many others have collapsed or on their knees. Why are these different? And what are the lessons from the universities that succeed in South Africa and those that don't? I want to highlight 5 lessons. Forgive me for this. First, leadership matters. Leadership makes a difference. The leadership needs to speak to our context. We are not New Zealand or Canada. Our society is fractured on multiple lines. It's deeply unequal, and we as a result are socially and politically polarized. Leadership in this context needs to be what I like to describe as radical but pragmatic. This means we need to always keep in mind our social justice agenda, but without compromising academic excellence, and financial sustainability. In South African universities, as elsewhere, this means enabling access, but ensuring the provision of a quality education and the building of a financially sound institution. Without financial sustainability, social justice can never be realized in the long term. Radical pragmatism also requires staring down malevolent actors within and outside our midst. There are some on the right, fascists, and on the left, far left, anarchists, who view the world in zero-sum terms. These are actors who destroy, but can never build institutions. In their view, the victory of one agenda has to be result in the defeat of another. But the social justice need not be zero-sum game, and neither does it require a resort to the lowest common denominator. In the pandemic, this manifested as an opposition to online provision because of the socio-economic inequalities in our student community. But we refuse collectively to see social justice in terms of the lowest common denominator. Yet, we did not ignore the inequalities in our midst. We recognized it and pragmatically provided a helping hand to those who required it. We purchased laptops and distributed it through a postal service system that didn't always work, but yet delivered in a pandemic. We negotiated data for our students at no cost to themselves, and then when lockdown regulations permitted, we allowed a partial return to campus and prioritized the return of those that lived in adverse social circumstances. In essence, we addressed the inequalities in our midst, but did so in a manner that ensured the completion of our academic program. We did not abandon the very purpose of our institution, namely the education of our students. Rather, we maintained our focus on our institutional mandate, but did so pragmatically, so those who came from underprivileged circumstances were not unduly prejudiced. Second, institutional and national citizenship cannot simply emerge from education and acculturation, but also requires consequences to be applied for malevolent behavior. There is no better case study of this than the issue of violence. Daily, I hear citizens and leaders bemoan about how violent our society is. We lament the violence against women and children. Yet when we advance our own sectoral causes on labor action for better pay, on social mobilization for free education or service delivery, we either actively participate in violent action or at least tolerate it within our civic movement. Some among us, the fascists and anarchists, even justify it on the grounds that structural violence necessitates personal acts of violence. This nonsensical argument has to be challenged, for to tolerate it means violating the foundational elements of the social pact that underpins democratic society. It also consolidates a culture of arbitrary violence that prejudices the most vulnerable in our society. Stemming this violence doesn't only require education and acculturation, that's important, but it also requires consequences for those who are violent. Yet when those who are violent in protests and strikes are held accountable, many among demand a withdrawal of charges. Judges, politicians, civic leaders have mobilized to have violent activists released from prison or have them returned to institutions of learning when they have been expelled. Why are then we surprised when community protests culminate in the burning of schools, public facilities, and police vehicles? Why are we surprised that students lobby for free education by burning the very buildings within their university campuses? Why are we surprised when parties that are seated in the democratic parliament regularly organize protests that culminate in assaults on citizens and petrol bombing of shops and other public facilities? We are a violent society because we enable it through our own actions. Let me be blunt. We will remain violent, including the attacks on women and children, until we collectively have the courage, every one of us, in the universities and outside it, when we have the courage to arrest, to prosecute, and imprison those that are violent, including the politicians and the leaders who enable it in our society. Third, capabilities matter. If there is a central lesson from COVID-19, it is that ordinary citizens are the primary victims of a lack of capabilities within the state. It did not matter how the president decided in managing the pandemic. Their decisions were easily unraveled because the state's capacity had so significantly eroded in the last decade or two. When we decided to do testing and tracking, the inability of laboratories to turn around the test results timeously undermined the strategy. When the state decided on fiscal support for citizens, the UIF constipated the entire process. When it was decided to provide food parcels for vulnerable citizens, much of it was stolen by party cadres. If COVID-19 demonstrated anything, it is the citizens, the primary citizens of this country, the poorest of the poor, who suffer from unqualified appointments in state and public institutions. This is now recognized by many in our society, but too many in powerful leadership positions simply see this as a problem of cadre deployment. Cadre deployment has indeed compromised our state capabilities, but it is not the sole cause of the deficient state and compromised public institutions. A deficient transformation agenda has also compromised state capacity. This is not to say that transforming institutions is not important, but our Constitution explicitly states that transformation must be simultaneously accompanied by capabilities. Yet there are many within and outside the ruling party who contest this merit-based approach on transformation. They defend this on the grounds that meritocracy has been racially coded. And while this is true, the antidote is not to reject meritocracy, but to de-racialize it. The net effect of this appointment of unqualified persons from designated categories is the capability implosion of public institutions, the consequence of which is borne by citizens. I'm sure many politicians will contest this view. But how do you explain then why so many CFOs of municipalities cannot read an audit statement and a financial document? How do you explain the qualified audits of almost all municipalities and public institutions? I was struck by the earlier speech, 17 and the highlight of certain universities. But 17 of the universities had unqualified audits. The vast majority. I can't say the same of municipalities in our country. How do we explain the collapse of services in municipalities, reflected perhaps most tragically in cities like Johannesburg, Pietermaritzburg, Pretoria, Port Elizabeth, where electricity and water cutoffs are now a regular feature of daily life? Go and see what's happening in Grahamstown and the problems that Rhodes University has to confront on a regular basis. All of these cities run by incompetent officials who lack any sense of integrity are dying and no amount of public spin, marketing plan, or bluster, rhetorical instruments like radical economic transformation is going to change this until the basics of appointing appropriately qualified people to our municipalities happens. Only then will electricity, water, and road infrastructure be fixed. As of now, the citizens of these cities and many others in this country are getting very little for their rates and taxes. And it will eventually culminate in a formal or informal municipal tax revolt, further consolidating the downward spiral of our cities. Fourth, how we spend is as important as how much we spend. And forgive me for saying this, colleagues. This basic principle common to most households in our country is lost on public institutions. And let me again use the case of our sector to demonstrate this argument. The fees must fall protest culminated in former President Zuma's decision to comprehensively fund tuition, accommodation, and subsistence of all post-secondary students with a family income of less than 350,000 rand. This has led to the fiscal expansion of NSFAS by just over an additional 25 billion a year. It's now over 40. Most of this has been deployed to the historically black universities and universities of technology, where the poorest of our students are housed. Barred the administrative challenges of NSFAS, and I grant you, they have been enormous. These universities now have more cash than they ever had. In principle, because they now receive two checks, one from the public purse, one from the state subsidy, and the other from NSFAS fees. Yet after 5 years of additional annual expenditure, totaling for 5 years more than 125 billion, can anyone in this audience conclude with any level of certainty that these institutions are any better off than 5 years ago? Do they produce better quality graduates? Do they produce more graduates? Are they better run? Are they governed better? Many will hasten to defend this expenditure on the grounds that these are our most disadvantaged students. And yes, they are. But the essential purpose of this financial support is the education and training of students. If these institutions are more stable than they were 5 years ago, if they are producing more quality graduates than they did before, we are then essentially can say that this is money well spent. But if they're not, then we are not essentially getting the outcomes for the investment we're making by the public into these institutions. Our additional grant through NSFAS has essentially become a grant, an extension of the social support system. We are in effect doing what social historian Charles van Onselen warned us of in 1996, namely transform our institutions of learning into reservoirs of social support for which they were never intended. If this were an isolated problem, then it could be forgiven. But it is essentially has become the norm. Public institution after public institution often serves functions that are not the core purpose of what they've been designed for. The net effect is that our public institutions malfunction and are often derailed. They have developed a cohort of stakeholders around these public institutions, coalesced around managements and unions that have a stake in the malfunction of these institutions because they then can appropriate public resources, often mobilizing on the basis of legitimate concerns, jobs, security, decent pay, and packaging these campaigns around progressive slogans, radical economic transformation, they subvert the very essence of public institutions themselves. If we continue this, colleagues, then the future of all of our public institutions, including the universities, will be that of the SABC, SAA, ESCOM, DANEL and the like. And the let losers will be the broader society and the mortgaging of our collective future. Finally, stewardship and governance of public institutions matter. This is the distinguishing characteristic of public institutions that work and those that do not. And yet, despite this, we repeatedly make questionable appointments to governance and stewardship structures of public institutions, including by the state itself, I would add. Let me demonstrate the argument by using the case in our own area. Again, and colleagues, forgive me for this. The Portfolio Committee for Higher Education is an important oversight structure that is meant to hold the ministry accountable in terms of broad systemic challenges confronting institutions of higher education. Instead of this, it regularly becomes embroiled in intra-institutional battles of stakeholders that are way out of its purview and mandate. Part of the challenge in this regard is the quality of appointments to the committee. As it stands, I went and checked, there is not a single member of the committee with significant academic, teaching, research, or managerial experience in higher education. In the entire Portfolio Committee. The single largest category of experience in this committee is 3 former SRC members whose sole experience is the disruption of higher education over 10 years. The only person of significant academic research and managerial experience was 5 years ago, Belinda Bazzoli, who passed on. That was the only sensible voice in the Portfolio Committee for 10 years. Colleagues, if we don't fix this problem, you can talk about higher education and radical economic transformation as much as you want. We need some people with academic, research, and managerial experience in that Portfolio Committee. The sad fact is that higher education is not the exception. It's the norm in all of those portfolio committees. The common factor in the executive and managerial instability of public institutions is without doubt a less capable board or council. This is also true of some of our public universities and state-owned enterprises like DANEL, ESCOM, PRASA, or SAA. Unless this challenge of appointing inappropriately qualified people, some of whom are entrepreneurs who want to make some cash for the bloody tenders that are playing out. Unless we address this, our public institutions, including our historically black universities, will continue to be bedeviled by financial instability, financial crisis, and mediocre performance. Go ask this to Sakele Bushlungu in Fort Hare. This is unacceptable. So these 5 lessons, when people say we're going to fix this by allowing the state to make better appointments to the boards, the track record by the state has been horrendous. And we need a check on the state itself. These 5 lessons are, of course, intertwined. It is impossible to address our collective challenges without a comprehensive response to all of those lessons. And this is an urgent necessity. We are dying as an accountable society. Political anger stalks our land. Political leaders and public officials are deaf to our cries. Dubious politicians are stoking popular anger for their own selfish ends. There are only two outcomes if this continues. The first is Russia or India, where a strong man comes to power on the back of public revulsion and builds an authoritarian project. Or we will go the path of Lagos and Karachi, where popular revulsion leads to a tax revolt and the slow, inexorable decline of our public spaces, institutions, and cities. Elites, both economic and political, ourselves included, will all escape to privatized housing estates dotted in our cities. These estates are not a sign of successful business investment. I promise you I'm ending. But are malevolent so in the post-apartheid landscape symbolic of our failure as a post-apartheid liberatory project. We are in effect becoming what we most hate, a segregated society, defined perhaps not by the formal legally enforced rules of race, but definitely by the informal rule of money. This future will consolidate unless we demonstrate the courage and political will to act now to stop the rot. To return to our original theme, our great task of our historical moment is to develop the institutional capacities and build the human capabilities across the world to address our transnational challenges. This is the historic task that confronts us. It is the historic task not only of politicians or leaders, but also of university leaders across our world. Many of us indeed may have to navigate the challenge of institutional and financial sustainability, but we must never undertake this responsibility in a manner blind to our historical obligation to build human capabilities and institutional capacities. Humanity's greatest economic, social, and technological leaps have their roots in our darkest hours. We are indeed in one such dark moment. Significant parts of our world are plunged in war. Our planet is confronted by environmental collapse. Our economic systems are unequal. We as a human community have never been polarized as we are now. And yet our challenges require universal collaboration, a collective human empathy, an inclusive science and scholarship that is responsive to all of our interests. All of this seems distant, but we as a human community have often grasped the mantle of innovation to overcome our greatest challenges in the most dire of times. This, however, will not happen without leadership and will. And ultimately, that is the greatest challenge that confronts us all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I deliberately gave Professor Habib 15 minutes extra. I did not want to interrupt him because I thought he was raising very important issues that you continue to grapple with in higher education. After acknowledging all the changes and the good work that is underway, he was quick to remind us of the challenges that continue to bedevil higher education institutions, especially the so-called historically black institutions. Having said that, he encouraged us to strengthen our partnership relations, transnational partnerships driven by institutions and not individuals. And by so doing, begin to develop co-badging programs, co-curriculation, and other collaborative relations and partnerships, even at postgraduate level. Also reminding us of the importance of finding contextualized solutions embedded in transdisciplinary approaches, wherein different actors collaborate to find solutions. His theme was embedded in the need for, or the role of social transformation, an important agenda inclusive of our communities and other partners. However, of particular importance, and I think, CEO, we need to reflect as USAF our role in this and how we begin to reflect intentionally about these challenges as they pertain to the quality of our programs. I know that there is a strategic group that looks into that. But I think governance issues have been spoken about, and in particular, the quality of the structures that seem to have an influence in higher education or at higher education institutions, like your the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, and of course, the councils, and this is also one of the issues that were raised by the previous speaker. How do we ensure that we get quality council members to steer our universities? And as long as we do not do so, the so-called historically black and disadvantaged institutions will bear the brunt of that. And I think it is a conversation that we also need to have at USAF. It continued to persist. We do not address it because at times we say it doesn't concern us, but it will become a big issue the day it really concerns us and begins to impact on us. So I think that it is something that we need to pay attention to. Again, the role of external stakeholders, labor formations, and others who are not interested in progress in higher education institutions. With those few reflections, colleagues, I would like to open the floor for discussions and comments. I'm going to ask you, Professor Habib, that you use the mic to respond to questions. I'm going to take 3 questions at a time, and then I'm going to hand over to you, Prof, to respond, and I'm going to take 2 rounds of questions, 3 at a time. Do we have a roving mic?
Chair, they just use the mic here, attached here.
Okay, I hear a voice, but I can't see the owner. Right at the back, I see a hand. Can you help me with hands? Let me recognize the first hand right at the back. And the second hand. Okay. The second hand. Professor Mbati, second, third. Okay, let's move with those 2 hands. Yes, sir, at the back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Habib, for an inspiring keynote. Just want to ask your reflections around the role of trust. And you've spoken about, in our society, what's eroding that trust, but the trust between higher education and the society itself. Would these steps that you suggest rebuild that? Because there seems to be, globally, with tech and also changes in curricula and AI, this notion that, the university model and all the hidden curriculum that you get at the university is not that valued anymore, which of course just contributes to polarization. But I would like your reflections, and thank you very much for the keynote.
Thank you. The second question, please. Yes, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Adam, good to see you, and welcome back home. Adam, just 2 issues that you raised, and because they resonated quite a bit with me, but it also links up with what Dr. Chitereke had raised earlier. One is the issue around governance and leadership at the universities, and I couldn't agree more. with what you reflected on and what Dr. Chitareke similarly reflected on. The role of executives, including vice chancellors, the quality of the council that you have. But then there is the other space, if you look at the issues of autonomy and accountability in institutions, but how or at what point the executives or the vice chancellors would have an opportunity to engage with the leadership, particularly in the Department of Higher Education and Training, should things or should a situation arise where that engagement becomes important. Because I think that gap that exists and where tensions build and where there's malfeasance or whatever it is that is happening, but for a vice chancellor then to have that opportunity to raise those issues quickly so that there is an appropriate intervention. I mean, you raised quite a number of issues. I'll not repeat them, but I couldn't agree more with you. The issues about historically black universities, I wanted to confirm, Adam, that, and this is my experience, having been at 2 historically black universities, and I remember, Adam, you visiting me in one of those institutions when you chaired an audit panel. We produce better graduates. There is more impactful research. And I think you kind of touched it on it, you know, this whole notion that we had of differentiation in universities at one point. Something has or may have gone, you know, wrong, yeah, in brackets, in terms of the conversation that we had at that point in time. But your question about the quality of graduates, the quality of research, the impact, I can, at least the examples that I have, and I'm sure a few VCs would comment on that. Certainly, Adam, and I've always spoken about a student in this environment walking with their heads high as they go through their journey as students, whether it is the infrastructure, whether it is the instrumentation, if they are doing their research and their laboratory work, and of course, then the quality of staff that you have in that particular institution. But I can on the basis of data that we currently have in the institutions that I know, Adam, there has been value for that investment that has happened. And I think the important point, Adam, then is the quality of the leadership that you have, but also the quality of the governance structure that you have, that the resources that are made available are geared towards the business of the university. That becomes important. And when the strategic plan is being put together, that there is that convergence between the executive led by the vice chancellor and the council in terms of where that investment of the money must go to. And then being able to have parameters that you then evaluate to say, is that investment correct? And is it providing the quality of graduates that we want? So, yeah, Adam, I just wanted to pick on those 2 issues because they resonated quite well with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
The trust question is a global question. I mean, the relationship between universities and whether they receive the trust, the broader trust of the public, has become a global challenge. And it seems to me that there's 3 reasons why that has happened. One is politicians have started attacking universities, particularly in the UK and in many parts of the US. The people who have been at the front of the attack on universities is the politicians themselves. And they've done it for their own political purposes. The far right of the Republican Party, the US, the Tories, they do it for short-term political gain. But it seems to me that there's a second challenge, structural in universities. And that's really related to universities have become very expensive. Just think about it. If you do a master's in the US, you're paying $70,000, $80,000, $90,000. You inherit a debt. So when you qualify, come out of university, at the age of 23, you owe $200,000 starting before you've taken your first job. And then many basically are burdened with that debt
for decades. And so the big question becomes, is this worth it? What we've done is we've marketized higher education to the point where people are asking whether this is really worth the cost structure. But here's the thing. Go see every elite family and see if they don't send their children to universities. All of them still send their children to the elite universities because at the end they know that that is the pathway to the future. And so it seems to me if we want to deal with trust, we've just got to start doing two things. First is making universities work and disrupting the business model which charges 80, 90, 100,000 pounds. I'll give you the price of higher education for international students in the UK. At the moment, if you went to Oxford or Edinburgh, tuition fee for a master's in engineering is 42,000 pounds. Add 10,000 for accommodation. Add another 10,000 for subsistence. It's 60,000 pounds. By the way, that's 1.6 million rand for 1 year. Who in this whole thinks that that's a worthwhile investment? It's become crazy. And so until we disrupt that and create a more publicly driven model, we are in trouble. The second is it seems to me we need to fight back at the politicians. And the best fight back at politicians is not to appease them, colleagues. It's to stare them down. There's nothing that frightens politicians than staring them down. If you want to know the challenge of those 3 presidents in the US that got unraveled by the Congress, they went with a legal brief to try and have a political fight. What they should have done is taken their gloves off and had a public brawl. They would have won that. Instead, they tried to be dignified in a public brawl. And that's the challenge. We've got to develop a mechanism on how to manage short-term political interests of politicians. And second, we need to start getting a business model working in these institutions. On governance, I broadly agree. I think we need better relationships between VCs. We did have that. At a very quick level, you could, at one point, I recall that, you had people, the DG and the deputy DG, on the line if you needed urgently. And that's broken down in the last couple of years. And that is again got to do with issues around who we appoint, the kinds of people that have appointed, is there better relationships? On HBUs, here's my answer to this. If we do a collective analysis, I think you're right in some of the institutions, but if we did a collective analysis and we're producing more graduates with more confidence, with more research, hey, 125 billion, I'm spot on with it. But if we're not, we've got to ask, what are we doing? And that's the question I'm saying. And we haven't done that in a comprehensive sense. Secondly, let's be honest. What the government is now doing is it can't afford the 350,000. So what is it doing? It's allowing inflation to erode the NSFAS grant. That's what it did between 2002 and 2015, where the entire thing exploded. Do this for another 5-7 years, you're back to fees must fall. Unless we start figuring out a sustainable solution to financing higher education. And that, there's no doubt in my mind. You want to achieve social mobility? Higher education is going to be one of the pathways. Education more generally, the whole pipeline, it's got to be the pathway. But then we've got to figure out what's the financing of that system, and let's do it honestly and openly.
Colleagues, we are running out of time. If there are still more questions, I see you, Prof. I want to take the last 2. I see you. All right, last 4. Prof, you'll be the first one. Let me just confirm after you, Prof. The gentleman with the cap, Mr. Mapata Khana, and you'll be the last one, CEO. Thank you. Prof. Mtembu.
Yes, it's great to see you, Adam, back in the country. Thank you very much. And as you've always done, you are always putting us on our toes with...
Prof, may you please speak closer to the mic?
Okay. I'm just saying I appreciate that, as you are always capable of doing, you are putting us on our toes on quite a number of important issues we have to consider as South Africans in general, and of course, as the higher education sector. I hope I didn't really get you properly when you were suggesting that historically black universities and universities of technology have had their bank accounts stolen by NSFAS money. All that happened was really that the one who used to pay for students that are in those universities, actually any university in the country, the source just changed. You know very well, some of these historically black universities charge perhaps a third of what the historically white universities charge. That has not changed even today. And as I'm saying, it's only the source that it was government. It's not additional money that these universities got. Parents and the private sector and everybody who used to contribute towards the education of the black children that we have in our universities, historically black universities, those sources were simply substituted by government. So I don't see how we could call that more funds that have come. The funding formula is still the same. The funding formula still, in so many ways, gives advantage to historically white institutions. In fact, I don't even know why we should be getting into this kind of an argument about historically black, historically white institutions. But I've known you, Adam, even when you were within this country, that you've always preferred this elitism of the research-intensive universities. And it seems, while you bemoan that South African institutions may be treating institutions from elsewhere in the continent in a similar manner that the North treats all universities in Africa. But you still have this hunch to create this disjuncture that I don't know what it is for, which actually is contradictory to what you are saying about other levels of discrimination. You know. So I would have wished that you would have tamed down this very discriminatory approach between historically white or research-intensive versus other universities, especially because you're a product of such a university, just as I am. And so with this attack on these universities and the quality, we have to begin to ask about the quality of your education, the quality of my education too. But what has come out of those institutions, I'm a graduate of the University of Fort Hare, what has come out of these universities are so many of the people who are here. But you have to harp on quality, quality. I'm not saying that the quality is the best in the world, but we've been able to produce some of the people, including yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before you come, Prof. at the back. Yes, sir. The cap.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Prof. Habib, it's always good to see you and hear your enthusiasm all the time. My antenna just rose when you mentioned entrepreneurs in part of your speech, particularly referring to board members whom you called entrepreneurs who are just in those boards for the money. This is my opportunity, at least, to I never get more opportunities to correct you. If anyone is an entrepreneur, their role is to create broad benefit to society under governance and the market. And if anyone is then deriving value from society and market and they're not providing that broad benefit, they are simply a thief. So the people you described as board members who are there for the money in those boards, they're definitely not entrepreneurs, they're basically thieves. My question now, I'm going to speak about the value of innovation and entrepreneurship within the universities as part and parcel of the renovation or innovations which are emerging at a global scale. Do you see entrepreneurship as a challenge or an opportunity, given the myriad of challenges which you have outlined? You've spoken about the externalities, the forces which, for example, looking up at the quality of leadership, particularly in some of these oversight bodies. But wouldn't you think that the same can be said internally as well, beyond the oversight bodies, that in fact there is also cadre deployment, which is a problem in creating a diverse and fit-for-purpose academic programs in the manner in which we are curriculating? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mapatakhane.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Adam. Great presentation, as always. You, in your opening statements, you mentioned the issue of that the plan for higher education was that we must have differentiation. And now we are homogeneous because of it's exacerbated by funding and rankings. And now universities are competing for the same sources of funding and the same students across the country. Now, we missed that boat in 2005 with the transformation and the mergers. How do we then go back, you know? And it also speaks to the issue of quality of leaders and oversight, because DHET is busy giving PQM clearance to everybody to offer anything everywhere, right? So how do we then, or what advice do you have for USAF or anyone to go back to the drawing board, develop a new white paper or green paper for differentiation? Because I think our issues of funding will be solved, in particular, if we were more differentiated, because we will not be going for the same kind of students and we will not be going for the same sources of funding. So the competition will be lesser and there will be more student mobility in the country, within the country itself, which we don't see now. The mobility is from the south to the north, instead of having mobility within the country as well. Thank you.
Dr. Matutu, you are the last one.
Thank you very much, Professor Habib, for such an informative and also, I think, energetically delivered lecture. We have missed you within the higher education sector. This issue of funding and the fees, we are aware of the fact that within the higher education, we have two main sources of funding. Your funding from government through block grants and so on, and also the funding through the fees. It would appear that within the UK, you have introduced the fee regulation for the local students so as to lower the fees for your students and to encourage the social mobility within the UK. And in so doing, when you look at your subsidy from government for these students, you realize that the cost of producing a graduate is higher than your subsidy combined with your fees. And hence, your universities, in order to remain sustainable, have worked out this difference. And they've realized that if they import a certain number of students and they charge them or they overcharge them in order to make up for the students that cannot be catered for within your system, that would work. And that works because your system has got fewer students than the students that would be required generally. And we don't have that kind of luxury in South Africa. Our students broadly occupy or fully occupy our higher education system. So I would like to get an idea from you of how this is supposed to work within the South African environment. There is a committee which is looking at the possibility of a fee regulatory framework. And as I'm mentioning, in order to make up for these fees, we do not have the luxury. We can't say we're just importing so many students. And at the same time, when we look at government, it is in a very tight corner because more than 60% of the students are being funded through NSFAS, so they want to regulate fees because they've got a bearing to the higher education system. To government income. Thanks.
So let me start. Tadwa, you're absolutely right. I'm a product. I'd spent most of my early career in what would be seen as a historically black university. I wouldn't be where I am today without being nurtured in that system. And I'm quite committed to actually ensuring that there are more resources that go into historically black universities. The question is, what are we getting back in return? Now, the debate on quality is not introduced by me. The debate about quality in the system as a whole is introduced in the policy papers and policy reflections that are in the CHE and the multiplicity of research documents coming around higher education. Part of that is perception. Part of that is there. But that's the debate that's playing out in the South African higher education system. Here's my question. We've got 25 billion additional coming into the higher education system through the NSFAS system. Part of it has been taken from elsewhere. Part of it is this. But that's what's happening at the moment. What are we getting in return for it? If we are getting better quality graduates, better stability institutions, then I can hold the view that 100 billion is money worth spent. Because in the long term, the effects are quite dramatic. But every research that I look at, from Jonathan Jansen's to the CHE reports, suggests there's enormous instability in the system. And so, by all means, it seems to me USAF should do a comprehensive analysis of what has played out. How is there more money? Is it just simply differential sources? And then on the basis of that, begin to determine whether this is a real debate or not. But the question is, if we are spending 25 billion extra, are we spending it in a way that advances what I'm saying is ultimately better graduates, better teaching, better research, and better professional cohorts coming out of our system, all of our systems? And that's the question I'm posing. The second thing I would raise is what was raised around differentiation. I've always been a supporter of a differentiated system. I think we're allowing the system, the homogeneity in the system, to be defined by a series of rankings, and we want to be like the other. That we agreed in 2000 on programmatic. I would have argued that we should have gone for functional differentiation. Any of the systems of higher education that work, whether in Western Europe, around Denmark, or in places like the highest regarded institutions, if you go to the top 200 in the US, they differentiated systems. Wesleyan College is not Harvard. It's not trying to be Harvard. It's figured out its own institutional mandate and succeeds on its own terms. And that's what we've got to figure out in differentiating. We've got a thing that suggests research. And research intensive is status, is quality. Research intensive on its own does not guarantee quality. We need a teaching intensive institution can be as quality driven as a research intensive. Their mandates are different. That's what we've got to reach the point in. And it seems to me that that's the debate that we have to return to in 2004. And I would argue that the formula for financing universities needs to take care of that. If we want to do better at teaching, then restructure the funding formula to drive those institutions and rethink a new funding arrangement for the research intensive that brings in the private sector in a much more extensive way. But we cannot carry on operating on autopilot. And that's the only point I'm making. On entrepreneurship, I agree entirely. You're right. I shouldn't say, that's not, it's, somebody who's stealing is stealing. He's a thief, not an entrepreneur. The point that I do want to say is this. You're absolutely right that I think we need an enormous amount of work on the curriculum of entrepreneurship. But one of the things that strikes me about South Africa when I look at it is also the ecosystem. I'm amazed. Do an analysis of where's the largest number of startups and companies that emerged in the last 30 years. And one of the most interesting places that it's emerged is from Stellenbosch. And the question is why? It's not forget it. The question is why. And it's because three things happened in my view. First, they have net ventures money in an ecosystem. They have got relationships between the institution and the broader market. Shoprite Checkers, all of the fintech banks, the Ruperts, etc., Remgro, etc. And the third, they got de-linked from the state, ironically. They know that their future doesn't lie in the state. So what do? They created an ecosystem with a university, venture capital networks, innovation labs, academics, an entire ecosystem. Go to Stellenbosch, you'll see the emergence of the kind of networks that surround MIT or Silicon Valley or Kendall Square in Boston. That's what exists. By default, rather than by design. Because Stellenbosch didn't have that prior to 1990. It developed it post-1990 when it got detached from the state. And the question is, what is the learning for us in creating that in the University of Venda or in the University of Zululand? And what would it take to enable that? And what is the public policy interventions that would require? And then finally is the issue of funding. I'll say two things on the funding. Stay away from the funding formula of the UK. At the moment, SOAS University of London gets zero subsidy. The entire thing is funded by fees, which is why you get international fees. You charge 3 times the amount to cross-subsidize domestic students because the domestic fee can't cover it. At the moment, if the Chinese close the taps and the Indians, 80% of British higher education is bankrupt. Don't go there. But the answer that I think that we do need to think about is how we use partnerships. So we've just, and I'll end here. No problem. We've just developed a partnership from SOAS with Wits University and with SOAS with the University of Johannesburg. And we're talking with a number of other institutions. And if we do a joint transnational program, the cost of that program, we did a PhD. If I do a PhD in economics alone in SOAS, it will cost £4,500 domestic per year. We charge 4,700 for a domestic student, we charge 25 for an international. If I do that same degree with Wits, the cost falls from 4.5 to 3. I can price differently. And so the question is, can we develop partnerships in a way that allows us to achieve the surplus capacities we have, deployed to the transnational challenges in partnership with local institutions? That imagination is where I think South African institutions should start thinking. How to recreate a business model that reimagines higher education and how we finance it. And then public subsidy is going to have to be back on the debate in a much more dramatic way. And don't try for a short-term solution. Do a proper think through with the trade-offs that need to be confronted. I'll stop there. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you have realized that there's a lot of work and reflections that we need to do, from funding and narratives about quality and people who drive those narratives about quality, especially in higher education institutions. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to reflect on our governance structures in higher education institutions and the quality of people that we bring to higher education institutions. Because if we do not look at that as well, we might as continue, especially those have an impact on historically black universities. On that note, thank you very much for these robust discussions, and this session has come to an end. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I please get your attention? I'm sure you realize I'm a little bit taller now after tea time. May we please settle down, please? We're already behind schedule. So may I ask that we settle down? Okay, as we settle down, I'm going to start with announcements so that I don't forget. After this session, we are requested to meet outside in front of the stairs. For lunch. Then we're going to have parallel sessions after lunch. As indicated on the program, you are going to choose which one you would like to go to. So just look at your program in that regard. Those parallel sessions will start at 2 o'clock because we are going to cut short the lunch a little bit and we would like to come back from lunch at 2 o'clock. And if you have not registered, please go to reception at lunchtime for a scan at reception so that they can be able to capture your details. Also at reception, there's a USB thingy from CHE with all the reports. You know, we have outgrown USBs. I even got a shock. USB. Okay, we have USBs. And then, like I said, we're going to cut short the lunch. And lost and found a Capitec bank card at reception. It has been left at reception. If it's yours, please go and pick it up. Colleagues, again, can I ask that we settle down because we're about to start the second session. We're going to have 2 presenters for this one. Professor Ruxana Osman, Senior DVC, Deputy Vice Chancellor at VETS, and the UNESCO Chair in Teaching and Learning will be our first speaker. And the second speaker is Professor Tel Amil, UNESCO Chair in Open Education and Technologies for the Common Good, University of Brasilia. After those presentations, we agreed I am not going to hurry them. They are going to take their time in line with the amount of time allocated on the program. And then we are going to have just one, maybe one session of question and answer, and then we're going to break for lunch. Without further ado, over to you, Professor Osman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll help you to claw back some time from your previous session. So, Ulrich, you're going to suffer the most after us because you come after us and you're just before lunch. So I'll leave that suffering to you. But let me say a really good morning to colleagues and friends who've gathered here this morning. And it's wonderful to be here to talk about the future of the university. I'm certainly not an established foresight or a future scholar or practitioner, but I will try to use my 40 years of experience in higher education, coupled with some estimations that also derive from this experience, to share ideas about the future of the university, which is in fact the theme of this conference. My framing of the future of the university will of necessity look in the present. And in fact, I appreciated the keynote speech from Adam, where he raised some of the issues which I'll pick up at this point. So my framing will of necessity look in the present. And I think among colleagues and friends, I feel confident to challenge some of our current assumptions about the future of the university. But I'm uncertain about a question of whether the future needs a university. And I think I'm not going to offer any foresight on that question, but I do think that it is a question we have to think about is, does the future need a university? I would instead like to use my time this morning to explore some ideas about the knowledge architecture which is vital for the future of the African university and the role that philanthropy can play here. Now, the question of philanthropy came up. Some of you talk about it as the role of the private sector. Adam spoke about it in terms of the role of venture capital. Others spoke about it in terms of the role of entrepreneurs and innovations. So what I really want to talk about is the ideas about the knowledge architecture that we have, but that we need to strengthen, and what the role that philanthropy can play in this knowledge architecture. I believe that there's a strong case for continued support in at least 3 domains that will help circulate intellectual capital more equitably in the knowledge economy. I want to propose a new architecture of knowledge that will essentially need to be borderless, with porous sectors that each contribute to the overall goal of delivering a future in very uncertain times. Let me begin by saying that thinking or even writing and talking about the university and its future is contested, and you will get many possible answers about the future from as many people that you speak to. Coupled with this contestation, almost all of our universities have strategic plans that aspire to the idea of the university and what the university should be doing. Essentially, these plans transpire as our assumptions about the university's future and what we want to happen. And that is good, I think. That's fine. As every good university leader knows, you need to start somewhere. However, I think it's equally important to be mindful that there are 2 sides to thinking about the future university. The one is the future of the university through our plans and what we want, and I'll speak about that, but also the university the future will need. Trying to keep both these thoughts together, or even trying to bring them together, is, I think, something that we have to do. So I'm going to try to give it a shot this morning. Allow me a few moments to provide a very brief introduction here, followed by laying out some opportunities and challenges that face us as a university sector, and then I will offer 3 ideas for support that can offer sustainable African futures for all. Some of the background that I give you, or the context that I'm going to sketch, was already presented when Adam spoke, but let me add a little bit more detail. We all know that investment in higher education in Africa generate returns of 21%, the highest in the world. Notwithstanding the significant challenges to the full educational pipeline in Africa, higher education is an important key to unlocking the continent's 2 most formidable assets: a youthful population and the potential to lead market growth in the future. We know that Africa's workforce will be the highest in the world by 2040, with potentially the biggest middle class on earth. At the same time, Africa's young people lack dignified and fulfilling jobs, and higher education institutions like ours are poised to meet this challenge and produce opportunities and trajectories for decent work in the next decade and in the future of work. So investment in higher education sector has additionally produced significant multiplier effects where returns cascade beyond the investment site. Research conducted by the Carnegie Corporation has clearly demonstrated this to be the case in Africa. The mechanisms through which this multiplication of benefit accrue are still being widely researched, but the unquestionable protection from unemployment afforded by graduating from a university is consistently implicated in this question. And Adam alluded to it as well when he said that as much as people question the value of a university, you will still find families sending students to a university, mostly because the unquestionable protection from unemployment afforded by graduation from a university is not questioned at all. Moreover, the global higher education landscape is rapidly changing following its digital recalibration necessitated by pandemic-related lockdowns in 2022. This digital shift implies a great deal of benefit for the African continent because although we are less digitally mature than our high-income counterparts, Africa could significantly and swiftly address its many skills shortages through the brain gain implied by online learning. In some ways, Africa's higher education potential is less constrained by the legacies of the pre-pandemic world and is thus better positioned to rapidly incorporate new forms of technology and learning in its wake. However, this requires investment in obtaining the kinds of bandwidth and infrastructure that's required for meaningful online synchronous learning in modes that range from conventional lectures to robot-assisted surgical training. Up until recently, philanthropic support from individuals has traditionally gone to sectors such as health, youth, social services, religion, and natural crises, such as the recent COVID-19 pandemic. Higher education support has not often been the most funded by individual donors, but the environment has been changing in recent years. Part of the reason why higher education was not highly funded is that it is viewed as the responsibility of government. This view is no longer sustainable, given the diminishing tax revenues in various African countries, and given the rising cost of running public institutions and the rising enrollment numbers, tax collections on their own are not adequate to sustain public institutions of higher learning. We see it in South Africa as well. Historically, a number of universities were established by churches, kings, industrialists, and philanthropic endowments. Philanthropy has therefore always been part of establishing and sustaining institutions of higher learning, and I would argue that the functional need for philanthropy is even more pronounced today for the future of the university, given the context that I've just described. We cannot take it as business as usual. When I talk about business as usual, I simply mean we cannot do philanthropic work in the way that we've always done. We've got to think about it a little bit differently if we want to think about the future of the university. The continuation of philanthropy to support higher education in Africa is historically justified, but also an existential need, given the many challenges that the African higher education sector is facing today and will, in fact, be facing in the next 5 to 10 years. The issue for the future includes rising enrollment numbers that put pressure on various dimensions of the institution, the need for austerity measures, the deteriorating infrastructure, the mass turnover and migration of faculty staff to the north, and the need to decolonize education in many African universities. At the macro level, the next 5 to 10 years will be characterized by the rise of digitization and digitalization, requiring massive infrastructure overhaul as well as research and development. My sense is universities are also faced with funding constraints, as we heard this morning, and government subsidies have declined, and the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the ability of many students to pay for their education. This situation has forced many institutions of higher learning to look for additional resources from the private sector, from alumni, from philanthropists, and from alternative sources that include increased collaboration with like-minded students. Yet, several institutions of higher learning in Africa don't have fundraising offices and expertise and systems in place. If we want to be future-facing, these will need to be developed and well-resourced. The debate on decolonial thinking is alive at institutions of higher learning. questions arise, and they arose this morning. Are our institutions fit for purpose? Are they producing the necessary workforce and skills that are needed for the transformation of African economies? There is therefore a need for institutions of higher learning to overhaul their systems, reorientate their approaches to the future of work, invest in research and development, construct new forms of knowledge architectures and infrastructures that are fit for purpose and are multifunctional. There's, of course, that pressure to decolonize the curriculum and produce skills for the future. That's indeed a tall order, but I think it's an order that we can definitely meet if we rethink how we do philanthropic work. So given the contextual features that I've just described above, what are some of the critical issues and opportunities that emerge for us as African universities? I would say this is a momentous time for philanthropy in the future of African universities, given that the interest around philanthropy has been growing over the last few years, including through the adoption in formal policy processes. Nearly all of our universities have processes and policies that talk to the question of philanthropy. This was not the case a few years back, and this is an important milestone for philanthropy and one that we as universities should take advantage of for the future of the university. But I do think we need to do it differently, and I'll propose shortly how I think we could do it differently. The statistics that I'm about to share with you are profound if one wants to think about the future of the university and the role of philanthropy. Various World Wealth reports show that Africa is the fastest growing market of high net worth individuals in the world. The number has soared by 145% in the last 20 years compared with the worldwide growth of just 73%. It is projected that Africans with assets of more than $30 million will double by 2025. A report by Candid, an NGO, showed that the number of United States foundations giving to Africa almost doubled in the last 10 years, from 135 foundations giving to 248 giving to Africa. Their funding increased from $289 million in 2014 to $1.1 billion in 2023. And this was given to 36 of 54 African countries. No new studies have been conducted, so I can confidently say that this data is not likely to change. In addition, the Coutts $1 Million Donor Report published recently shows a massive growth since 2014 in mega donations of $1 million and above. A more recent philanthropy report shows that $56 billion was donated, mainly by donors from the United Kingdom, United States, and the Middle East. Of this amount, of $56 billion, $36 billion was given to foundations, and $10 billion went to higher education, suggesting that education was among the top 3 recipients in the UK, in the US, and in China. Africa is missing in this picture, and I believe this provides an opportunity and a challenge for the future of universities in Africa. In South Africa, there are reports of most mega gifts being donated to health and higher education. According to a recent report, there were 19 mega gifts amounting to $52 million, of which 22 million went to higher education. For me, these figures reflect the role that philanthropies can play in the future of universities and higher education, and there is a strong case for continued support in at least 3 domains that should be leveraged so that we build strong knowledge architectures into the future for Africa and African universities. So let me share the 3 ideas. Essentially, up to now, what I've really been sharing with you is there are major opportunities, but if we are going to do it in the way that we always have, then I'm afraid we're going to lose out on the opportunities that philanthropies have to offer African universities. And by philanthropies, as I said at the beginning, I mean individual donors, African philanthropies, and Atlantic philanthropies. African donors, individual donors, private sector, entrepreneurs, startups, and venture capitals. So what are the three areas that I think we should be leveraging philanthropy for in ways that will change the knowledge architecture of universities in Africa as we know them? The first area of investment, in my view, is in sustainable high-quality supervision. And allow me to elaborate here. Targeting the growth of higher degrees in Africa is just part of addressing the broader problem of growing a sustainable research and innovation pipeline. Although the continent is growing its share of PhDs, this new cohort will not yet have the cultural capital and the experience to immediately teach the next generation. Just because you have a PhD doesn't mean you can actually supervise the next generation of students. I think investing in producing higher degrees only will thus still keep Africa on the innovation back foot unless this generation of knowledge makers are accelerated through the skills transfer experience window. In other words, after the PhD, a strong emphasis on skills transfer, mentoring, and so on. Only then will this pipeline be equalized. The lofty goals of growing the number of PhDs in Africa, including a program I lead at the university, in the next decade tempts programs to focus on the numerical data being generated in doctoral recruitment efforts. Yet this agenda requires mindfulness of not just how many African scholars are receiving doctoral scholarships, but also the question of who is receiving them or not. We must therefore be conscious of how recruitment efforts for African doctoral scholarships potentially perpetuate patterns of exclusion indicative of university coloniality. We need to think carefully about inadvertently risking and perpetuating the epistemic status quo of global higher education through rolling out recruitment strategies that may not be suited for progressive philanthropic purposes. For our future, we need to fundamentally challenge the epistemic monopoly of empire on the global higher education sector, in Africa in particular. So I think if one thinks about these PhD programs we're producing or we're recruiting for, let's think also about good quality supervision that doesn't stop at the end of the degree but continues. The second domain which I think is vital for our future is fostering a graduate culture in Africa and in African universities. One of the markers for bedding down a sustainable research and innovation pipeline is the emergence of a self-reproducing sense of graduateness in whichever way that is defined. This sense should extend beyond the university into industry and other key endpoints where our graduates go. All of our graduates don't go into the university. They go to other places. And therefore, we should extend beyond the university. However, bonding curiosity, entrepreneurship, and innovation to the very experience of being a graduate is ultimately the important enabler of sustaining the creation of knowledge by all those who leave the university in Africa. This would need to be accomplished as part of future programming and evaluations in higher education on the continent, and philanthropic support should be leveraged for this. This then brings me to my third and final domain that needs development and that philanthropic support must be leveraged so that we can serve the university well. And this then will link up with what my colleague Tel will speak about in his presentation. And this is philanthropic investment in digital capacity and bandwidth management. This is absolutely required to ensure that the potential advantages of digitized teaching and learning can be leveraged in Africa and for Africa. However, to ensure continuity and again skills transfers that will drive local innovation and growth and keeping it in African universities, there's much more that needs to be done. An investment in digital infrastructures is therefore vital for the future of the university. Having said this, there are new frontiers and threats in our future with regard to technology that we need to be mindful about. And Tel will tell us much more about it, but let me say a little bit. I think the proliferation of tech is going to bifurcate the knowledge market. On the one hand, there's going to be a need for knowledge translation into very specific local needs and demands. And on the other, there will be niche basic science that will require high-level interdisciplinary work to study big issues like famine or the race to Mars. In my estimation, AI will manage the gray areas between these two poles. But as part of thinking about the future of the university, we will have to think about how to gear teaching and learning and research for this bimodal knowledge market without replicating inequalities. And I think there was a question this morning from Tando who pointed out that we have to move away from this who does applied research and who does basic research. I think the threats are even bigger now with technology, and if we're not paying attention to technology, we will deepen the inequality between universities if we're not careful about how we think about technology. Still on the question of technology, a quick survey of AI and higher education terrain does make me wonder, is Africa already being left behind and again being cyber-colonized in the policy terrain, in the publications that are being put out, and in the establishment of knowledge infrastructures like institutes, AI hubs, and platforms, various technology platforms? Now, whether we like it or not, artificial intelligence and generative AI in higher education is being used across the world with many successes and benefits, including in the online environment. So overall, the creation of AI models and platforms is the easy part. I think the difficult part for the future of the university comes in the intangible aspects, in the aspects that we can't touch. How do we regulate the use of these platforms for learning and teaching purposes? How do we decide what is allowed and what is not? How do we ensure that these tools and platforms are used responsibly to advance the public good? How do we make sure that these platforms eliminate bias and prejudice? How do we enhance transparency and accountability? How do we ensure data privacy and access to information? Ultimately ensuring that we are intentional and critical about the role of technology in the future of universities and in the future of the university. The political economy of technology in higher education should be foremost in our thoughts and actions as we try to navigate and shape the future terrain. This is an issue that will be picked up, as I said, by my fellow panelists. Let me conclude by saying the following. While I'm not able to estimate if the future needs a university, I'm firmly of the view that philanthropy has a significant and important role to play in the future of the university in Africa. Universities in Africa have faced multiple challenges, and the unequal nature of our society has placed pressure on university leaders to lead first-class institutions that are inclusive. And I believe philanthropy is one of the key elements in our future and the future of education that must be leveraged, but leveraged innovatively and differently. To maximize on the opportunities that philanthropy has to offer will require strengthening existing partnerships, building epistemic and philanthropic bridges between the North and the South, and the South and the South. To reimagine and sustain the knowledge pipeline that I have proposed in the three domains that I spoke about will mean challenging the colonial-inspired historical intracontinental competition for talent and resources, and will require a strong commitment to pooling our resources, pooling of the continent's human, epistemic, and innovation potential. My sense is that the future of the African university and the African knowledge pipeline belongs to no one state, no one sector or discipline, and that together we should be looking to exponentially grow our capacity rather than erode our capacities through competition. My sense is that this could be a momentous decade for shaping the future of an African university, a future that each of us can call our own. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Prof. I would like to invite Professor Emil to the podium.
I feel really tall now. So first of all, thank you very much for receiving me and inviting me to be here. It's a great pleasure. Already, this is quite different than most conferences that I participate in. Recently, going through Europe, we're talking a lot about cooperation and not competition, and this is kind of refreshing because that's the tone that I'm going to use for this talk. I'm going to take a very specific look at one aspect of the future of the university, picking up from a few things that have been said earlier. And what I'm going to talk about is specifically try to alert to a problem which I think is the biggest problem we have with educational technology and with the future of the university, which is platformization. Not platforms, but platformization. I'll try to show why I think this is a big issue. I'm going to present you with some data that we've collected for the African continent, which we haven't published yet, which I'm glad to show to get your feedback, to show you how big this problem is. And then by the end, I hope to provide some alternatives and solutions and things that can be done to affect this that we've been working on in the South American continent that maybe we can discuss here as well and find partnerships and avenues for collaboration. But first, I've been told that there are many people that know about open education, but that some that are not. And so I'll go very quickly through this idea of what open education is. Now I know how to do this. So open education is a very integral part of what UNESCO thinks is important to achieve SDG 4, that's focused on education. And to us, in our definition of open education, there are basically three pillars and one common theme. And open education is based on educational practices that are open as well. And this is not a new thing. People try to pitch this as an innovation, but it really is kind of a throwback to progressive ideals that we've had for 100 years since we started public schooling. This idea of teachers that want to collaborate, that want to share, an ethics of collaboration, ethics of sharing, things that are difficult to do nowadays because partially we have such platformization and reward systems that don't benefit us. But in principle, teachers want to have more horizontal relationships with their students, they want to share their stuff, they want to collaborate with each other, and we're impeding that from happening. In a nutshell, this would be what we would consider to be open educational practices. Well, there's more to say. I can't spend too much time on it today. The second one is perhaps the most visible, which is the idea of open educational resources. This is a common theme now. Open educational resources in very short terms are resources that you can share widely and legally without having to worry about copyright. So they either they're in the public domain or they have an open license like Creative Commons. And this is becoming a really important theme for UNESCO and for institutions trying to open up their resources as an integral part of making open educational practices happen, right? And including people, providing accessibility to resources. It's become a very important theme. The third one is something that even in the field of open education we don't talk about too much, which is the technical infrastructure itself. So the third pillar is technical and has to do with free and open source software, not just free, but free and open in the sense that you are borrowing from the same ethics of these other two principles, the idea that you can look at stuff, you can share it, you can modify it, you can give it to people. It's part of this ethos of sharing and collaboration that we normally want from education. And finally, there's an underlying theme for us, which is the idea of digital rights, which Professor Roxana just alluded to. If you're doing this stuff online, whether it's hybrid, blended, or whatever else it might be, there's no escaping from the fact that we're inhabiting this space where digital rights must be protected. And we often don't really pay attention to issues of privacy, data collection, and all sorts of other things. So this is the background where I'm speaking from, and this is from a UNESCO perspective. It resonates with them. But what I'm going to argue is that platformization is encroaching in higher education to such a degree that it's making open difficult. But at the same time, these same open principles can really help us think about what we need to do for the future to change this. So whether you like the open principles or not, this might be an avenue forward for thinking about at least platformization in education. So there are two basic elements of tech that I'm going to separate here. I'm not going to talk about the first one, which is infrastructure. So data centers, cables, and all these things were really important, but I'm not going to talk about infrastructure. I am going to talk about services and this idea of platforms, but a very specific perspective on platforms. And I'm going to talk about platforms that are kind of all-encompassing, which we know most of your universities relate to somehow. And I'll show you some data in just a second. But I'm talking about two specific platforms or types of platforms, and the ones you would know most from this would be Google Workspace for Education and Microsoft 365. But you'll see that both infrastructure and services are basically dominated by the same cluster of big tech companies, and mostly two corporations. And so I'll talk about this mindset of platforms in the sense that they're not just a service that you hire like a video conferencing system, but they're really all-encompassing in the sense that they take over other functions of the university and systems that we generally use. So learning management systems, but also importantly and very importantly, authentication systems, information systems, communication and productivity. We kind of move everything to platforms, right? And they become kind of all-encompassing things. And this can be an issue. So very briefly, what has happened with platforms is that we've taken staff, faculty, and students, and we produced a bunch of content. We produce content all the time, whether that's student documentation or it's research articles, and we put our stuff in platforms. And that's okay. We use platforms. We need platforms. But platforms of a specific kind really benefit from this in three veins. And one of them is that they collect this data, of course. They collect our images, our documents, our reports, statistics, research output, everything. But they also collect metadata, which is descriptive data, and importantly, as we've seen in a number of Netflix documentaries, behavioral data. So these behavioral traces that we leave behind. Who do we talk to? How much time we spend on a document? How productive we are? Our social graphs? All this kind of behavioral traces that we leave behind are very important to platforms. Now, this is okay, right? I mean, platforms are meant to sort of regulate these things and collect this data. But what has happened in most institutions around the world, or a majority of institutions around the world, is that we started in many cases with these platforms being offered to us for free. And I know that some of the cases here in South Africa are similar to us in South America. Google and Microsoft would come to you and say, hey, IT manager, director, we have a really great solution for you. It does exactly what you need. It's really great, and it's free. And you can get it for free. And if you're an IT manager, you go free, I don't know, $5 million, free $5 million. It's really easy to justify free. And that's what most institutions did. And so they put all their people in the platforms, whether it was Google Workspace or Microsoft. And soon enough, starting about 2 years ago, the same services started not to be free anymore, and they became reduced. So you had a lot of notifications for universities around the world that said, now you are using 1 petabyte of data, you can only have 100 terabytes of data. That's kind of a problem, right? People were not happy, reduction of storage and features. And so they would either stop using it, or what most institutions ended up doing is they started paying. Ironically, a lot of the services went back to what was really bad before. So when students complained, we only have 5 gigabytes for our mailbox. Well, that's exactly what they got right now, right? So they thought they were switching to something better, but they're back to where they were in square one. This is the model for most places, and this is what's been happening over the past 2 or 3 years. So you have all your data there, and you really can't go anywhere. So either pay or you accept that you're going to have bad services, and you keep moving on. And I'm not going to go into detail to all the problems because, again, we have enough Netflix documentaries to show us these problems, and you kind of know at least a couple of them. So profiling, prediction, advertising are things that happen with this data. You try to profile a student and cluster them and provide that data in the aggregate to be able to predict behavior and to influence behavior. We know how that works. But also really important things for institutions and for clusters of institutions. We become engines for fidelity. And this has been a model that big corporations have done in the past with software. The reason most of us use Windows or Apple is because we're just kind of used to using it for our whole lifetime. And before I would say this, some people would not believe me, but then we have quotes from actual people from Google saying this. This is their market model. They want to make young kids start using Google Workspace for Education because they want to keep them faithful to their product. That should worry us a bit, especially if you're talking about basic education, but also when we're talking about college. So by the time they get to college, that's all they know. All they know is Google Drive, right? And that institutionally we become locked in. These platforms are intraoperable. They work really well inside each other with their own services, but they are terrible at interoperability. They're not meant to help you move out whenever you want. It's very difficult to get away from these platforms when you have all your systems organized around them. That should worry us as well. There are many things that we could talk about. We don't have time, so this is just a bit of what happens. Now, you could say this is just one or other institution. Maybe you think you're alone, or you think it's only South Africa, or it's just a couple of you, or you might not think that this is a really big problem. But you can't find this data. We can't get Google or Microsoft to give it to us, so we went after it. It was a really hard time. We mapped every single higher public education institution in the South American continent, in Latin America, really. That was 646, and we know that 76% of them have either one of two services, Google Workspace or Microsoft 365. That's two services from two corporations from one country, not ours, another country. 58% are with Google, so about 3 times more than Microsoft. Google is a new player. It's kind of interesting how fast they moved and they took over the market. If you're curious, the red dots are the ones that are Microsoft or Google. Now, this is the Latin American continent. We know this is pervasive. And then some colleagues of ours started doing the very difficult job of getting data for the African continent, because that was really interesting to us. It's really quite easy to get data from Europe and North America. This is much harder to do. And so we did this for the for the African continent. And we haven't published this yet. The preprint is there if you're interested in downloading the report to see country by country what we get. And in a couple of weeks, this data will be in our site. And it's all open data for people to play with and give us some feedback as well. But mapping 1,170 public higher education institutions in the African continent, we get a number that's a little bit lower, but still by far the majority. About 60% of these institutions have contracts with either Google or Microsoft for their platform services. The same proportionality applies, which is similar to what we get in South America. That's impressive, I think. But what does it matter if these contracts? What's the problem if you're thinking about the future of the university and where we're going? This is what I'll argue next, and I want to see if this resonates with you here, but this is the pattern we've seen in many countries around the world. So institutions start adopting these services. They need platforms, they need software. In times pre-platforms, we already had relationships with big tech. I'm sure you bought licenses for Microsoft Windows or Server or whatever it might be. Of course, big tech would try to influence government and institutions to get contracts. That's part of the business model. That's the way it works. They should sell their product. That's how it worked before. Not anymore. The way it works now is that even governments encourage institutions to adopt these platforms. And in Brazil and in some other countries, this has happened. It used to be that we would protect communication and certain data from, that were produced by the public in public institutions. So if you're in education and health particularly, government would mandate that your servers and your data would be handled by other public institutions because it's really sensitive data. For us, this was a law that was passed in 2013, but was repealed in 2018, and so there was a free-for-all trying to find solutions. And what happened is that instead of big tech coming to institutions, institutions went to big tech and say, how can we save money? We're getting less money, there's disinvestment in education, how can I use your services? And they said, we can offer it to you for free. Good deal. So we continue with big tech pushing, but now institutions are going after. There's a reversal of roles. Another player is national research networks like Sanran or Tenet here and RNP in Brazil. I'm not sure if Sanran does this here. You'll have to give me that feedback. But in many countries they do. They become brokers for these corporations as well. And in some countries they're really nice brokers, and in others they're not. They kind of push these platforms to universities. And this is a contract from our national research network, RNP, with Microsoft that doesn't say we're going to help you use Microsoft. It says part of the contract is they have to tell you the benefits of Microsoft products when your institution and you're asking about platforms that you can use. So they become agents of change by providing these services and promoting them to universities, which is kind of unique for a public institution. So then you have institutions go into the on-ramp and say, you can give us a good deal, we're going to talk to you, another reversal of relationships, and we finally get to where we are, which is at the institutions. And then staff get involved, and they become basically workers for private corporations. You get technical staff that become first layers of support, right? So if you have a problem, you're supposed to talk to your university, not Microsoft or Google. And then you have professional development staff that have to teach people how to use this stuff. And so you get faculty involved, and you get courses like this, like teach how to use Microsoft 365 to faculty. And you get this new job for staff that is supposed to be independent and public and are now working for these corporations and doing their service instead of getting hired out to do it. So the myth of being free kind of breaks down immediately because you have staff working for these corporations and you have technical staff providing first layers of support. It doesn't work very well. There are a lot of students at our university that simply can't get access to email after 6 months because they'll write to Microsoft and Microsoft says, it's not us. And then you write to our university and say, it's Microsoft. So there's a governance issue with that as well. Nobody owns anything. There's nobody who is responsible or can act on it. Finally, we get to the students, which is what we really want in the end, is we want to get this mass of students to join these platforms and provide us with this data and metadata and behavioral traces. But not only that, and there are many other actors involved, but just to give you one example of how this changes this governance structure, is we get external people involved and you get parents involved. If you want, as a parent, to know what's happening with your kid at a school, now you have to create a Google account or else you don't get access to that. And there are many other actors that could be involved in getting this stuff to the market, but just to give you a sense of how these changes to relationships happen at a scale. And so the argument that we can talk about platforms or technology as tools, which is something that we've, since at least the 80s have been talking about, kind of breaks down. And what's important about platforms is in this scenario over here, they're kind of intermediaries to the right to education. If we're talking about public institutions, particularly if we're talking about basic education, once you put a platform in the middle of a student and the learning, you're creating an intermediary, a private intermediary to the right to education, and that's a huge issue. I'm going back. Should be going forward. All right. So some roles are reversed. Some new roles are changed. This idea of tech support that these people didn't do are created. Teachers become data analysts. These professions change quite a bit just because we have platforms. And these power relationships drastically change. Institutions are not purchasing a system. They're being slaves to the system once they adopt it. There's very little evidence of anybody getting out of Microsoft or Google because it's really, really hard to do once you're in. So I like this quote from Albert Borgman, and I'm picking up drawing, that's the best I could do. He says, to extol the consumers to deny the citizen, when consumers begin to act, the fundamental decisions have been made. And we are less than consumers. I mean, especially as faculty and staff, if you're on a decision-making position, you're less than a consumer. And if you're becoming just a consumer of a tool or a user of a platform, you have been denied the right to be a citizen and to deliberate about these choices. And they impact you more than just the tool that you use, right? That's him. It's really quite bad, I know, but I'm trying. Next time it'll be better. So to finalize on a more positive note, there should be a lot more we could talk about platforms. I'm trying to convince you on a large scale that this is an issue and that we are mostly affected by it in our institutions. And if you're not, you will be. Someone's going to knock at your door about it. What can we do? What are some of the things that have been done in other places that we are doing that I think that we can think about in making this change, which is a very hard thing to do? The first one is to look at policy and to look at a large-scale level in terms of institution and state, what can we do to make a change? And I'll bring one example, which I think is quite fantastic because it's practical, and I'll bring some examples from the north and some that are not. This is SURF, which is the NREN for National Research Network for the Dutch, for Holland, and what they do is they have a values-based procurement. They have a document that says if you want to implement technology in our schools and in our universities, you have to adhere to these values. And you might think it's just a document, right? It's just a nice little document that they come up with, but it's not. So when Google decided to join the European market, they went through the Dutch to do it, and the Dutch said you will only get into the Dutch market if you apply by these rules. And then Google said, we don't want to do it. And the Dutch said, fine. Google came back and said, okay, we'll do some of it. And the Dutch said, not some of it, all of it. And Google said, nah. And then they came back again and they said, okay, we'll do it. And they did it because it's the Dutch market, and if they get to the Dutch market, they get the European market. So after not many discussions, it worked out pretty well. And the Dutch have a completely different offering of Google Workspace for education than most of us do. It's because they tried, right, and they can do it. Starting from a discussion of educational technology from the perspective of ethics and values and public values is really important, because if you don't have those set up, you don't know what to ask. You don't have to ask corporations. This is not just for Google or Microsoft, it could be for anybody else. Here we go. The other thing that you can do is we have, and this is something we've developed and we've used in the Brazilian government at state, federal, and municipal levels, is to play this game, which is called the Open Education Policy Game, that grapples with a lot of these issues. It's a game that you can download. It's an open game. and you can use it to create policy with politicians. And we've done that, and we've passed policy at the federal level, at the state level, and municipal level to talk about this stuff. So people can grapple, understand what the role of technology is in the future's perspective of education, and not seeing it as just a tool that they have to use. So they look at an idea of education from the perspective of openness, they look at legal issues, technical issues, pedagogical issues, and they kind of build up their policy from there. And if you're interested in building this in your institution, it's a great way to start a conversation and to build a document. Second, and this is a perfect place to say this at this conference, is the idea of cooperation, which we've been talking about quite a bit, and the idea of cooperation between institutions. There are many examples of this from around the world, and we have certainly one in Brazil, which is our video conferencing system. It's federated. I know you guys use here Zoom as a federated system, or a system offered to the universities. We use Big Blue Button. It's an open source software that's federated among all federal institutions and public institutions in Brazil. But I'll give you another example, which I think is pretty cool and has been around for quite some time. It's the Skibo project. It reads Skibo, and it's from Germany. It's a consortium of institutions that has a file sharing service, like a Dropbox of sorts. And it's meant to be, it's used by about 300,000 students. It's been around for 15 years, and students rate it better than Google Drive and Dropbox over the years. So it's not a service that's worse. It's made with free software. It's federated between institutions. It's provided with public funding. It's cheaper, and it's better than the private platforms. It uses partnerships with private corporations, but just not big tech. And that's a completely different model than what we're used to. It's been around for a long time. It can be done, right? And finally, resistance. And so I've talked to a lot of teachers being around some events in the African continent, and I think we agree in the sense that we a lot of times as teachers have to resist and try to do some crazy things. That's really important, but the idea of the martyr trying to do things alone is not very healthy. So again, we need collective solutions to this. But the collective solution, the solution so far has a lot been revolving around the idea of media literacy, to teach people to be responsible online. And I think that's a misnomer, because online means that the corporations that are pushing the idea of you being safe online are the same corporations that are pushing you these platforms. And so the idea of teaching media literacy while you're using big tech and making people responsible for their own surfing of the internet and being responsible for their own lives online while they're using big tech is incredibly responsible, and I call that responsible gambling. It's okay. But give you better alternatives. There's a colleague of yours, Laura, from emeritus from the University of Cape Town. She just published a collection of really beautiful articles on the higher education for good, thinking about the future of higher education, and at least 4 or 5 chapters that talk about ways in which universities and institutions around the world are trying to find ways around this in terms of collective action by teachers and students, trying to think and modify how people see technology in the future of higher education. It's an open book. I would encourage you to take a look and find something that you find interesting. There's one example from Brazil, but there are many others that you can take a look at as well, trying to get away from the idea of being a martyr. Finally, because this is partially a UNESCO talk, there's going to be a Congress in November in Dubai. This is the 3rd World OER Congress from UNESCO to talk about these issues. We're going to be talking a lot about the common good. We're going to be talking about digital public goods, and we're going to grapple with some of these issues in education. And that Congress is going to be in November. So if you're very interested, or somebody at university is very interested in this topic, in openness and technology, and what does that mean for the future of education, I would encourage you to participate. Finally, I'll finish with a phrase from one famous guy. Anybody? Brazilian guy? Educator? Thank you for being loud. I wouldn't hear you. That's wonderful. So my drawing is spectacular, or he's really famous. I'm not sure. Maybe both. Paulo Freire says something in Portuguese, which is the world is not. He says, o mundo não é, o mundo está sendo. It's kind of a hard translate, but he says the world is not given, in a sense. The world is becoming. The world is happening. And a lot of times in our social lives, we also think about these big tech influences in our lives as something that's inevitable. You can't get away from Instagram. You can't get away from Facebook, from Meta, from Google. But I assure you, he already knew we can make changes to that. And some things might change if we try to act collectively. That's him. This is my best one so far. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pressed for time. Professor Osman urges us to look at our systems differently and recommends a thorough overhaul of our systems and puts philanthropy at the middle of it. She shares some ideas in terms of how we can do things differently. For an example, sustainable high-quality supervision is one of the things that we might want to try. Recruitment efforts that are not discriminatory, that's another way of doing it, that are suited for philanthropic efforts, fostering a graduate culture, etc. And on his part, Professor Emil reminds us of the different options that we have, and we know that as institutions of higher education in South Africa, we're scared of changing our platforms, and because we are scared that something might go wrong. But anyway, you have shared with us ideas on how best we can do that. That said, I'm going to take 3 hands before we move to the last session. The gentleman who recognized the author from Brazil. And another hand. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks very much. David Hornsby from Carleton University. Really interested in both presentations, and I have a quick question for both presenters. Roxana, you're talking about some really path-breaking types of approaches to philanthropy, and I know that you've been working with particular models and in particular partnerships. I wondered if you had any example points of where you've been able to apply these provocative ideas and how they've worked. Professor Emil, really interested obviously in the OER model, and this is something that I think speaks to the heart of not only higher education in South Africa, but also Canada and elsewhere. But the broader problem, as I see it, is that universities and university sectors in particular are not tech companies. They're not designed to support tech in the sense of the modernization, the updating, the renewal pieces. Case in point, where we've seen the rubber hit the road is with learning management systems, and switching to open educational resources like Sakai or Moodle has then come up against the need to maintain them. You suggested coalitions or collective action, but that still is taking universities out of their mission insofar as maintaining tech. Under a resource-constrained environment, do you have any thoughts around how the collective action piece can mitigate perhaps some of the more significant dimensions of maintaining open educational resources?
So that's the first question that people ask, because it's the best question to ask, because we're less funded and we don't necessarily have the expertise. So what we found when we did these ethnographic studies at federal universities in Brazil, fairly big ones, is that we don't have we used to have the expertise. We don't have the expertise because we got less money, and IT was always seen as a secondary thing, and then we got big tech and we thought we solved that problem. And that's happened in basic education as well. So you have state departments like São Paulo, which is the largest school system in the world. You have enough money and enough people to take care of this, but this investment has been so continuous and for so long, and big tech has found this as an opportunity that now we don't have it anymore. So we did. Right now, the solutions that we're playing with is we're discussing with the USAF of Brazil. We've been discussing for many months now, and with our National Research Network, we do have expertise to maintain this, and already do. So our software like Big Blue Button to 1 million users, and Moodle instances, they have all this infrastructure and all the technology, and they're publicly funded. So our biggest bet right now is to work with NRENs, National Research Networks, which have that expertise, and they're still public. They're mandated to work with public universities to make that happen. I think at this point, other than something like the example from Skibo, where they're focusing on one service that they can do really well, it's really hard to think of that we're going to substitute all the functionalities of all our platforms and leave it in the hand of the institutions to do it, because it is getting more complex with keeping privacy, invasion, spam, and whatever else. So yeah, we're still believing in the National Research Networks. They're not giving us a lot of hope, but we're trying. We're trying.
Thanks, David. Can you hear me? So I think part of what I proposed was exactly what I've learned from a program like this, and I'm currently leading a large doctoral program called USAF. It's the WITS Edinburgh Sustainable African Futures Doctoral Program. And I think from that program we've learned that if we want to really build the growth of higher degrees is only one part of a solution. But that with this growth, you need to look carefully at how you're sustaining a knowledge pipeline of people who can be the next generation of academics. And so the key element there has been the importance of joint supervision between the two universities, the recognition that this is not a once-off, it's a continuous relationship long after the students have graduated, and that we have used digital ways of connecting with each other. So the supervision occurs online, which is also novel because most people think you have to be in the same place to be able to do that. And it's a collaborative doctoral program with 10 African universities. And the fellows, the doctoral fellows, are from the 10 universities, including Wits University. And the important thing is not taking the fellows out of their universities and out of their countries, but in fact retaining the talent on the continent. So I think it's, so what we've learned is that if you really want to sustain the knowledge pipeline long-term beyond the PhD, then one's got to think about philanthropy in the way that I've proposed. And in fact, that is a grant-funded project funded by the MasterCard Foundation. So that will be an example of one of the programs. Thanks for asking that question.
Thank you very much. A last round of applause for our speakers. Before they leave, something to thank you. Bye. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like for us to go to our last session before lunchtime. And we have one speaker, Professor Parky, the Director of the African Institute of Mathematical Sciences, AIMS, South Africa. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I realize I'm the speaker before lunchtime, which is a real exceptional honor. So I'll try to make this as engaging as possible. And we're going to talk about technology and the human interface in the future university. And in the previous talk, we heard a question of whether there should even be a future university. I'll bring in some AI, actually quite a lot of AI, because yesterday there was an announcement for the 2024 Nobel Prizes in Physics, and this goes to two AI pioneers. And during this talk, I'll sprinkle in some of their work as well, so that you actually understand what this Nobel Prize work is about. I have a disclaimer, my lenses are tinted. I've never really worked in a university per se. I've worked in various startup companies. Some were small, some were big, some were sold to bigger companies, some went completely bust, etc. And now I find myself in the university and education sector. And when I teach artificial intelligence to students, both at Stellenbosch University and at AIMS, we always end up with a debate on during the last class. And the debate is around a question that people ask when they start companies and when they invest in companies. And the question is this. It comes from a book by Peter Thiel. It says, what important truth do very few people agree with you on? Or, rephrased, What important thing do you think is going to be true about the future that everyone else in the room will disagree with you? Because if you can answer that question, you would sidestep issues like Kodak becoming a company that no one knows anymore because of digital cameras. You would probably still use a Nokia phone, but none of you do. We all had our 3310s, etc. And this idea of disruptive innovation comes like this. So Adam Habib spoke about a horizontal progression where we do the same business as usual. It is extensive progress. We just copy things that work. And this is called taking solution one and just replicating it. Universities, unfortunately, have to operate in a space where we have to think about vertical or intensive progress, doing things that are new. And if you don't keep an eye on this lens, like many companies, like Kodak, like Nokia did, then you are often out-innovated. So what truth do very few people agree with you on that you think is true about the future? Or what do you think is true about the future that everyone else will disagree with you on? So I think there are two. I think my children will not take a driver's license test. I think within a number of years, there will be self-driving cars on the road that will be safer. And when I think about tech, that's how I invest. There's a second thing I think that's going to be true about the future, and you're all going to disagree with me. And the classes that I teach in Stellenbosch and in Ames disagree with me, and it is this. The university in its present form will be obsolete in 2 decades. And all of you vice-chancellors and administrators, you disagree with me because your jobs are at stake here. And the debate in class at Ames and Stellenbosch usually go like this. So I claim universities will be obsolete in 2 decades because of these reasons. All the resources that students need, or the course material, are available for free online. Every course that the student does at Ames, probably in first, second, and third year in Stellenbosch, unless you're doing medical science or vet school, could be found online for free and sometimes taught at a much better quality. Secondly, there's a proliferation of massive online open courses where someone could take any course on demand at any time. The third one is students are riddled with shackled with a huge amount of student debt when they graduate. This doesn't have to be so. Both these first two little light bulbs are cheap or free. So all the components are on the table for the university system to be radically disrupted if we're not careful. And then there's a rise of AI, which we'll talk about. So I'm not the first person to say universities will be disruptive. Yes, Mr. Samuel Johnson in 1781, he says lectures were once useful, but now that everyone can read and books are so numerous, lectures and university teaching is completely unnecessary. And now, a couple of centuries later, I'm posing you the same question. And the students in Ames, and actually students in Stellenbosch, I've done this exercise with 5 different year groups now. They say the same thing. They say, no, universities will survive. And they survive because of 2 reasons. Usually the students come up with only 2 pillars. One is social. Students want to be integrated into a social ecosystem, which none of this online experience them. The second one is that students are inherently lazy. There has to be some method of extrinsic motivation or peer pressure to get them to class at 8 o'clock in the morning to get them through a curriculum. Now, if you know, this is true, this is what my students tell me. If you know these things, then I think the components are still on the table for some company or some institution or some grouping to really radically disrupt education and make it cheap and affordable and not... I really believed in massive online open courses when they came to the scene about 10 years ago. I even registered a domain name, mookmania.org. The idea was to set up a company and to build innovation and education structures around all these free resources. And a decade ago, MOOCs promised 3 things. They promised expanded access to education, they promised transformed systems, and they promised that we'll actually teach better because of all the data that we'll gather. And there's a really interesting book called Failure to disrupt. These are by people from MIT, from the Learning and Education Institute at MIT. And here are the reasons, the conclusions after 1 decade of MOOCs. They said successful MOOC learners demonstrate effective use of self-regulated learning strategies, goal setting, time management, help seeking, and self-monitoring. So the question a bit earlier about all the invisible things that are the invisible curriculum that's taught at the university. These are all the components that someone requires to succeed in MOOCs. The second one is that 80% of people who actually complete one of these massive online courses, Coursera, edX, name it, have a bachelor's degree already. And so what you see is that all of these technologies serve the educated. They serve the educated pursuing some post-secondary education, and this in turn creates a vicious cycle. It's a market where online courses drift towards education for people who are already in business who want to upskill themselves at great cost. And there's a really nice quote. It says, social inequality is a tenacious feature of educational systems. We've seen this in how these massive online open courses developed. It started as something that was promised to be extremely equal, a democratizer of education. And where it's ended up with is a system where you pay a lot for online open courses, and most of the novel content is around MBA-style courses. But there's still the rise of AI. And that is why I do think universities have to stand on their toes. And I'll give you one example. And there's a new wind that's blowing through universities very, very quickly. So a modern AI system, Gemini, ChatGPT, or the next versions, can have 1 million plus context windows. So this is just a technical term. I'll explain it later. This is essentially enough for a student who's tech-savvy to write a prompt, and the prompt gives us input, that entire stack of history textbooks. The entire stack is part of the query. And the AI system, roughly after 30 seconds of compute, says, "You're welcome." And out comes the entire essay written as a summary of the textbook. So this is true now. This is going to be true next year. And this is a real problem for anyone who teaches in the social sciences. It's a problem for people who teach mathematics, like I do as well. So I'll take some time and just give 7 ideas for you to help you see the wood from the trees when anyone speaks about artificial intelligence. Because you read about it in the newspapers, there's a large amount of hot air, and somehow you as university leaders have to determine what the signal is, where the wind is blowing, and what is absolute hot air and noise and scaremongery. Okay. So I'm going to give you a few challenges. Everyone from Stellenbosch, yeah, you've already done these challenges. Okay, so pay very, very close attention to the screen. It'll take 5 or 10 seconds, then the opportunity is gone. Are you ready? Okay, go. Just look at the screen. Okay, some challenges for you as an audience. How many people did you see? Any answers? 1, 3. How many presidents were there? 2. Countries. Did you see anything unusual? What would each person eat? Of what other things were you reminded? When I give this talk to some people, they would tell me the smell of the braai when Frans Schapina and Nelson Mandela lifted them. That's what they're reminded of. And so you are very fast. You're actually really incredible. The kind of work that John Hopfield won his Nobel Prize for yesterday is something called associative memories. It's a memory structure that's done computationally that allows you to associate South Africa winning the Rugby World Cup with the people you were with on the day and the feelings that you had, even if it was so many years ago. Okay, so you're really good. What's this? Okay, let's see. Just need to click in the right direction, right? Oh yeah, here we go. What is this? Okay, so no one can answer this question, but if I gave you something very simple, like a pocket calculator, you could do this very easily. And artificial intelligence is nothing but taking the complicated questions that you've just answered. There's Mickey Mouse with Ronald Reagan, I can imagine the braai that I had, and doing exactly the same, but on the computational substrate that's nothing more than a traditional pocket calculator. And that is it. And so why is it hard? It's hard because pocket calculator, the computer only represents things as numbers. So if I zoom into this image, it's composed of pixels. If I zoom into these pixels, they're composed of smaller cells, and every cell is represented as a number. So I'm just showing you this because once you understand the core bits of AI, you'll know where the wind is blowing. So every pixel could be represented with a number, and let's say, so a computer doesn't actually see Mickey Mouse. It only sees one extremely long series of numbers. It doesn't see a history textbook. It sees one very long series of numbers. So let me try this as an exercise for you just before lunch. If all the red pixels are numbered 0 and all the white pixels are numbered 255, etc., is this pixel white or light pink? You know, it's white. Well, it's more whitish or light pink. It's not bright red. And the reason is actually you have some number in your head that says this number is closer to white than it is to red. So what you have is a little decision rule. And if you were to squint and make up a rule in your head to determine whether these 3 pixels are red or white or light pink, what would you do? You take the average of them. Okay, so you take the average of the 3, and so you just take a third of a third and a third of each pixel. You get a number, and you say, is this red, closer to red or white? What you've done internally is exactly what the fathers of AI have done. They've taken these 3 numbers, they've multiplied them by a third, added them, applied some threshold, and got an answer. So you can stack these tiny operations together in something that looks like a brain or a network. So here we go, and we've stacked these units together to do something more complicated than look at 3 pixels. So there's a bit of terminology, AI terminology, that I'll teach you today. Here we have 6 parameters. These are the numbers that you multiply these pixels with to get the average. So that's what you know when you hear the word parameter. It's just a number that sits on a synapse or on the official synapse. Second terminology that you need to know is that these artificial brains have a structure. This is called a model or an architecture. And the last bit of terminology is how these are trained. So this bit that I'll explain to you now is the work that Jeff Hinton got his Nobel Prize for yesterday. It's extremely easy. Look in retrospect. So the idea is this. You've got some artificial brain, and you give it an example of a dog. You multiply a lot of numbers together, and out pops a number. And the number says, actually, it's probably a dog, yes. If I give it a lot of training data with labels, and maybe I put in an image of a dog, and the system says, out pops a cat. So each of these numbers on this massive brain has to be changed so that the answer is a tiny bit more like dog than it was before. This process is called training on an artificial neural network. And the work that Jeff Hinton got a Nobel Prize for is mechanisms for setting all of these parameters. So now that you know these things, I want to conclude with 7 big deals, and then you can break for lunch. Deal number 7 is the biggest one for all of you, including myself. The first one is that none of these ideas that we read about now in the press have been on the market before 10 years ago. So all of the state-of-the-art work in understanding speech, understanding language, have only used these techniques for the last 10 years. And so the accuracy and performance has grown better and better until that's where we are now. The second big deal is that these models have lots and lots of numbers in them. So our little example had 6 parameters. These models typically have more than 100 billion parameters. So extrapolating that a little bit, that will quickly reach the number of synapses in the human brain. And a few things had to happen simultaneously in technology for these models to be learned and for these models to be as disruptive as they are now. First of all, there has to be lots of computation. So NVIDIA is printing money with the GPUs they are creating at the moment. They're a $3 trillion company because of this. The second one is there had to be progress in designing these artificial brains, and there has been. The third one is there had to be simultaneously progress in setting these little weights or numbers in these artificial brains. And lastly, one had to get progress in increased data set sizes. So these systems are typically trained on all of YouTube, or I almost want to say all of the internet. And so with these technological advances came an inflection point. And this inflection point is probably the one that blindsided everyone. And that is that as these artificial brains grew, up to about 2 years ago, everyone could predict where technology is going. And at a certain scale, emergent behavior was being unlocked. So emergent behavior is the following. Emergent behavior is saying that, well, actually, if I train a model with 8 billion parameters, maybe it could do question answering. If I train it with a bit more, make it bigger, maybe it can do better question answering. What transpired was that as these models became bigger, it could suddenly do many more tasks that weren't even possible in smaller little brains. Arithmetic, summarizing documents, code completion, language understanding, question parsing, translation, physics question answering, law exams, medical exams. And you don't really want to look at these graphs except for one thing. The inflection point in terms of computations that unlock this emergent behavior is roughly 10 to the 25 floating point operations. So it is huge. It meant that some governments had to sack their national AI councils. This was the case for the United Kingdom because no one could foresee this disruption that was coming on the horizon. Big deal number 4 is that these AI models that you read about now is not cheap. These 10 to the 25 floating point operations. If I were to write this as a number, this is what it would look like as a number to train it. So if you were to imagine that you pay so many American cents per floating operation, then you can probably truncate somewhere and then work out what the cost would be for training one of these models. For a large model like ChatGPT, just training it amounts to, back of the envelope, more than 100 million American dollars, just for creating it. Not engineering, just baking the cake once. So it means that the shift in AI research and tooling has largely shifted towards very big companies and national organizations that can afford it. So this is a plot from The Economist. And what is really worrying for universities is that none of the universities and even research consortia could compete in this space. So it requires a lot of innovative thinking. Big deal number 5 is that disruptive progress here is happening exponentially faster than it has ever happened. So I'll start with a small example, and I know you're hungry for lunch, so we've got 3 more big deals and then we're done. So in the 1960s, the big challenge of AI was just to translate English to Russian and back again. It's the height of the Cold War. And I'll show you a 3-minute video clip of what life was in the 1960s. And I want to do it to prove a point. And the point is how quickly things are changing now and how, as educators, we have to keep on standing on our toes. So let's hope the sound works. Can you turn it up?
computer scientists saw it as a mere number cruncher, a small group thought that the digital computer had a much grander destiny. Being a general-purpose machine, it could be programmed to do things which in humans require intelligence, play games like checkers and chess, and solve brain teasers. The field became known as artificial intelligence.
Can machines really think? Even the scientists argue that. I'm convinced that machines can and will think. I don't mean machines will behave like men. I don't think for a very long time we're going to have a difficult problem distinguishing man from a robot. And I don't think I know the word about a computer. But I think that computers will be doing the things that men do when we say they're thinking. I'm convinced that machines can and will think in our lifetime. I confidently expect that within a matter of 10 or 15 years, something will emerge from the laboratory which is not too far from the robot of science fiction fame.
They hadn't reckoned with ambiguity when they set out to use computers to translate languages.
A $500,000 supercalculator, the most versatile electronic brain known, translates Russian into English. Instead of mathematical wizardry, a sentence in Russian is to be fed in...
One of the first non-numerical applications of computers, it was hyped as the solution to the Cold War obsession of keeping tabs on what the Russians were doing. Claims were made that the computer would replace most human translators.
At present, of course, you're just in the experimental stage. When you go in for full-scale production, what will the capacity be?
We should be able to do about, with a modern commercial computer, about 1 to 2 million words an hour. And this will be quite an adequate speed to cope with the whole output of the Soviet Union in just a few hours computer time a week.
When do you hope to be able to achieve this speed?
If our experiments go well, then perhaps within 5 years or so.
And finally, Mr. McDaniel, does this mean the end of human translators?
I'd say yes for translators of scientific and technical material, but as regards poetry and novels, no, I don't think we'll ever replace the translators of that type of material.
Mr. McDaniel, thank you very much.
Okay. There are some really interesting things that are said in that talk. At the end, the gentleman said, well, he expects Russian-English translation to be done within 5 years. It actually took a factor of 10 longer. 50 years later, I could go to Google Translate and say, can I translate Russian into English? So the time scale between someone making a confident prediction saying it will be done now until actually executing was 50 years. I'll tell you another story. So I was in a startup a decade ago, and we built statistical tools to manage dialogues like you do for Siri. And this was acquired by a big tech company, so I worked in Cupertino a little bit. And 7 years later, one of my colleagues who went to OpenAI, he posted this. He says, actually, all of the technology that was relevant 7 years ago, it doesn't actually matter what's said there, all that technology is completely obsolete. None of it's actually being used in state-of-the-art techniques now. Tooling like ChatGPT. So that window of saying we're going to do Russian to English to actually executing it, that 50-year window, that window is shrinking exponentially to a 7-year window, a 5-year window, and that is why we have to really think about the future. Big deal number 6, I'll skip because many of these tools are open, they're open models. But big deal number 7 is the one that you should be thinking about every day. And that is that these current large language models can read a whole history textbook and regurgitate it and answer very meaningful questions from it on demand. And this means that there'll be huge disruption to education. So it's a big deal for me because this is one of our questions in the AIMS entrance exam for Masters Mathematics. This is typeset in LaTeX. It says a square matrix, etc., etc. Can you prove this? And out comes a perfect proof, not written by a human. It means that we have to physically interview every person who applied to us to know whether they actually submitted legitimate work. It changes the way we think about teaching. It changes the way we think about examination. And it is very disruptive. So Helga Novotny was the former president of she is the former president of the European Research Council, and she's someone who works in policy, and she gave a talk on the wisdom and control and regulation of AI systems in Cape Town a couple of months ago. And she had 2 points on this. She says it's going to be disruptive, and the way we think about assessing students in universities has to change completely. There's no way we can go back to essays or any submitted assignments before. And the other one is that curriculums, it's time for curriculums to be redesigned from scratch. And I said, how would you do this, Professor Novotny? And she said, run an open competition where different teams could submit curricula and evaluate it. Don't even try to do it on your own. So that's where I'm going to leave you. It is a very exciting future. It is possibly a very, very disruptive future. My hope for all of us here in South Africa is that we would be absolutely ready and equipped to embrace it, that we wouldn't actually hold our Nokia 3310s, but that we would see the transition and be prepared for it. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to summarize. I'm still internalizing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, questions, please. There's a hand on my right and another one at the back. Please go ahead. I'll start here first.
Oh, thanks so much to the presenter. I'm in history, so we're obsolete. So us and the mathematicians, we're watching this carefully. I think there is something to be said about the necessity of the disruption, and in history, because it completely affects us, we've actually been forced to change assessment. And so, ironically, we've moved away from the essay to logic questions. So we now ask questions of logic and sort of internal consistency rather than questions of did the barbarians, take down the gates in Rome? Because the answer to that is on ChatGPT already. So I just thought that this was a very useful presentation because it's affirming where we're moving in terms of our obsolescence as some of these disciplines. And I don't know if there's enough work, I don't know how much work you guys are doing in terms of driving new ways of thinking about cognition and how you actually still need to train kids to be cognitively critical. So I was just interested in where you guys are going with that.
Thank you. The lady at the back, and then you'll respond after.
Thank you. You mentioned, that AI can read a history book and regurgitate it and summarize it. My partner's a historian here, and she is teaching a course on critical feminism and has done this exact thing, and actually it can't share local knowledge. Like, yes, it can read books, but most of the books in the algorithm are from the global north, so there are particular narratives and knowledge productions that are being reduced. So I'm not criticizing AI, but I guess my question to you is, how do we ensure that there is adequate inclusion of different cognitive understandings of the world, different knowledge production areas coming into and being utilized by AI, so students aren't always exposed to the same discourses and the same ideas? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so I love both questions regarding I think the first question touches the purpose of the university. One thing that's very clear from the analysis of MOOCs is that the value that the university adds is the ability to teach students to think critically. The message we give our students at AIMS is that we don't want ChatGPT's answers because our role is to teach them to think for themselves. And that's the role of a history department, to teach students to critically examine everything in the light of history. For content that's mainly situated in the global north, the example that I gave, when you type a prompt into ChatGPT, you'd say, ChatGPT, tell me about this and this. And the prompt is very short. In this case, the prompt would have 1 million words. So there are tool sets now we can actually upload an entire book, and the book becomes part of the prompt. So that's technology that's running and becoming available now. With regards to the north-south biases, the complexities around whose voices are included and not included in the data sets that these systems are being trained on, the complexities around the cultural biases that are encoded in monolithic systems. These are all open questions. I'm not here, unfortunately, to give any answers except that to say that if you have a discussion over lunch, this will be a very, very stimulating discussion. But I do want to challenge you with a discussion over lunch, and that is the question of whether you believe that universities will be obsolete in 20 years or not. And if you disagree with this, of course not, but you have to have a strong argument why. And for me, it has to be more than just all the power skills that students are taught, the environment in which they are taught.
Professor Mbati is convinced that it's a no. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session. We are actually running, if we haven't done so already, out of time. It's 25 minutes after the 1. Can we then immediately go to the foyer in front and take a photo? And then we'll go for lunch. And if possible, please, can we come back at 2 o'clock? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to you all. Nolwazi Mamorare. I serve as the Chief Financial Officer of the University of Johannesburg. I will be facilitating this session, which is the Funding Strategy Group. So please check your program. And if you are in the right session room, thank you for choosing us. So colleagues, as we start, I think we've heard from practically all the speakers we've had in the morning how the university as we know it will not survive without sustainable funding into the future. So the discussions for this session will include a number of sub-themes, but to really talk about how do we intensify the funding that's required for universities and especially research, the state subsidy model, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme model, its sustainability, and the university fee regulation model. We also have the broader societal environmental concerns of climate change, waste management, water crisis, to just name a few. And all of these affect the daily lives of our staff and students. Our operations and the sustainability of the university must be considered with all of this taken into account. As I speak, our own campus does not have water. So, colleagues, we have to consider the ways that knowledge production contributes to the greater sustainability of the university and the society at large. So both my speakers here today will be taking us through their thoughts and opinions and ideas on how we tackle these challenges that seem insurmountable. So our first speaker for the day, he is a professor of economics at Stellenbosch University. He is a former president of the Economic Society of South Africa and a former member of the advisory Harvard Group of Economists to the South African government. He currently serves as the Chief Operating Officer at Stellenbosch University. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Stan du Plessis.
Thank you very much. Nolwazi, thank you very much. Colleagues, I do think we all care about the sustainable finance of our universities. The heart of my message, I'll give right at the start, like the movie Gandhi, so you see the end at the start, and then I'll tell you how we get there. At the heart of this message is we need sustainable finance for our universities, and it is largely our own responsibility. That is the core of the message. It is a mistake to see this as largely a discussion about somebody else. It is a discussion about ourselves. We know about the tremendous agenda that we have for higher education in the country. This is just to anchor ourselves in the ambition of the National Development Plan. And we know that we have a long way to go to meet the aspirations of the National Development Plan with respect to the education of our entire population. And we know that universities all around the world face tremendous financial sustainability problems. So these are just headlines from around the world, but we know that they are also true in South Africa. And I'm going to make it very concrete for you by discussing an example that I am all too familiar with. So when we started our budget process at Stellenbosch University last year in August, we factored in the cut in the block subsidy that you are all aware of that was implemented this year. And we budget over a 6-year horizon. And when we rolled our budget forward with reasonable assumptions over a 6-year horizon, we faced a cumulative deficit over 6 years of 1.4 billion rand. Now, we know that Stellenbosch is a comparatively well-resourced university in the South African system, but we do not have 1.4 billion worth of of unrestricted, unallocated reserves, so we would not have been able to walk that path and absorb these losses over a 6-year horizon, even if we were crazy enough to think that we should try. The good news is that we were able to take strong and immediate action so that we didn't realize losses this year and we will not realize losses over the next 6 years. But to do that, we had to reprioritize very sharply and very deeply within the university. And that's the second part of the message, is the problem was enormous. It required very big action, but that action was within the capability of the university to take. And it is within the capability of all our universities to take comparable action once we identify the problem. Now, the reason for this difficulty is the trajectory of our incomes versus the trajectory of our costs. Our income streams are comparable at all of the public universities in the country. We have a considerable stream of government subsidy, and we expect that stream to grow at less than inflation for the foreseeable future, and indeed this year it declined in absolute terms. Then we have a stream of student fee income. Then we have a stream of research contract income. And if you differentiate further, you might separate out your philanthropic donations and your commercial income as fourth and fifth streams, or you might roll all of the above into your third income stream. But it is especially those first two income streams that make you wonder whether there is a trajectory for those income streams that is higher than a realistic projection of the cost escalation at our universities, at least the cost escalation that we have seen over the preceding 20 years. There is a reason behind it, and that is that our universities, and I'm now speaking from the perspective of a university that has a substantial research portfolio, share the same business model problem as research-intensive universities elsewhere in the world. In these universities, you have two entirely different businesses plugged onto the same cost basis. You have what Christensen and Ehring called an English-style teaching college, and you have a German-style research institute, and both of those sit on the same cost structure within the university. And from a financial management perspective, it is almost impossible to determine when particular activities should be attributed to one or the other in a way that is required to do accurate cost control. That is, like I said, not a situation that is unique to the South African system. It is true of research-intensive universities everywhere in the world. And the result is that efficient financial planning and management becomes all but impossible. All but, not quite, but all but. And it is important in this discussion to realize that the research portfolio part is almost always loss-making from a financial perspective. Now, I must always here hasten to add that I'm not saying that the research portfolio is not a tremendously important part of what we do. It is absolutely essential. That is why we do it. For the impact, for the academic contribution, and for the contribution to our society, these are critical parts of what we do. But when you put an accountant's lens on, it is also a fact that the research part of the university is almost always loss-making from a financial perspective. The only question is how much. How much does it cost the rest of the university to carry the financial expense of your research portfolio? And I'm going to show you some international examples. So let's look at Harvard. So in Harvard, and this is from their financial statements, you will see that Harvard, to pay their annual operating expenses. So what this graph shows you is the funding required to pay for the operating expenses at Harvard. 36% of the operating expenses are paid from their endowment. They have a $54 billion endowment. So this is not from this year's revenue. This is from the investment portfolio. Another 9% is directly donated. So 45% of the Harvard budget is not paid out of this year's revenue. This is what is required to sustain the business model as run by Harvard. Let's look at Oxford. This is last year Dame Richardson retired as the VC at Oxford. She said in the Financial Times, we lose money on every student we admit, and we lose money on almost every research tranche we take. You can do that if you have 900 years of accumulated assets to plug the gap. If you don't have that, you have to realize that the business model operated by Harvard and Oxford is not a model that scales. At Stellenbosch, we are 50% larger than both Harvard and Oxford in terms of student numbers. They can serve a number of students that's in the early 20,000s. And it is astonishing to think that a university like Harvard serves in the early 20,000s with a $54 billion endowment. If we measure a South African university against the measures of financial sustainability of leading research universities in the US, you will immediately see where the difficulty comes in. So I'm using here the Forbes. Forbes does an annual assessment of financial stability, sustainability of American universities, and I've got Stellenbosch on the right-hand column. So the first criterion is, what is your endowment? This is this famous $54 billion for Harvard. What is the endowment per full-time equivalent student? To get full marks on the Forbes assessment, you need $335,000 per full-time equivalent student in endowment. Harvard has 2.2 million. Yale has 4.7 million. Stellenbosch has $65,000. Now, that's not on a market exchange rate. That's using a purchasing power parity, a cost of living adjusted exchange rate. And that would be high in the South African context. But you can see on an international comparison, we are very far from what would be regarded as a sustainable university in this discussion internationally. Our reserve ratio, well, this is free reserves. This is not your total reserves. This is the part of your endowment that is not restricted by funders and that is not already allocated to some purpose within the university. So at Stellenbosch, it's almost 15%. But to get full marks on the Forbes assessment, you need 2.4 years worth of free reserves. In other words, you must be able to run all of the expenses of the university for more than 2 years with no income in that year to get full marks on the assessment. The university in the US that scores highest on this measure has reserves to run their university with zero income for the next 22 years. By the way, we do well on one of the measures. We don't have a lot of debt. So those universities, part of what gets them into trouble is they borrow a lot. We are not allowed to borrow, so we don't have a lot of debt. So the ratio of our assets to liabilities is very favorable. That's good. We also run a very tight ship. We don't budget for surpluses. Colleagues, I'd be surprised if you budget for big surpluses. So the operating margin at Stellenbosch is 7%. At many universities in the US, it's as high as 40%. And Forbes regards student fee income as a high vulnerability. So at Harvard, the student fees make up less than 5% of their income. At Stellenbosch, it's 25%. And colleagues, within the next 2 years, and for the first time in our history, student fees will be a larger proportion of our integrated budget than government funding. If we had this discussion 30 years ago, government funding was more than 90% of the integrated budget at Stellenbosch. So the world has really shifted for us, and we are leaning ever more on student fees. And we also have to ask ourselves about the sustainability of student fee escalation, and I'm going to return to that in a few slides. We face additional risks to those that US universities face. We have a stagnant economy, and that has a disproportionate impact on poor households, and those are the students we are most desperate to offer the opportunities for higher education. We have a government with a precarious fiscal position. This is a real problem. If we think of government's ability to provide support to the sector, we must acknowledge that our colleagues in government face a budget constraint that is as precarious as any of our own. We have a national financial aid scheme that I'm going to call poorly designed and badly implemented. And I'm happy to discuss that and whether you agree with me or not. And I have some more information about that later on. We have had alarming cost escalation at universities. And I will say something about that in a few slides. And then we've got, as a consequence, rising student fees. And we have real concerns over fee regulation. The stagnation of the economy is very apparent from this graph. So this graph shows per capita GDP in the economy. In other words, that's the annual output of our economy on a per person basis. And all that you need to pay attention to is that the end point is the same value we had in 2007. In other words, we have not made progress on average over a 17-year period. And you also know that in South Africa, given the high degree of income inequality, the average hides more than it reveals, that poor households did worse than this average. So the impact of this stagnation on poor households is much worse than you'll get even from this deeply discouraging picture. So we used to have an economy that grew much more substantially from 1994 until 2007, an upwards trajectory. The economy can do it. So now I'm speaking as an economist. There's no reason for our economy to stagnate, but there are real reasons why it has stagnated, and that's been the story of the last 17 years. And that has really harmed the prospects for our sector as well. And now I'm going to compare, or I'm going to show you the resources available to higher education in South Africa on an international comparison. On the x-axis, I have the share of GDP that is spent on higher education in a number of countries for which the data is available internationally. So if you move to the right here, it means more resources are spent on higher education. So the US is out there, it's the blue dot. On the right, it's a very expensive system. And then on the y-axis, I have the proportion of the population that has graduated from some form of higher education as a proxy for the output of the system. So again, the US is kind of high on the y-axis, so they get a lot out, but they spend a lot for it. It's an expensive system. The OECD average, that's the club of developed countries, their average is the dark dot that you see in the middle there. And you would expect a positive correlation, but it's a messy correlation. Where is South Africa on the system? Well, if I take just the direct subsidy to universities, then we are that dot. If I add the more than 50 billion spent on NSFAS this year, which goes directly to the universities, then we are that dot. And you will see, colleagues, that the most striking feature about the South African position is not our position on the x-axis. It is our position on the y-axis. It's what we get out of the system. It's what Adam said this morning. It is what is the efficiency of our system, given the fact that we actually have very substantial resources on an international comparison. Now, you might say you don't like my GDP comparison. I've heard this before when I talk about this graph, because you might say we're a developing country, so we should spend a bigger proportion of GDP on education. But I can also encourage you to think about it this way. If you take out education from that sentence, as a developing country, you could argue that we need to spend more on health, more on housing, indeed more on everything in the developmental agenda, but our tax base is not more than. So our tax base in South Africa, between 25 and 30% of GDP, is already as high as that of a developed economy. So there is a limited tax base, we have many needs, and we are spending on an international comparison a very high proportion of that on higher education. If you do this on a per student basis though, so I'm going to use again a cost of living adjusted rand-dollar exchange rate, we spend about $12,500 per student on our system. That's the same as Korea and Italy. But the average for the OECD is higher at 18,000. But we're spending the same, colleagues, as Korea and Italy. And that should already tell you that our problem is not on the x-axis, it is on the y-axis. It is the bang for our buck which we get out of the system, and that's what we really have to grapple with. Now, I'm now talking about the pressures that we experience within the system, this comparatively well-resourced system. one of the problems from a university's perspective is we do not control our numbers. We have an enrollment cap, as you know. The government subsidy has been declining in absolute terms relative to inflation for a number of years, in absolute terms this last year. We face the threat of fee regulation. And I call it a threat for the following reason, and it is at its simplest level technical. If you do not control your student numbers, and you do not control the subsidy attached to those student numbers and your research output, then the only variable in your budget over which you have direct control to ensure the financial independence of the university is your student fee. If that student fee is also regulated at the national level, then the financial independence of our universities stop right at that moment. So you will have no financial independence if the fees are regulated. And you can't get financial independence from your third income stream because I've already argued that your third income stream is loss-making. So you can't make up for a loss of independence through the third stream. In fact, we need independence in the first two income streams because the third income stream is loss-making. Meanwhile, our salaries have escalated very sharply with the rest of the public sector over the last 17 years. And so we have raised our fees to balance the budget. Now, to raise your fees in these circumstances is problematic. This is another quote from Christensen and Ehring. They said the current crisis in today's universities is real, and much of it is of the university's own making. In the spirit of honoring tradition, universities hang on to past practices to the point of imperiling their futures. When reduced budgets force them to cut costs, they trim, but rarely make hard trade-offs. Paradoxically, they respond to economic downturns by raising prices. From a market competition standpoint, it is slow institutional suicide. But you can make the sharp trade-offs. It is not necessary for us just to trim, and the example that I gave at the start of my talk demonstrates that. Now, on this chart, I'm going to show what economists call the cost disease of higher education. So this messy group of lines are the subcomponents of the consumer price index in South Africa that measures the cost of living over time. And I've rebased it so that the CPI, which you hear about on the news, is the... So every component that lies above it over the last 25 years have become more expensive than the average consumer basket. Clothing and footwear is down here. So clothing and footwear has become cheaper relative to the rest of your consumer basket over the course of the last 20-odd years. That's tobacco, by the way. The highest component is tobacco, which government is actively trying to tax out of our pockets. But we are that blind. We are in, and let me show you where medical expenses are, just below us. We have experienced in higher education a higher cost escalation this century than the cost escalation of medical expenses. And we are responsible for it. I mean, those are the decisions that we have taken because our fees are not regulated. We have ourselves decided to enact the red line that you see over there. I'm going to show you another way of looking at this. The data is old, but all that has happened in the last 10 years since my economic history colleagues drew this graph is that the trend has become worse. So this is an inflation-adjusted cost of a BA degree at Stellenbosch University since 1911. So all you need to appreciate is the upward march. So this is inflation-adjusted, right? So this is not the effect of inflation. This is having adjusted for inflation that you see how much more expensive the BA degree becomes. And if you look at the slide over here, you'll see that the cost since 1911 has tripled, at least up to 2015, and it has gone up more since then. But what really matters is the comparison between this cost and the average income in the country. So that's on the next slide. So now I divide the BA degree's cost by the average household income in the country. And you'll see that actually in the first half of the century, up to the 1960s, the first half of the previous century, the burden of coming to Stellenbosch declined very sharply. So the economy was growing sufficiently fast that even though the BA degree was becoming more expensive, households were becoming affluent faster than the BA degree's expense was rising. But since the 1960s, we and everywhere else in the world, because this term, the cost disease in higher education, was coined in the 1960s, we have seen this relentless rise relative to the economy, so that higher education has become a more and more expensive product over time, and it is now at the most expensive position it has been relative to income since the beginning of the 20th century. This is a massive problem in a country, like I said, where the average income hides a lot. The average income is higher than the median income in South Africa due to the level of income inequality that we have. And that means that from a numerical perspective, a lot of South Africans have a position that is much worse than you see on this graph here. And then we have the issue of the NSFAS bursary. We understand the context in which it was announced, but you also know, colleagues, that it was announced 2 months after the release of the Heer Commission's report. The Heer Commission was specifically tasked to investigate the possibility of providing fee-free higher education. You also know that the Heer Commission said it is not sustainable. It is not a viable option. And yet it was launched two months later, and the consequence is that the amount that we've spent on NSFAS has gone up from 15 billion rand in 2018 to more than 51 billion rand this year, substantially more than is being spent on subsidizing universities directly. So these are the difficulties that I have with the current NSFAS scheme. And I'm saying current NSFAS scheme because I don't want you to misunderstand that I think we should not have a system of extensive financial aid for comparatively poor South African students. We have to. And the economic reality that I showed you makes it even more urgent that we have such a scheme. But the current scheme is a non-viable answer to that very real problem. It is non-viable for a number of reasons. I'm going to discuss the poor design of the system in a moment, but also at the principled level. We heard this morning as well, you were reminded of the fact that higher education yields a higher return, private return, than anywhere else in the world on our continent. That's also very high in South Africa. If you look to the work of my colleague Sir Vaas van der Berg, the private benefit is enormous. If the private benefit is enormous, it is logical that the beneficiary should shoulder some of the burden. Now that burden should be shouldered in such a way as to be non-onerous. In other words, we must design a way for the student to carry a part of this burden in such a way that their financial future is not imperiled. But that is a very long way from saying they should have no responsibility at all for the education that will benefit them so very handsomely. So from an economist's perspective, it is not a reasonable design if you have such a large private benefit to have no part of the obligation. And from an ethical perspective, in a country in which most didn't have the opportunity for and the benefit of higher education, I also don't think it is ethically right to say that the taxpayer alone should shoulder the burden to provide this opportunity for our students. You might be aware that our spending on higher education is the only part of our social budget which makes this country's income distribution more unequal. So on this graph, components of the budget which lie above the axis make the economy more unequal. So when we spend on childcare grants, disability grants, old age pensions, of course these are targeted grants, all of which ends up making the income distribution more equal. Not higher education. It makes it considerably more unequal, not by design, of course, but it is because of the private benefit. It is because our graduates experience such an increase in their lifetime earnings that they end up pulling the income distribution further apart. That's not a South African story. Here's the Ivory Coast. So this is a Lorenz curve. We use a Lorenz curve to see whether the impact of a particular expenditure is equalizing or whether it causes inequality. And an expenditure which runs on this curve exactly along the diagonal will leave the economy in exactly the same position from an equality perspective. If you lie above the Lorenz curve, you make the economy more equal. So the childcare grants Lorenz curve lies above the diagonal. But higher education is down here. Higher education ends up benefiting a part of the population much more than it does the rest of the population. That should also encourage us to say, well, those who benefit should shoulder part of the burden as a progressive step. So a progressive support for students in South Africa also expects them to shoulder a part of the burden. And then there are various design problems. I'm not going to talk you through all of them, but I want to mention some of them. The system is so demonstrably unsustainable that, as you know, it has a hard edge at 350,000. So if your family earns 351,000, you get no support at all. That is an irrational design. You are not materially less, or you don't have materially less need in South Africa with 350,000 rand income than you do with 350,000 rand family income. And there is no necessity to design a scheme with such a hard edge. The appropriate design would have been a phased edge for this scheme. And of course it has to be adjusted for inflation. So this 350,000 is 350,000 in 2017 rands. That's when the edge was designed. 350,000 rand in 2017 rands today means 260,000 rand. So if we thought you were poor in South Africa because you had a family income of 350,000 rand or less in the year 2017, then apparently we now think you are poor when you have a family income less than 260,000 rand in comparable rand numbers. That is not a reasonable position to take over time. If you are going to design such a system, it is incumbent on you to not allow bracket creep, to not allow inflation creep to erode the benefit. And you know, colleagues, this happens. Your own students can lose their NSFAS bursary through the operation of inflation whilst they are at university, if their family income gets pushed over the boundary, and then they go from a fully supported to a zero supported student. In an attempt to make this unsustainable scheme sustainable, various reactionary measures have been taken, like capping, for example, the accommodation fee last year to 41,000 rand. This year, some have been adjusted to 50,000 rand in metropolitan areas. And the consequence is that the NSFAS students who came to university under the impression that they would have no financial obligation had 608 million rands worth of cumulative debt last year for housing alone. Their food allowance cannot pay for a year's worth of food, so we have a massive food security problem. So at Stellenbosch, we now provide one free meal per day for our day on our expense because their food allowance has run out. And then there are various problems of maladministration, which I'm not going to dwell on. Let me say a few things about what we can do, because that was the message at the start. I said, we face these very real problems and we can do something about it. The first thing we can do about this is to follow Adam's advice this morning, is to say we should take control of the agenda of our universities. We should not care that I read on News 24 over lunch that 7 South African universities dropped on the Times Higher Education ranking. That is not an agenda that is relevant to us. That is an agenda for universities that have a $54 billion endowment. We should set the agenda in the context where our universities are meant to make an impact. And that already is a liberating idea, that we don't have to care about the headline that I saw over lunch, that we can decide, much like Arizona State University has done. Michael Crow, their president, made an interesting observation a few years back. He said, you know, if at ASU we use technology to provide quality learning and teaching to more students with the same academic staff. So that's what in every other industry would be called a rise in productivity. The only impact on the ranking would be that you would drop, because the ranking is based on a mechanistic formula that says a better university is one which looks like Cambridge, that has one academic per student. So this is the only sector in which you will be punished on a comparison by working more efficiently with the resources that you have. But remember, the punishment is not here, and the punishment is not in the lives of our students. The punishment is by the ranking system. And that's why I argue we shouldn't care about that. We can look to examples like Purdue for a different way of providing financial aid. So not saying we shouldn't do financial aid, but we can design financial aid that is not onerous in the form of prohibitive debt, of a prohibitive debt burden, but nevertheless expects every student to shoulder a part of the burden of the tremendous resources that was spent on their education. We can decrease the cost of the operations at our universities. Part of that would be to increase the throughput rate at our universities, in other words, to increase the efficiency of our academic delivery. And there are interesting ideas. You're very familiar with them. We can think of modularizing. We can think of micro-credentialing and hybrid learning and teaching. We can also think of using our assets more effectively with multiple entries per year, allowing students to accelerate their degree programs. These are ideas that are being tested elsewhere in the world. And I think we should challenge our colleagues in the system to say, let us also experiment with some of these ideas that will have a real impact on the efficiency with which we use the resources already in our system. What we cannot do is take the position of Dame Richardson. So she said, we're aware of the fact that at Oxford we are pretty cost inefficient, but she says, don't worry about that. She says, there's no doubt that we are administratively deeply inefficient and that it's a financial drag, but it's a price our academics and colleagues want to pay for their autonomy. We do not have the luxury of that choice, and I don't believe it is a trade-off with academic autonomy. She is right, it is a trade-off. It is a trade-off with the way things have been done. I remember the porter at the college when I checked in. If you asked the porter, why does it work like this? He said, because it has always been done like this. That is the trade-off. The trade-off is not with academic autonomy. We don't have to sacrifice academic autonomy to be smart with our resources. And then finally, I think we can use our assets more effectively. Our assets are our academics from an intellect. So this is human capital. Our assets are our physical assets, our campuses, and our assets are our academic content. And we can think creatively, not just to expand their access horizontally to more students, but also vertically into the lives of our students with repeat learning programs throughout their careers. And that, for me, is also a part of the message that we heard earlier today. Part of the response to Ulrich's lecture is to say that the relevance of the university is not just to provide bachelor's programs, but to provide repeated learning opportunities of a very rich kind throughout your career. I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much, Nolwazi.
Thank you very much, Professor du Plessis, for so clearly painting for us the state of our university's financial sustainability, the risks that come with that, and also the reasons why we should rethink the various models current and proposed for our funding. You've also painted for us quite clearly the root causes to this and our own contribution as universities towards the state of affairs. And I think importantly, our own capability to change the trajectory. You also have highlighted the role that has been played by endowments and philanthropy into sustaining universities. So I think it's a nice way of introducing our second speaker, who so understands that universities exist for the greater good of society. She is a cognitive neuropsychologist and currently serves as the head of corporate citizenship at Standard Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Kirsten Greenop.
I'm a little bit concerned about why there's a step here. And I feel very high. I feel very like overseeing kind of thing. So if I fall off the step, you have to promise not to laugh. Thank you so much, Nolwazi, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to each and every one of you, mainly because this is an outside-in perspective. So while I may be presenting from the view of the private sector and from the bank point of view, I mean, I could be presenting from any bank. It doesn't matter that it's Standard Bank. While I could be presenting from any bank point of view, these are the types of considerations that we are looking at when we are looking at certain sectors in society, one of which is obviously education. Now, you can pick and choose your banks, your financial institutions, the partners who you deal with. Each one of them is going to have a different view on the areas that you find the most important, right? And you'll see that in RFPs that you get, and you'll see it in tenders that come through your way. But what I wanted to speak about today was the flip side about what Stan was speaking about. And I'm so grateful for the detail and the complexity at which you've actually set this out, because that level of complexity lets me use a lot of those examples to say, well, when we answer the question, which I absolutely loved right at the end, is what do we do about it? When we try to answer those things, you're going to have to answer it not in isolation, but you're going to have to answer it in partnership with the people who are around you and the institutions that you partner with to get it done. Not just government, but the private sector as well as the needs and the requirements from the private sector and the communities in which you operate. So one of the things that I wanted to do is I took the idea of, well, first of all, I stole an idea, which in an academic environment would get me banned. I didn't plagiarize it. I asked them if I could use it, and they said yes, I can have their idea. We have a particular section in the bank which deals only with our education ecosystem. And they use the education ecosystem as what we consider from the private sector point of view, education as a nexus for growth. So all of the indicators that were presented before about higher education, the cost of higher education, how it increases inequality, what we're doing within the education sectors, we're looking at that, which is absolutely valid and is absolutely fair, and we're saying, what else exists? And this is a threat and an opportunity to you. What else exists that enables people to grow in terms of their own development, their socio-economic standing in society? It doesn't mean that everybody has to have a tertiary level education, but there is something special in tertiary education that we don't get elsewhere. What is that? How do you draw in on it? How do you monetize that? And how do you actually get some revenue out of it so that you're able to be more sustainable? So I use that education, the nexus for growth, as something that we use to be able to say, how is a tertiary institution positioned in our communities, in our society, how we evaluate them, how we look at them, and how we can partner with them, and then what are the kinds of services and products that we need to be able to get them to the point that they want to get at. So to answer the question, what do we do, right? And this is very, very mercenary. In no way, shape, or form is this because we're doing public good, right? It does have elements of that because bank benefits, education benefits. These are exactly the people that we are supporting as a community, private sector and education sector, who are going to be growing the country and taking it forward. If they don't get what they need here, our country is not going to develop. You've seen the trajectory that GDP is going on. We know that there's probably going to be a slight increase next year. It's not to the level of like 3% that we need to actually show any kind of meaningful, significant growth. But where are the sectors that actually are going to give us growth? And one of the sectors that does give us growth, even though you are highly challenged, is the education sector. And that is because you're a catalyst for other growth. So if you are a catalyst for other growth that occurs in society, are you taking advantage of those areas of connection to other areas of society to both benefit those bits in the community as well as to monetize them? So to be able to look at, and this is harking back to when the best part of my life was when I was an academic. Now I'm not an academic anymore. I was at WITS for 10 years, is you deal with the intersectionality of it. Look at the intersectionality of where these policy positions come from, where the technical decisions come from, and who in your organization is making the strategic decisions about how you are going to be operating in those communities. And one of my first things I want to ask, when this clicker works, click, click. Oh, down. There we go. Thank you so much. I only have one slide. Are you in those meetings? Are you in the strategy sessions that are developing the position and the trajectory of your institution and the community in which it's operating in? Because if you're not, there's a problem. There's a deep fundamental problem if you're not in those. Because the people who are making the decisions about where the university is going strategically need the perspective of what makes a university financially sustainable and what enables that university to make the significant changes that communities are asking from you. So if you're not in those rooms, where are you? Is it being sidelined? Some people have the very, very good privilege of actually being in those rooms and having those conversations. That is something that one of the kinds of conversations that we like to have with our partners is, where is your decision making? How can it be done? And are you having a proper impact on the direction in which your institution is moving? Not just in terms of, are we being cost efficient? That is absolutely essential. But where else are we going? Where else are we deriving value? And where are we providing value? And what is the cost benefit of that in each sense of the word? So when you start looking at things like the future of universities, you start looking at things like, well, is the university sustainable? You can say, and especially in this room here today, you can say, fundamentally, one of your basics, one of your pillars you need to look at is financial revenue or financial. You could look at endowments, you could have a look at how costs are contained, you can have a look at how the system and the machine works, and you can look and see how you can optimize that. But there's a couple of other things you need to be considering as well, and this is why I would suggest that you need to be in the room and you need to be having these conversations, is that you also need to be in the room having the conversations about what are the communities that we serve, what are their needs, requirements, and who are we developing these communities for? So I know that this argument is long. It's been around for absolutely ever. The private sector gets up and says, oh, you really need to produce students that are going to come into us as a machine, and we're going to use those students in a particular way. And universities are like, don't dictate to us where the private sector wants to go, because there is value in research as a whole, and both of those are equally correct. But is there a position, is there a way, where are your positions to be able to say where you're linking into the community, into society, and where you're making a valuable difference? Is it revenue generating or not? Is it loss making? Have you decided to accept that loss making approach or not? Okay. So the other parts of sustainability that we would then look at is, where are you located? And now I'm going to go back to some of this more sustainability level jargon, right? ESG. The environmental, social, and governance risks that you need to consider in your circumstances. Environmentally, where are you located? Where is your university, and what does your population look like? And how are they going to be impacted by the inability to adapt to climate change? Have you done those projections? Okay. That for a university, for example, that's sitting in KZN, that's quite immediate, and you can look at it right now. University that is sitting in Gauteng, one of the things that you're going to have to look at is, how much are we online? How much is hybrid? How much is the infrastructure around data available? And will this change in the near future? And then very, very recently, when are we going to hit day zero? And when we hit day zero, what are we going to do about that? Because universities cannot have people on campus if there's no water. So this type of like risk mitigation, adaptation, has this been done in the institutions? Because what this is going to do is it's going to, if it hasn't been planned for, it's going to introduce something, it's not a black swan, but maybe a grey swan into the situation, because you know that these things are coming, but they need to be planned for. So is the way that you reach your communities in a way, at a level of research and intervention, something that is knowledge generating to be able to assist in climate adaptation? Is it a way to create student resilience for when they are actually not able to arrive at a campus or to have access to a particular device? Is this more exclusive than it is inclusive in access to education? What are the levels that you are looking at? Because these are the types of conversations that we have with policymakers. When policymakers are looking at where do we need to be able to provide the resources that are available, they need to be ones that are very, very keenly and very explicitly and us able to demonstrate. And I was absolutely amazed by that one graph, which I would like to borrow, steal, and credit to you. I won't plagiarize it, I promise. That one about inequality and higher education, I think is classic. It's absolutely classic, and it flavors a lot of the conversations that we have with policymakers. So, are you considering the financial structure of your institutions in a way that deals with things such as environmental catastrophes, environmental changes, the movement of people away from those areas because of climate reasons? Right? And that may be an exercise, a thought exercise that you can go through. But then there's the ones that come after it, which I would suggest actually affect you more. The ones that come after that are the social implications and the social risks that come with it. And those social risks about what you're dealing with are things that you will see in a number of your policies that are coming through from Department of Higher Education and yourselves. Things such as how do we deal with discrimination? How do we deal with inclusion? How do we deal with bully trauma on campus? How do we deal with students who geographically are isolated? So those may come through in bitty policy positions, but how are you dealing with it in its totality as a university? Is it something where there's an office that is put to the side and it's outsourced in terms of responsibility? Because once again, that becomes something about the manner in which the university is considered and perceived by the community in which it is served. Right? So while those are they sound like sort of lunchtime conversations, those need to be factored into your risk analysis of where you are going and where your community is going. What is the level of social unrest and and the lack of access that is going to take place when a particular water system breaks down and there's no water available? What is the community going to be looking like? Is it a community that is traveling in, or is it a community that already exists around the tertiary the entity? Is that something that is seen as inherently integrated into the society in which it is located? And what I would suggest to you, and I know that many of you have departments, areas, people who are dedicated to this in terms of their outreach, to go into the private sector, to go into philanthropies, grant-making organizations to say, we need additional money for X, Y, Z, is start looking at those institutions, those grant-making places, those private sector institutions, and when you are, for want of a better word, fundraising, what you need to do to be able to get access to those funds a hell of a lot easier is you've got to link it to ESG. Because those private sector organizations and donors and philanthropic organizations, that's what they're measuring. You've been doing it for years and years and years, it just hasn't been using the words of ESG. It needs to be included in the reporting and the impact and the value in which you're creating. That is how you get access to those types of funds. That's just a small example. It's the manner and thinking about what you have at your disposal that you are able to use. Other things, for example, and these are very small, they're incremental, there's no one silver bullet, there's no one quick fix, none of us knows what this is, for example, things such as, another thing which Stan mentioned, I may as well just hand over to Stan, he can carry on, is one of the things that he mentioned, which I completely agree with, is where is the buy-in from students to their own university career, their own tertiary career. So when you have the way that you break up a curriculum and access to particular courses, knowledge, research, etc., where is the input, where is the inroad into that you are able to take? And as people who are more concerned about the operations, the finances, you need to be able to input that information to someone who is making those decisions strategically, not somebody who is saying it would be more difficult for me to have access in the course of a year. You need to be able to have those conversations with people because those are the things that are revenue generating almost immediately. So one of the things so as a bank, we've got the usual student funding, there's like student access, tertiary education funding, every bank's got it, it's the same. But then there's also particular sources of funding. There's a pot of funding that is unsecured funding for those students. So they pay back when they start working. Is that something that would be able to get them into the system better and not leave them along the way? But then have a look at the other sources of funding. So for instance, we have a crowdfunding platform where the student is actually the enabler of their own funding. So they access and they crowdfund for their own support, and we actively support that. It's now been moved outside of the bank and it's become a standalone entity called Phoenix, is that they then create a platform where they are the student organizing their own tuition. They fundraise for support around tuition fees, books, medical care, it's holistic support, funeral care, psychosocial support, etc. So it's all around, it's the holistic support of somebody trying to get through a tertiary degree, so which leads to then your throughput rates, which ultimately links to the performance of the university as well. So where are those value chains that you're having a look? And I know I'm sort of just chucking out lots and lots of questions, but these are the types of things that we need to be thinking about as an ecosystem to say, who are the people around you who can help you as an institution? So it may be your financial advisors, it may be your banks, it may be your partners in, for example, creating think tanks, it may be your fourth streams of revenue that may be existing. Is there enough professionalization around that so that it goes into the private sector to draw those funds in? Because the more the private sector uses that information, the more they will come back to you to be able to use the resources you have available. I was thinking about it in the last session before lunch when you were talking about AI. And that wonderful graph that demonstrated that ChatGPT costs a hell of a lot of money. And that the only people who are actually able to afford creating large language models, etc., are private sector areas, right? We tend to put most of our money into combating fraud using AI, but it's going to grow. It's going to another area. But what is missing from all of those conversations, and especially in the private sector at the moment, is what does responsible AI look like? Where are the ethics of AI? How do we critically engage with AI? Not just how do we live alongside it and adapt to it? And the private sector is struggling with that. So where it is kind of these types of things about how you have that intersectionality. But the point about this, and this is something which is probably just going to be very difficult for you to be able to, anybody to click their fingers and do, is that this is not a side of desk job. So this is not a side of desk work while I'm doing something where I'm looking at how particular systems are working and that we are able to use revenue in a particular way, that I am also able to consider the environment in which we're working in and know that actually from a risk-based approach, we are going to be in a community that is leaving the area that we are currently located in, maybe does not want to be in that area anymore, or there are no jobs to support what that university or tertiary institution is going to be focused on. The classic example would be, and this may be, maybe I don't give this example, but why, in the Free State, why do you need a maritime research area? I mean, maybe you do. I don't know enough about that. But why would that be necessary at the cost of 350 million rand? It's kind of like a little bit weird. But anyway, you can go find the articles on it yourselves. All right. So then this comes to my point of, can you make money while doing good? I lifted this from a private sector conversation because private sector is seen as traditionally very much capital-driven, profit-driven, etc. But that's not where the majority of the money is in terms of how private sector is making money anymore. Private sector is making money in the intersection between where we're linked to universities, tertiary institutions, and social good benefit type organizations. And the linkages of those two, creating almost a blended finance type approach, that is where we are actually getting the biggest amount of traction, and we're making the most change, getting more jobs, getting more people bankable, which is ultimately what we would want as a bank. Okay? So we can do it at the same time, but you have to be deliberate in how you do that. So if you are deliberate in what your strategy is of advancing research in a particular area or advancing education in a particular area, how deliberate are you in saying where does that fit into the community in which you operate, and what is the quid pro quo that comes back to you as an institution? Okay? So finance is at the intersection of all of this. It's both an enabler and a barrier. It is the area that you can actually use and leverage to be able to do a lot of this thinking. It is difficult to have these conversations, and it's very difficult to be able to predict what it's going to look like in 5 to 10 years. We do know challenges are coming at you hard and fast, and that this is the type of thinking that you need to be going through now in terms of the tools that you have available to you. Pick your partners wisely, find people who have a view of goals of what the institution is looking for, link very, very closely to your policymakers and particular regulators, but your policymakers especially, and start linking to policymakers who sit in other ministries, not just the ones that are dealing with higher education. Link to those partners to be able to say how as a totality you are a position in society that is a growth position. It is not something that is a cost drain. Okay? The things that Stan has spoken about in terms of cost control, I won't cover those because we've had that before. I would suggest that for all your population groups, you go back to basics. Go back to your basics of what financial resilience is. Your own people, your students, and the societies in which you operate in. So if financial resilience is that you're able to access a particular service, resource, financial instrument, but not just access it, use it properly, and then use it with a quality outcome. Those are the things that we need to be going back to. Are our students, do they have access to particular sources of funding? Do they have access to funding? Where are the gaps in that funding? How do we know that we won't be getting those students? Your staff, do they have access to things that make them financially resilient, because you don't want to lose those staff? As an institution, we've spoken about endowments, we've spoken about grants, things, for example, like social bonds, looking into more innovative financial products and services. How could you have a look at that in your institution to be able to see how that could be fitting into something a little bit more broad? A lot of venture capitalist organizations are looking at that too. And they want credible institutions to work with. Very, very difficult to do a lot of this work if you haven't worked with the institution before. Inherently, our tertiary institutions are incredibly credible. The G in ESG. Right? So, fundamentally, at the end of my presentation, what I would like to, there's 2 points that I'd like to leave with. The first one is that you are dealing with an incredibly complex situation, which I would never understand the complexity of the multiple stresses and challenges that you're dealing with. It is incredibly complex, and there are difficult trade-off decisions that you have to make, which is what Stan was speaking about. What I would like to suggest you need to do is look at the broader picture of where the university is located in society, and as finance and operational professionals, to get in those conversations, because you're the ones who can make the pragmatic decisions based on those. And for that reason, I would then often say that actually we shouldn't be speaking about financially sustainable universities, we should just be speaking about sustainable universities. Thank you very much. That's just some information on Phoenix if anyone needs it later on.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Quite a lot of very useful takeaways there. The reminder for us to take a step back and ask ourselves about our role in our communities and their sustainability. I think those of us who are involved in institutional fundraising will recall that long gone are the days where an institution can go with a begging bowl looking for free money that any of the external partners may have to donate as part of their CSI budget. So really putting together that ecosystem, making use of the vast knowledge we have in our staff and our students to solve this big societal sustainability problem that we have, and finding the right partner out there is the way to go. So thank you for that. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to open up for questions for Stan and Kirsten. I think we're going to take perhaps maybe the first three and get a response and then move on. I note Professor Chobeka, and I note Professor Peterson. Do you have a third hand? And Professor Mbati. Professor Chobeka?
But okay, here we go. Thank you very much, session facilitator. But let me first thank the two speakers for very, very good presentations. My question is to Stan. First, Stan, you know we have a session after this, and I must say you've taken all my words in the opening.
I apologize.
I had scripted my opening, remarks for the session, but you've taken everything. However, as someone who's interested in the figures, the two charts that you have shown, the first one, which your colleague there said she would like to borrow on the inequalities. And there's another one that shows, I don't know what you call it, but it's like a curved. It made me wonder if, well, it raises two questions. One, from a distance, one would say no, and you have inferred also that so much is spent in higher education at the expense of other social imperatives, socio-economic imperatives. But then again, coming back to the charts, would you not say the reason why that bar chart of higher education is so, much of an outlier may be attributed to, in fact, universities inadvertently subsidizing other socio-economic imperatives. What do I mean by that? I come from the Northwest University, those who don't know, which is one of the rural universities. A lot of our students who come from poor backgrounds would rather spend more time on campus getting hot water for their baths, all the niceties of campus. Perhaps to even a much higher extent than they would have done under normal circumstances, thereby overloading the university, infrastructure, system, and everything. So what would ordinarily would have been paid by or expended by social development, for example, the budget on social development, is spent by universities for poor students. So if you really have to go into granular details of that chart, you realize there is a serious compensational effect in there. And if you factor that in, you begin to see movement. And in fact, the flattening of that curve that you showed, that downward curve, it begins now to come back to others. Perhaps insignificantly, but for sure, that factor must come in there. And you can count others. You can name other departments. I'm just picking up on social development. It's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Thobeka. Professor Peterson.
Thank you very much, and thanks Stan and Kristen for the presentation. I got a question for Stan and then also for Kristen. I think the presentation, the way that you've crafted it, Stan, in terms of providing the background, limited tax base, the fact that there isn't a lot of investment coming into the country, that means our fiscus is tremendously under pressure, and I don't think that's going to change quickly. So one would hope that the Government for National Unity will provide investor confidence, but that's going to take time. So there is a time that we need to do something in the interim. Because if there's more investment, the fiscus could get stronger, more people can participate, and hopefully that inflationary or non-inflationary increases the subsidy and the student fees could change. So in that interim period, I wanted to get your thoughts. Issues like shared services, disrupting the operational model as it currently has. We have major issues on cybersecurity. Why doesn't institutions come together in our education and optimize that? License fees for technology provision at universities. We are actually sitting ducks for companies that say, well, if we increase your license fees with 15%, you either take it or you leave it. So for me, that part is quite important. I would like to have your thoughts. And coupled to that is the issue that I called collective impact. You made the example of NSFAS meal allowance that really doesn't support adequately the need of the student. If you have funders in the private sector, foundations, philanthropic foundations that Roxana talked earlier, and we present to them the collective impact of them participating, not providing necessarily new funding for a new student, but to optimize the funding that is the need. So you add, if the meal allowance is 80 Rand and the cost is actually 100 Rand, that 20 Rand could come. And then the impact is useful. So that's, I just want to have a comment on that. And Kristen, for me, the ESG that you talk, that's absolutely, that we need to get involved with. But perhaps you coming from the private sector, one of the arguments that always have been made is that I think University South Africa should get a seat on BUSA and Business Leadership South Africa. So that, that the understanding of the business leadership in South Africa of about what universities is about is ingrained in their thinking. So I would like to hear your comment. And just a final comment, Chair, I know there is a comprehensive student funding model that we spent about 18 months on to develop. It actually speaks exactly to what you have said. It's not been implemented properly at the moment. It's been implemented or be used for the missing middle, but it effectively brings all of the actors, the government, the individual, and the private sector and finance institutions together with a sliding interest as you increase your income level. And you don't actually have a hard cap. You can go to people that earn over R1 million to participate in that. So it's on the table, but the political will is not necessarily there to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Peterson. Professor Mbati.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Stan, and thanks. I think a very interesting and very good, well-researched presentation. Just some comments and probably a question here and there. The issue of financial sustainability or efficiency is something we, as leadership of universities, you know, we throw around this word quite a bit and have discussions around it as we develop our strategic documents. And I do agree with you that it is our business as leadership in university, in fact, the entire university stakeholders, to ensure that we set our institutions on the path to financial sustainability. I think many times people imagine that is the role of the Vice Chancellor or the CFO or the COO in that regard. So I think this is a message that we need to preach more often in our institutions. But you know, Stan, my question was, what does it really mean? You know, when you say efficiency, and I think when you gave examples, you said, well, pretty much that when we are hard up financially, we really don't do the real work to make sure that we live within our means and pretty much just scratch on the surface. I've been in the sector for a very long time, and I tend to agree with that. You know, when there's a crunch, we preach all sorts of messages and so on, but you know, down the line, we seem to just revert to what previously we've been doing. You spoke about virtual campuses as a way to deal with, you know, bringing in this efficiency, and I do agree with that. Obviously, this is for programs that lend themselves to virtual teaching and learning. And I can tell you in my institution, we're already trying that out. Augmented reality, virtual classrooms, students could be at home and they pretty much participate in the classroom. It's a very experimental stage. But obviously, I'm in a health sciences university, and it reaches a stage where those students must be on campus because they have to be there. The professional bodies demand that they be there. The issue about student-lecturer ratios is an important one. You gave the example. I know you kind of exaggerated and spoke about one student, one lecturer. I think you're just trying to make a point. But obviously, as you know, Stan, we are guided by professional bodies who will indicate, what is the ratio of students to lecturers, but also the various SESM categories as determined by the CHE would determine, what ratios you must have. Obviously, we know from student experiences, if you can afford it and you have smaller classrooms, obviously we've seen the statistics that indicate great efficiency in terms of your throughput rates. And then one of the other things that you didn't touch, but which is really a big risk for us, particularly for an institution like the one that I'm in, which is an HDI, is a risk of staying within the employee remuneration ratios of 58 to 62%, which then goes back to issues of efficiency. Because if you spend a lot of your money on employee, on salaries, it means you have less money to do the core business of the university. But some of these things are historical, and I'll come to that later on, Stan. Issues of fee structure, I think Prof. Mtembo earlier touched on it, and it's the same thing in my institution. For the MBCHB programs that we offer, I think we charge about 60% of what UCT charges. And this obviously, as you know, was addressing issues of access to higher education and so on. We're now addressing that issue. We're not saying we want to be at the same level as, UCT or any other university, but that at least, at the very least, you must recover your cost. Because I can tell you we're not doing that right now. Then, Stan, the issue about efficiency versus good quality teaching, and therefore the quality graduates that you'll produce. And this goes back to Adam's question earlier this morning. Of course, in the finance sense, when my CFO speaks to me, sometimes it sounds very mechanistic. I come from an academic background, but I can understand, when the guys in finance are speaking about efficiency and so on, you feel terrible. You say, yeah, you must cut that, you must cut this, you must do this. And my question then always is, but what is its impact on the quality of teaching and the graduates? Because there is a certain level of experience that the students must have to be able to produce the graduate that you really would want, that is ready for the job market. So obviously, Stan, the one thing that I think particularly our CFOs in the sector needs to focus on is these historical imbalances. I can tell you in my institution we hardly have any reserves because they're just not there. You've given us a sense of the kind of reserves you have, but those are historical in nature. But I just thought that it might be a good thing that in totality, in terms of the sustainability of the sector, because we've pretty much said it's not really a competition, it is us working together to ensure that you have a sector that we can all be proud of. But that particularly at the CFO levels, that these conversations start. If you have an institution that, for whatever reasons, is not able to raise the kind of resources that it must raise, in spite of its attempts, that at a sectorial level, there is a conversation that happens. If anything, to support each other, to give each other advice, and say, try this, try that. We've done it this way in this institution. At UJ, we've done this. Probably at SMU, you need to do that. But the question, I think, when you have this conversation, Stan, is what is the critical funding ratios that would stimulate sustainability? And so looking at various factors of income and expenditure and so on, what would be those critical funding ratios that you'd say you are now at a stage where you are set for sustainability? And then obviously, once our CFOs and whoever else in the sector puts in this paper, is to ensure buy-in from senior leadership of the university, labor, students, university councils, but also the Department of Higher Education and Training also to have an appreciation about what this means. I mean, I think I have two of my deans. I've seen two of my deans here today, and I can tell you, every time we say we need to cut down on funding because of X, Y, Z, they come out with guns blazing. Because suddenly, you're getting into a turf that they don't want to buy in. And I don't know whether it means that we have to speak and engage with them better than the way that we do. So, Stan, developing a sector-wide paper among CFOs that ensures that among all institutions, in terms of implementation of these things of sustainability, it becomes clearer. And that is shared with the senior leadership, with vice-chancellors, with councils. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mbati. Quite a mouthful. Stan?
Thank you for these really excellent questions. I'm going to start with Professor Chobeka's question about the impact of social expenditure on universities. And the observation that you make is one that I'm going to connect to my colleague Jonathan Janssen's excellent but quite depressing book from last year. Colleagues, you've read it, and my colleagues know I call it The Gospel is in Chapter 6, which is the university as a concentrated and exploitable resource. The university in its current form in South Africa does provide a social service beyond education. It has a set of resources, and that plays out very differently in different universities. But in the example that you mentioned, it is undoubtedly the case that the impact of the support to the university has an impact that's comparable to a social grant for those students in terms of support for their cost of living. And you are right that that will have an equalizing impact on the income distribution, because all the other social grants were below the x-axis. You remember them. So that is correct. If you asked what is the impact this year on the income distribution of the South African population. But if I ask what is the dynamic impact of the university's programs, that's where you get to the big number above the x-axis, because the impact on the students' career earnings is a permanent increase, and typically one that has an escalating trajectory. So that impact is not taken away because for a short period of time there is a social benefit to the student for being on campus. It's the lifetime benefit for that student for having been on campus. And that's why I really agree with the comprehensive funding framework, which assigns some responsibility to the student, some to the financial sector, some to the universities, some to the state. That is exactly the right kind of perspective that we need to take. And what stands between us and that is political, but also sectoral. It's also us that must say we want it. This is the solution that we want, and we must insist on that solution. We must, and that comes, I think, the first step towards that is to understand that the current system cannot work. It cannot last. We are already experiencing it. We're experiencing it with students who are hungry on our campuses. We're experiencing it with students who are meant to have no obligation, that have substantial debt for housing. So we know the system can't work. And it's time that we say it very clearly in every meeting about this, so that we build the political will also for the alternative solution. That was the question on the social impact. Then there was a question on the possibility of sharing or working together in a collaborative way, and whether we can unlock financial, at least some form of cost sharing from it. I think the answer is yes, but I don't think it's easy. So it requires a lot of hard work. It requires the CFOs to sit together in the same room and to really think about it. And you have to think about this at an almost banal operational level. In the Western Cape, for example, where we've got
5 institutions comparatively close to each other, the question is, are there operational things like running the physical plants of the university on the electricity side, on the landscaping and so on, that we could do more effectively in a large system than in 5 smaller systems? So these questions are worth asking. They will undoubtedly surrender independence of the university to this operational system to some extent, and we have to ask ourselves whether it's worth paying the price. I'm certainly willing to consider it. At the larger national level, we talk about the issues that you've mentioned, something like the licenses. Those are licenses for software, but they're also the tremendously expensive publication licenses that each of our libraries have to pay. Now, I know our librarians have a national system and they try their level best to obtain a nationally beneficial system on this, but we also know how the publishing sector works. They try to differentiate the market and they ask exorbitant amounts. I recently published a book through CUP, and I'm just embarrassed by the cost of the book. So I'm happy to talk to you about it, but I can't recommend that you buy it, because I would be too embarrassed if you paid that amount of money for the book. And that's a result of the sector that I think and you know why? Because the book is an academic book and they're charging it for libraries. They're insisting that libraries pay that exorbitant amount. It does not reflect the correct price for that particular book. So I really think there are efficiencies we can unlock, and it requires us to put a different hat on to say we're not actually competing with the other universities, either regionally or in the country on this. We are trying to deliver a more efficient operational system. So let's put away the emotion around it and take a really hard look at it. I had tremendous benefit, for example, from talking to your former colleagues at the University of the Free State on the fantastic PV project. And we learned a lot at Stellenbosch from the advances at the Free State on that, and we've been able to implement that, and that has helped us a lot. So those kinds of discussions really help, and I think we can do a lot more of it. You mentioned adding private sector assistance to help us with some of the NSFAS shortcomings. That's exactly what we do. That free meal that I spoke about is not funded by the university's budget. It's funded by our donors from the private sector. And next year, we're going to roll out a system where the NSFAS food allowance will last the entire year, because we've brought the cost of the meal down sufficiently, and then we've added enough donor funding on top of it, so that at no point will they feel they have to get a free meal, because that's also not dignified. It's also not dignified for them to be given a free meal, but we'll give them the opportunity of managing their food allowance over the entire year, but with tremendous help from the private sector, but also from us thinking hard about what the meal should be. So we've brought the cost of the meal down, so that we can actually do this. So we have to work at this in 2 directions. And then, of course, Professor Padi is exactly correct. It's easy to say words like efficiency. It's a lot harder to know what they mean within the university context. And it really doesn't just mean you act like a management consultant and you slash costs. You're absolutely right. And by the way, I wasn't joking about the one-on-one ratio. At Cambridge, they actually have an academic for every student. In my college, there were 500 academics for 450 students. They call me to raise funds, and then they say, will you be? And I said, because I say we're at risk of losing the 1-to-1 ratio. And I said, can I now talk to you about our system? And then we see whether it's worth sending money to you, or whether perhaps you should be sending money in our direction. And that is why the discussion with the deans that you mentioned is so important, because the deans have a very close hand on the academic quality and the academic programs. But the deans also can be drawn into a responsible discussion. I mentioned at the start of my presentation this deep budget cut we did at Stellenbosch last year. It was 180 million rand that we did at once, and we did it within 4 weeks. So how did we do it? Of course, if I asked the deans, can you cut 180 million, you already know what the answer was. The answer is no, of course not. We haven't, and if I said, where can you, the answer is, I can't cut anywhere. But that's not how we asked the question. I said, given that we are going to cut 180 million, I want you to tell me what matters least. So I need a prioritization. And you have to give me more. So if we had to cut 4% of the budget, I said every dean has to show 8% of their budget that they can deprioritize. I said, don't tell me anything that's unimportant, because I already understand that you don't do any unimportant things. So which of the important things are less important than the other important things? And you prioritize them, because I don't know. I mean, I really don't know what's important in the Faculty of Agri-Sciences. How would I know? So Agri-Sciences tell me that these are the things that they rank, and if they must lose something, they want to lose this one and not the other one. And you have to show 8%. And if you don't show 8%, we will take 8%. And some actually called our bluff on that, and that did not work out too well for them. But it meant that some faculties did not have a 4% cut, because we looked at the prioritization and we agreed with them. And we said, you are right, we shouldn't be cutting that. In some others, they actually revealed to us that they were quite able to take a 6% cut. And we took the 6%. But it is a deep discussion about, in which the academic project is the motivation for the cuts, not the finance division. They tell us what the parameters we have to work towards. But the colleagues with the academic knowledge have to tell us what are the decisions we have to take. But we can take those decisions. But we can never take those decisions if you just ask the system, can you give up some resources? The answer to that is no, colleagues. The answer is always no.
Thank you, Stan. Kirsten, last words?
Last words from my side. I wish 1-to-1 ratio, imagine. At every student, I remember my first year class was 1,500 and we had to split them across Great Hall. To the point about the linkages of in higher education into business organizations, I think is absolutely essential. The only stumbling block is the terms of reference in terms of how they've been drafted. That doesn't preclude the fact that we can actually get it in there. So this is a conversation I think we should be having at a sector level, or at this level, especially this conference. I would even suggest that BUSA is probably not, I'd suggest BLSA. So Business Leadership South Africa would probably actually be a really good one to have it at. And especially because business is doing quite a lot of work now to reimagine itself and where it's playing. So one of the things that I'm thinking of specifically is, and you mentioned the PV area just as a research area, anything in renewables, anything in the renewable space, highly beneficial. There's, and I'm not going to give any kind of sugarcoating to it. It is an area that strategically we have to get right because everything else is depending on it. There's not a lot of profit to be made in that area, but there's a high number of skills and resources that we have to get right in this area. And all of those resources and the research are sitting at universities. And that's where we need to get it from. So I know Stellenbosch has got a couple of think tanks that work very nicely in this area. Business organizations, for example, National Business Institute is looking at a whole program on what reskilling is required for the just energy transition. All of those types of things which business is involved in, one of the fundamental gaps that we see is that the education sector is left out. So to me, there is a and I'm very happy to continue this conversation. And in terms of one of the other responsibilities that I have is the advocacy responsibility or the lobbying responsibility, which is to be able to say, how do we use our business organizations to make sure that we actually aim for the strategic priorities of the country. So very happy to take that conversation forward. I would not suggest a NEDLAC. I think it would get lost in that. I would very much suggest a BLS conversation. I also think that you've got the right people there right now. There's a composition there that would be very open to this conversation and very necessary. And in fact, it could become quite a competitive space amongst the private sectors wanting to connect to you. Because at the moment what is happening is there's a huge rush in the private sector, it's not just banks and finance institutions, it's a lot, of where is the country going because where is our growth? And our growth is coming from things such as critical minerals, which we know very little about. It's areas such as what is our trade policy looking like across Africa? It's areas such as how are we linking in economic diplomacy as a country? And then what are the kinds of skills that we need to get this done? Not only skills that these private sector organizations need from our own people to get it done, but from the actual country in which we operate again. I was very interested to see that, I think just recently, was it today or yesterday, that the critical skills list has now been published by the Department of Home Affairs. and to allow visas to be able to get the movement of skills across borders. These are the types of things, but look on the social side of things. What we are interested in is on the movement of, for example, critical skills, what are your social implications of that in the communities in which you're operating in? Where are refugees placed and immigrants, and how are they served or disserved, and what does that mean to the communities in which we operate in? Now, those are the types of things that's not research that we can do, right? And it's not the kind of experience that we have. What we can do, for instance, is, for example, what Standard Bank has done is that we work with a number of universities, tertiary institutes, to put in place entrepreneurship hubs. And those entrepreneurship hubs take the view that if students who are coming out with particular skills, academic skills, research, critical thinking, which is absolutely essential. I mean, I will hire anybody with a degree as long as they can do critical thinking. I mean, you can do a degree in anthropology and you can work in a bank, I promise you. You can actually take those hubs, and if those hubs are giving people practical skills about how to create businesses, work in business and move into the private sector, then we have created a win-win situation for somebody who is funding that. And I've said right from my presentation, and I'll be blunt now as well, this suits the private sector because we have targets to reach about how much social good we are able to do. So use that carrot stick approach. The private sector has to reach students. They have to get jobs done. They have to input into society and do a public good. They have not vast amounts of money, but they have particular resources and will to do it. It's about finding where they are and engaging to actually get access to those types of relationships. On a sector policy level, I think that BLSA thing must happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kirsten and Stan. Colleagues, a very critical and thought-provoking conversation, but we must now bring it to an end. Token of appreciation to our speakers.
Where is the next one for the FSG?
Chief will guide you.
Please, let's settle down. Let's settle down and get started. I don't know if I'm too tall for this. Let's see. I think that will be better. All right, let's get started. Welcome to this plenary session 4, which is titled Higher Education Funding and Financial Sustainability into the Future, International Practices, International Experiences. My name is Mzubanzi Bismarck Kyobeka. I'm the Vice Chancellor at the Northwest University. Those of you who are not in the previous parallel session on the same topic who were there, would agree with me that a lot was said and would have covered actually both sessions. But for the benefit of those of you who are not here, we had two colleagues, Professor Sten du Plessis from Stellenbosch and Dr. Kirsten Greenop from Standard Bank, who spoke very eloquently on this topic. And I mentioned to Stan during the Q&A that he took away all my opening remarks that I wanted to make at this session, but fortunately I have an excuse to repeat them because some of you were not here. But I'll just pick a few numbers so that we can get started for us to work with. Firstly, I think we would recall that the minister at some point at the beginning of 2023, the then minister, Bladen Zimande, mentioned that NSFAS had approved 1.3 million students. But I'm told by my CFO that only 913,000 were funded for 2023. With that background in mind, you also recall, and Stan has shown it here, that to give a perspective, a BA degree in our country would cost you approximately 150, 160 on average. It depends where you are, but on average, 150, 160,000 over a 3-year period. And again, in 2023, the then minister projected that 1.1 million spaces were provided to new students at universities. And then going back to what Stan had shown here in as far as the poverty issue is concerned, I would add by saying, the poverty levels, I would add by saying that with the expanded unemployment rate, which includes those who have stopped looking for a job in this country, sitting at 42.6%, we face a slow-growing economy, or at worst, perhaps accurately, a stagnant economy. We also face a situation of wastage and corruption in government, as you all know. The AG recently reported that 24.1 billion rands of municipal spend was on unauthorized expenditure, and 27 billion on irregular expenditure by just the municipalities. This excludes the provincial governments and the national governments. Now you can make up the numbers. So this points to simply fiscal ill-discipline for the country. On the flip side, you have SARS, the revenue collection. The good news is that this year they collected 10 billion more than they collected in in the last financial year, which is good, but it is hardly good enough to make a difference in a stagnating economy and more than 17 million of the citizens collecting social grants. Now, with that background of numbers, the question becomes then, is higher education financially affordable? Stan also painted a very good picture here of NSFAS dynamics, about how it increased in from 2018, 15 billion to the last year, or this year, 51 billion. Just flip around the numbers. So those figures are quite astonishing and staggering. And to make sense of those numbers and the sustainability and affordability of higher education, we have two members of our panel who will also give an international perspective, because, again, Stan should have been standing here, right? Stan gave very good graphs that shows you what happened in those countries that opted for so-called free education. He showed us a figure of what's happening in Ivory Coast. Now, when I interact with people out there about free education or the possibility thereof, you get given a number of countries that are doing it. Why can't we do it ourselves? But then the answer is, at what cost to other socio-economic imperatives? Just look at those countries that are doing it for free. There's nothing as a free lunch, because it means you are taking from the other one to subsidize the other, and ultimately the system collapses when there are no more taxes to be collected. But I was not invited here as a speaker, but as a facilitator. So I would like to call upon Dr. Diana Zanovic, who is the head of Global Research and Innovation Policy at UUKI. She is presenting online, and after her, we will hear from the Auditor General of South Africa, represented here by Dr. Thamsanqa Zikode, Head of Portfolio Regulatory Audit, and hopefully he will make sense of the wastage that we see vis-a-vis the funding of higher education. Let's welcome Diana Zanovic.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for this kind introduction and for inviting me to present at your really highly prestigious event. So my name is Diana. I'm head of Global Research and Innovation Policy at Universities UK International. I am joining you from the UK, so apologies I can't be with you in person, but really great to sort of join virtually. I would normally do this presentation in collaboration with my colleague Harry Anderson, who is the Deputy Director for Policy and Global Engagement at Universities UK International. However, Harry was prior engaged with chairing another session at another conference, so apologies in advance, we couldn't be here together. But hopefully I'll give you a little bit of an update and overview of how we in the UK university sector are coping with some of the sort of financial challenges and what we as a sector body representative are trying to do to work with our government to help sustain the system. So I hope you can hear me, and I think I should probably bring my presentation slides on, but I'm not entirely sure, so I don't know whether you can see them on the screen or not. I'll just share them. Just bear with me a second. I'll start sharing my screen. Always easy to do this when I'm not, sorry, just bear with me a second. Okay, so I think hopefully you can see my screen. Okay. Just put them in the power presentation mode. So I just really wanted to start the presentation by just giving you a quick overview of what I'll cover. So we'll give you a little bit of a background to Universities UK and University UK International. Probably give you an overview of how the UK university sector is funded. It's quite a complex funding mechanism. And then how we as a sector representative body have demonstrated that funding in UK universities is actually starting to be quite a significant issue, and what we're planning to do next to try and help the sector cope with some of the sort of financial pressures. So just in case you're not familiar with ourselves, we are a member body of most universities in the UK, so not all of them, but most of the universities across the 4 nations, so in England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. And our mission really is to help our universities be the best in the world that they possibly can, both through kind of their research activities, but also through their education activities, and make a difference in the world, both in terms of sort of local contributions, so place-based agendas as we refer to them in the UK, nationally, sort of on a UK level, but also internationally. And we aim to shape this policy that really allows the universities to deliver the most significant impact that is possible to people that are associated with universities, so both staff and students, but also the country as a whole in terms of the economy and the communities that we serve locally and nationally, but also internationally. So how are UK universities funded? So this might resonate with some of you, but we do have quite a complex, an increasingly complex sort of funding mechanisms. So we, broadly speaking, in the UK, the education is not free. It is free in some of the developed nations, but in general, it's not free, and definitely not free in England. And the home student fees that UK-based students pay are quite significant. So they're of the order just under £10,000. We also attract income through international student fees, and those are significantly higher. So an international student to UK universities would pay anything above £10,000 up to around £40,000 per annum to essentially undertake a year's study in the UK, which is significant. So we've got this sort of funding that comes from the students directly, but the universities in the UK also get grants through the government and governmental bodies called block grants or teaching grants, essentially. So we get a lump sum of funding every year that is partially informed by different mechanisms, including the quality of research in UK universities. It's a block grant awarded to universities on an annual basis. But like most of your universities, we also attract research funding. So there's quite a significant income stream through research grants and contracts activity, and universities have had to kind of become quite enterprising in terms of sustain their financial health, really, in terms of organising events, conferences, for example. But also you'll find that quite a lot of properties, so student residences that can be free over the summer holidays, summer breaks, get essentially rented out for tourism purposes. We attract donations, endowment funds, and so on. So it's quite a complex, as I say, kind of mechanism of funding universities through students, through kind of government grants, through external funding, and some of the sort of more enterprising activities. And the picture that I have to the right is just an extract from a financial statement from the University of London, just to kind of give you a rough indication of what the breakdown of income would be. And this will vary from university to university in the UK. So as you will see, tuition fees at the University of London are by far the biggest income source. Whilst, for example, the research grants income is quite small, so it's only about 1% of the overall annual income the university has. For some universities, that research income can be 10%, 20%, sometimes even up to 30%. So the balance of those kind of amounts will depend will be quite different depending on the institution. But we just want to give you an indication of what that looks like. And then I guess it's really looking into how we got to the funding mechanism that we currently have. And I know countries across the world have governmental pressures and intricacies, but this has been quite a long journey for kind of UK universities. So that probably started with our Labour government that had a 13-year presidency, essentially, which focused on higher education, so very much was pro-university and wanted to support the system. But they actually recognized that there is a pressure, financial pressure within the system, so introduced a small amount, a relatively minor amount of tuition fees that universities could charge for students, undergraduate and postgraduate students. The teaching grant, the block grant that universities got at that time sort of remained relatively flat. Then in 2010, things sort of started to change quite dramatically. Like all countries across the world, we was quite impacted by the financial crisis, and there was quite a strict austerity measures by the government, which led to these block grants being significantly cut, and to help the universities essentially maintain their sort of financial health, the government lifted the ban on capping a lower level of tuition fees and enabled universities to increase those fees to the current level. So essentially trebled pretty much overnight, which is fine. It's not the solution to the issue of kind of funding universities, but it certainly provided sort of short-term temporary measure to support the system. And then, so 2015, in the past kind of 10 years, we've had a bumpy ride. The UK has come out of the European Union, so we had issues of Brexit to deal with, high interest rates like everybody else, COVID. So there were real proper kind of financial pressures on the government. There was a small increase in fees. The block grant that universities get didn't increase. In fact, it started to decline a little bit. And we had increased international student recruitment up to a point as well, which has since started to decline as well. So it's again sort of a really, there's sort of external factors, I guess, that are playing into this, which really challenged the university system and the financial situation of universities in the UK. So just to kind of, I guess, provide you with some indication of what that actually in reality looks like. So the teaching grant, as you will see, the kind of teaching grant part of the graph shows that the teaching grants remained relatively flat over this period. And is actually has started that teaching grant was really starting to decline towards the last 10 years. At the same time, we see an increase in fee income. So this is the income that students, student fees essentially provide to universities. So although externally it sounded like UK universities sort of trebling fees and charging international fees these astronomical amounts, the actual cost or the actual income to the universities was remaining relatively flat because the block grant that the government was giving us has really sort of started to decline. So we're sort of at best sort of breaking even essentially over the period. And then just to kind of dwell into the numbers a little bit more. So this is just fairly similar picture, but using slightly different indicators. So the teaching publicly funded, you'll see there's a negative amount essentially, so getting less funding from the government through the block grants. We had the next sort of column along the line is showing the teaching is sort of non-publicly funded, so this is the fee income. So we've seen an increase, the positive sort of increase in terms of universities' finances into that area. However, in the research, we saw a significant decline in terms of the amount of funding that universities were able to attract through kind of research activities. And there's a little bit of sort of other income generating. But the key figure really is the end one, which is unfortunately red, and it is a negative, which basically shows that overall there's a gap of 2 to 3 sort of billion per annum, essentially, deficit that universities are having to cope or have had to cope with in the last few years over how things were looking a little bit in the past. So I guess for us, the question is, so how do we demonstrate that there's an issue for the UK university sector? And that for us as a representative body of most UK universities, we really needed to engage on this quite strongly and quite significantly. So we started by we had kind of lots of, I guess, informal discussions with the different funding agencies, with the government, but the way we've sort of gone about this in a more sort of coordinated way, I guess, is towards the end of 2022, sort of early 2023, when we actually started to just state this as a kind of issue and open a kind of a national conversation of what funding in the UK university sector looks like, and demonstrating that there is an issue with that. So we essentially had a report, which was an internal report, which spelled out the sort of challenges with the university funding system in the UK. We've done unfortunately, you will have noticed this, that the overseas students to the UK have fallen as well. And I guess that is a little bit of there's quite a lot of unfortunate kind of negative rhetoric in terms of the immigration to the UK over the last few years, and that has obviously been heard by international colleagues, international partners who might be choosing other countries over the UK to come to their study. So there's been sort of, I guess, news about UK universities being hit by overseas students, the English universities receiving kind of high fees and so on. There was a freeze of tuition fee at some point as well, so there's a recognition, I guess, that universities were sort of financially a little bit more challenged in the recent years. But the key aspect of all of this work that kind of led to a publication, which is an independent report done with PricewaterhouseCoopers, which basically UK Commission, we worked in partnership with PwC, even though it's an independent report, and that really is a critical aspect of this. So we were able to source some information and data from universities that has actually that has been used by the report to demonstrate the real impact on universities in terms of the finances. Normally, our universities wouldn't necessarily kind of give some of the sensitive and more privileged data to a third party, but that's where the Power Against the UK as a trusted kind of body, representative body, were able to source that data, and then which led to the publication of an independent report that received quite a lot of traction within, I guess, the system and the government. So that report was published earlier this year, and you know, if you're interested in terms of the sort of findings and the sort of the details of the report, please do have a read at that. And that was a really critical point for our sector, because up until then, all of the sort of news items, I guess, and all of the sort of publications that have been produced have really been led by Universities UK. And of course, we could be, seen as a bit of self-serving. So of course, we as a university sector body representatives would be wanting to increase the amount of government funding that universities receive. However, the real shift changed. The shift in the dynamic of the conversations really changed with the publication of this report, because it was done independently with data that was independently gathered. And it really demonstrated that there is a real kind of issue within the system. Excuse me. The data and the recommendations of the report were then picked up by the Office of Students, which is Office for Students, which is a regulated body for universities in England, who then started to really sort of probe some questions and wanted to sort of really understand what the implication of the sort of university financial challenges are. And more recently, with the kind of recent changes in the government in the UK again, we've seen a slight shift in the way the government is already starting to think, well, how can they work with the sector to try and really help the sector with the financial issues. So there's been a potential suggestion of allowing universities sort of increase the fees a little bit, just because the fees we currently charge was set maybe about 8-10 years ago. Obviously, there's been quite a lot of inflation that happened in the meantime. So just even enabling universities to rise the fees in terms of in line with inflation would be sort of a helpful first step, whilst we're trying, in a short term, whilst we're trying to sort of understand, I guess, what the implications and how we deal with this in a sort of slightly longer term. And I've kind of focused a lot up until now on the finances, and often we do tend to forget that actually the universities don't exist just because we need we need to break even, and we don't do all of these things just because we need to sort of plug financial gaps. Universities ultimately exist to sort of provide education and opportunities to new generations to do something really, really good. To do something really good with their kind of future lives, future careers. So what we really wanted to do is just bring people back into the dry conversations of sort of public university finances. So as a sector body, we actually run a number of campaigns. The first one is a 100 Faces campaign, which basically celebrates the students, researchers who've come to the UK or been to the UK and have really contributed positively, not just financially, but in so many other ways, the sort of UK university system, locally to their cities, regions and the country as a whole. So that was quite an important aspect of our campaign, is really to ensure that the finances, yes, they're important to deal with, but actually there is a person behind, there are people behind all of these stories, and we really wanted to celebrate those. And similarly, we've run a campaign called We Are International campaign, and have kind of essentially had a video where students from everywhere in the world have just told their stories about how education is transforming their lives and what their plans are for kind of their future careers and future lives, which has been really, really important aspect to us. So I've talked quite a bit about the students and sort of the financial aspect and benefits of students, as well as non-financial, obviously. But we also have kind of an underlying sort of issue with research and innovation system. So essentially, the way research is costed and the research sort of cost in UK universities are that we in general don't tend to recover 100% of that actual cost of running a research project in UK universities. We tend to recover about 70%, sometimes lower. If we're really lucky and we get a really good commercially funded research, we might receive up to 100%. But generally, it is almost accepted that universities will fund their research at a loss from the start. Which adds to the whole kind of complexity of finance, of university finances. We've also had as I mentioned before, sort of a challenging time in terms of Brexit. The relationships, I guess, with an accessibility of European funding has changed somewhat, and we've seen a significant kind of drop in terms of our participation rates. We have since, thankfully, associated Horizon Europe as the sort of largest European research innovation program, and we're slowly boosting participation and helping those numbers go up. But we need to recognise being quite a bumpy period for universities regarding this, and the loss of research grants income has been attributed to that. We've also had cuts in official development assistance funding that was sort of ring-fenced, some of which was ring-fenced to support research and innovation activities. So as a sector, both in terms of associating to Horizon Europe, but also in terms of sort of demonstrating the benefits of ODA funding to the UK, not just in terms of development activities, but actually their secondary, really valuable benefits to the UK system. We've had to kind of work quite hard with the government, with all of the funders in the UK, to sort of provide that evidence that this is really quite an important area for universities. And to a degree, been sort of the relationships that have been created by Brexit, but also partnerships that have been really suffered due to the ODA cuts, because projects sort of got cut halfway through their lifetime, and the universities created quite a lot of really long-term impactful partnerships with colleagues across the world, including from South Africa. That's really sort of undermined some of the partnerships. It was really challenging for the sector to deal with that. So we're now associated to Horizon Europe, which is great because we can then sort of try and help with participation and build that kind of research grants portfolio up again. We also in the UK have something called the International Science Partnership Fund, which has essentially taken role partially from the kind of Global Challenges Research Fund and the Newton Fund, and there's a still a relatively modest ODA proportion commitment through the International Science Partnerships Fund that we can utilise to collaborate with colleagues in our esteemed partners from South Africa as well. So we are keeping this dialogue with the government open to try and sort of understand what the future of ISPF would look like as well. And I guess the last thing I just wanted to sort of focus on is where are we going next. So we have been thinking quite hard in terms of, well, how do we have a new change of government. We as of sort of 2-3 months ago had a Labour government in power again. The shift, the tone of the way sort of the government seems to be engaging with the sector has been really positive. And we've really tried to think long term rather than try and fix things on a sort of temporary basis and just plug in gaps on an ad hoc basis, which is basically what universities, broadly speaking, have been doing for the last few years. What are the sort of strategic things that we need to be working with the government as a sector body and as kind of representative of universities to really ensure that over the next 10 years, in this instance, we can transform the system to something that's a little bit more positive, a little bit more sustainable. And you've done this through something called UK's Blueprint for Change. I'm not going to go into the details because it's quite a long document, but essentially this blueprint was published last week, so it's very hot off the press. It has a number of chapters that talks about different aspects of university work, including finances, but touches on students and in research grants, both domestic but also sort of global positioning of the UK as well. So we have worked up some recommendations for the government. I'll leave that sort of quote there, but we've worked a number of recommendations in this report that essentially are inviting the government to work with us to try and help work together to make sure that the UK kind of is better placed and the UK university system is better placed in the future. The key aspect of this report and the recommendations is that each of the sort of recommendation is run through a particular chapter, and that chapter has had an external lead. So we had somebody who's a highly experienced, highly regarded external person that was really kind of critical in making sure that we're not just presenting this as sort of self-serving thing that universities would like to do. It's actually an offer of collaboration, working with the government on this. We obviously are still this is still early stages, so the document's been published as I said last week, so it's very, very early stages yet, so we haven't really had any sort of concrete engagement in this as yet, but this is a priority for our CEO and for the sort of management team to really take this forward in the near future. So on that note, I would really like to thank you for listening, and I hope that has been useful for you. And just really want to say thank you again to colleagues from universities of South Africa for inviting us to share the UK kind of case study with yourselves. So yeah, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Diana, for the presentation. I think there are quite clear takeaways that we can note from your presentation. The fact that we are not alone in a difficult situation is cold comfort, but at least it's good to know that the trend is the same. The downward trend in the funding of the public funding of higher education in the UK, similarly here, and of course the fact that you at least have the latitude to increase fees. I note that 44% of the income was derived from fees, from tuition fees. That's something that we do not have the latitude to do here because of the determination from the minister on by how much we must increase the fees. But we also note the different stance that we have taken, in particular taking advantage of the change in administration and beginning to chart the new way forward, which in some ways is something that we must try and do here with the government, the new government of national unity, where perhaps we can emerge with a new dialogue on the funding, national dialogue on the funding of higher education institutions in our country. And I also like your placing the emphasis on looking at or improving at how impact of universities in the global affairs, in addressing global challenges and in advancing the UK's strategic objectives was emphasized in your new strategy. Those are the takeaways I have. Thank you very much. And now we hear a perspective from the Auditor General of South Africa, Dr. Zikode.
Afternoon to the colleagues. My name is Tami Zikode, the head of portfolio in the Office of the Auditor General. And I must say, I'm happy to be engaging the audience today, not talking about the audit outcomes per se, where the engagement is always tense. I think it's going to be a very good engagement, where indeed we are shaping the future of where the universities should go as a country. I think as a start, that way, the IT is failing me here. Okay, thanks, there it goes. As a starting point, I would like to highlight the mission and the vision of the Office of the Auditor General. The vision of the office is to be recognized by all our stakeholders as relevant supreme audit institution that enhance public sector accountability. And how do we do that? We do that by providing the audit reports which contains audit insights on how the public institutions have performed, and we do that on an annual basis. I'll elaborate on that further on. The mission being, the Auditor General of South Africa is a constitutional mandate, and as the supreme audit institution of South Africa exists to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. And I think that statement, one might take it light, but the bigger concept there is who provides the assurance and who goes and talks about what has been happening in the public sector. For this particular engagement, there is a concept that we looked at, and I think as a start, I'll talk about the higher education funding and financial sustainability into the future of universities of South Africa. Again, the IT is letting me down. I don't know whether it's giving away my age or what.
Maybe point here this way.
I've tried, I've pointed that way and I've pointed this way. So I must stop using this other.
Yeah, no, not this one.
Okay, perfect, that's fine. Now, there's one concept that I would like to highlight first before we proceed. And that concept is that for the Auditor General, all the universities are what we call Section 4.3s. So in being Section 4.3s, the departure point for the Auditor General is the constitutional requirement that the Auditor General should audit all the public institutions or organizations that are funded through some public funding, which includes the universities, by the way. So if one goes and look at the Public Audit Act, and specifically Section 4.1, that section talks about the Auditor General auditing and reporting on the accounts, financial statements, and financial management of, it says, national and provincial, state departments and administration. Section B talks to constitutional institutions, your SIUs, your public protectors and the like. Then administration of parliament, we audit parliament, and each of the provincial legislatures, municipalities, municipal entities, and in F, that is where all the national auditees that should be audited by the Auditor General gets audited. But in that particular constitution, there is a proviso which is incorporated into the Public Audit Act, which is where the Auditor General opts not to perform a particular audit, which is where the university comes in. We've opted not to perform those audits, but it doesn't mean we don't have oversight on what the private sector auditors are doing on the universities. Because we do provide them with guidance, and we do provide them with the, the directive in terms of how they should go about conducting the audits in that space. And as a result, we therefore have to meet certain requirements in terms of Section 25 of the Public Audit Act. One being, if the Auditor General has opted not to perform an audit referred to in Section 4.3, we need to notice that particular public entity of that particular decision. And if that auditee appoints their own auditors, we need to provide a concurrence. So we need to concur, we need to tell them that we agree with that particular appointment of those auditors. So there's a number of factors that we consider before we concur. In some instances, we say, no, we don't concur. In some instances, we simply concur with that audit. And in this context, I was just providing that so that in dealing with some of the issues that will come out of the slides, it is kept in mind that the Auditor General, it's not in the thick of things in terms of the debits and the credits, and I'm hoping that today there's not much of the CFOs here. We're not going to be discussing the debits and the credits, but the strategic imperatives of the universities. These slides provide just a high level of the universities, but what I want to talk to just briefly, it's on the far left, where we're looking at the Department of Higher Education and Training portfolio. So as the Auditor General, we're not responsible just for the universities. All those entities, including the 21 SETAs, 4 TVETs, National Skills Fund, Council for Higher Education, National Institute for Humanities and Sciences, Quality Council for Traders and Occupations, as well as South African Qualifications Authority, as well as these Section 4.3s and the other CET colleges. Those are all the auditees that the Auditor General looks at. And each and every year when we provide what we call a general report, we provide an assessment in terms of the performance of those. Then this particular slide, I'm not going to waste too much time on this slide, but it just highlights the funding models, and these are actually based on what has been audited. It's one thing to say I've conducted an assessment of this, but I did not get to the factual information, because audit, we base that on what is it that we've audited and what is it that the opinion has been provided on. One of the funding methods is the government funding, then comes the student fees and other income. And I'll get to the point in the next slides where we look at the graphs and the interesting trends that we've observed as the Auditor General. Now, when one looks at the graph on the right, they move from the 24 billion in 1314 to the 36 billion in 1819, 42 billion in 1920, 43 billion in 2021, 43 billion 21-22, 46 billion 22-23, and 49 billion in 22-23. One might be tempted to say, actually, the fees are increasing. And the view is, that's not entirely correct. And why do we say that is that when one looks at the graph on the left, we try to look at these numbers in the bigger context of how do these numbers fare when we look at the GDP. And what one will see is that in the year 23-24, all the funds that have been allocated, it's equal to just under 0.6% of the total GDP. And again, when one looks at that number and you compare where we come from, that is now 2011, 2012, you will see that we're actually almost at the same place. We haven't moved. Because we're from 0.57, we're now sitting at a 0.59, which is about what, 12 years later, or as a percentage of GDP. But when one looks at how the funding model or the funds have moved, one will notice that until recently, university received more funding as direct subsidies as compared to indirectly through the NSFAS. And as from the financial year 2018, that is where we're seeing universities receiving almost an equal amount between the subsidies directly and the NSFAS funding. But that picture is not a great picture in a sense that when one looks at the issues or the challenges that exist in terms of how the government funds these things, and I'm going to elaborate again later on in terms of those funds. What might be the prospects, or what are the prospects that the government will increase the allocation, considering the impact that the economy has and the global trends that are happening? So I'm going to move straight into that discussion. So first of all, it wouldn't make sense for me to just dwell into discussing the issues of how will the government fund without just touching on the few points. I'm not going to read everything that is on the slides. The slides, I think, are available. They will be shared. But the important things to share when one looks at these slides, and I think the program director and the other speakers have said it eloquently earlier on. Even when one looks at the collections by SARS, the collections by SARS, indeed, they exceed what SARS has planned to collect. But when one goes and look at the MTEF, the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, which is a document published by National Treasury, and you look at the expenditure of government, what you will realize there is, over the next 3 years, the government expenditure is going to increase at a faster pace compared to the increase in revenue generated from taxes. What that simply means is that we're going to have a deficit. And that deficit will be funded through borrowings. And when you fund your deficit through borrowings, what it means is that later on, when you perform your budget allocations, when you rank your funding, your expenditures. I mean, in the last year, the debt servicing costs alone, just the debt servicing cost, was higher than the entire budget of health. So that means if we really want to make sure that the government returns to the normal business of funding the activities that are crucial for driving the economy, there needs to be a strategic rethink of how we go about the daily business. So we've highlighted the points based on the review of the reports that we've had, that we've looked at, and the conclusions that we came to is that in recent years, viability and sustainability of public institutions have come under severe pressure owing to the following. The government being under pressure to meet its subsidy obligations due to budget constraints, and I've already highlighted that. And the issue here is that the fiscal pressure is forcing the government to reprioritize expenditure to social services and service delivery. But there's a risk that we face. I'm not standing in front of everybody and saying government should do away with those. But we need to be cautious. We cannot be a social grant state. Instead, we need to reprioritize. And reprioritization means what are some of the investments that we need to make today that will yield even greater social return on investment later on. All three spheres of government are competing for the same resources, leaving the state coffers dry. Year in, year out, we're borrowing a lot, we're paying a lot, let alone the issue of the irregular expenditure, the fruitless and wasteful that we're seeing in the public sector space, which we'll talk to a bit later on. Affordability of study fees and the corresponding debt recovery is an issue for the universities. Despite everybody, when you go and you speak to everybody else, they all agree education is important. We need to have educated employees. And even in the global context, I mean, globalization means that we need to start thinking about producing skills and development, not only for the South African context, but for global consumption and use. But when we then say, because we all agree that this is important, let's increase the funding, then the debates change. Operational costs in the universities per se, in some of what we've looked at, are increasing at faster rates than the revenues themselves. And I think one of the speakers said that the minister has capped those. But nobody is capping some of the expenditure that the universities have to pay. Especially if you've got long or medium to long-term contracts where there's escalation clauses that exceeds what you can increase your fees with, it's a bit of a problem. Because at a point, it means you'll be generating lesser revenues compared to what you have to pay. That is a bit of a problem. So all the above indications points to an unsustainable financial position for the universities. It's unsustainable. That's the conclusion that we got to. Now, I'm not going to spend too much again on this slide, except to say, even when the government look at the funding and everybody else talk of free higher education policy, we talk of the impact of the policy itself, we need to balance the funding, the fees, and student access control. I think as the HSA, one thing that we've done for the under review is that we've changed our strategy in the past 2 to 3 years. Part of what we do, we engage on what we call culture shift. So what we do is we go to the whole education sector and we look at the whole accountability ecosystem. In other words, who's got the responsibility for policy, who's got the responsibility for financial management, and who's got the responsibility for ensuring that the whole sector performs and achieves the particular objectives. We then go and engage those people based on the outcomes of the work that we've done, so that there is an integrated approach in dealing with the issues in the education sector. And the reason being, we cannot argue against the synergistic benefits that may arise if everybody else is working together as a team, as compared to working in silos. Now, we ended up by highlighting what are some of the considerations which are crucial. Some of the information in this slide is what we're going to be engaging the accountability ecosystem on, and some of the information is just information for our own assessment going forward. We said these subsidies needs to be somehow increased. And the way we are engaging on the increase of the subsidies is by saying we need to find a way where the increased funding for education through reprioritized government spending. If we're really saying education is a priority, it cannot just be a priority on a piece of paper. When we look at the funding, we must actually see the intention of government and the policy direction of government. It cannot be something that we say when we are in conferences. When we leave the conferences, we are back to the rat race. We need to make whatever we say practical. And unless we make those things practical, we're not going to get anywhere. And what that means is, if we continue business as usual, chances are we're going to get to the point where we can't even service these debts that we are busy incurring. We need to strengthen financial controls, and this talks to now the universities themselves. When one looks at how you manage the funds, there is revenue and there is cost. Somehow the cost needs to be managed closely as we manage the revenue. And indeed, there are costs that you can cut, there are costs that you can cut. But the big issue then that needs to be balanced in that particular scenario is, don't cut to an extent where the quality of education is compromised. You can cut, but if you can't cut to the point where you compromise the quality of education, you're running a risk of being irrelevant as an institution. Blended learning models, I think the previous colleagues have spoken about those. Infrastructure and technological investments, I think what we've seen in the recent past is that when one looks at just the ICT space alone, it's consuming much of the expenditure that the universities are actually allocated. And that's a result of what we've learned from the COVID, hybrid learning and the like. Shouldn't we be having a different discussion as government to say, how do we then fund the ICT for the universities in such a way that even if government sort of have a specific pool of funds and uses its buying power to ensure that whatever the universities procures, we can get at cheaper rates. I think when one looks at our general report, one thing that you'll notice is that a number of governments are buying licenses and software, but all those licenses and software, almost all of them are from SEP. But if you go and you buy one by one, as compared to going as a government and saying we need this for the whole of government, how much can we save? So we need to shape the way in which we think going forward. Data-driven decision-making, it's also an important issue which we said needs to be looked at. I want to focus on the issue around the stakeholder engagement as well as the focus on sustainability goals. At this stage, we are not at the level where we should be in terms of focusing on the sustainability goals and the funding attractions that might have from some of the donors that are out there. And again, there is a program that is run in National Treasury. As part of the accountability ecosystem, we're going to be engaging on those as well. These programs fall under what we call the NRF, and it's called the RDP fund, where some of the donors are saying, because the way in which you deliver your products, you do it in such a way that you preserve the environment. We're therefore providing so much in donor funds for you to allocate to those activities. Therefore, proceed in enhancing what you're doing. So there's a number of activities where the government needs to work together as the whole accountability ecosystem to deal with the problems that we have in the funding of in the funding and the sustainability of the universities. So as things stand, The conclusion again, which I've highlighted earlier on, the three streams of revenue generation that we've spoken about. We're getting to the point where indeed they are unsustainable. We need to rethink how we fund these institutions. And with that being said, I'm going to stop here. And I think it's good that I did not talk to the audit outcomes chair. I also didn't want to get to the discussion around irregular expenditure. I was going to have some difficult questions from the floor, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But suffice to say that if government places emphasis in curbing, especially the fruitless and wasteful, because that is the expenditure that you do not get anything out of. If one looks at the past 5 years, had we have just taken that chunk of expenditure and plowed it into the universities, we'd be talking different results today. With that, I thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Zikode, for painting that very gloom picture. But I must say that 80% of what you said, or perhaps more, expected. So it is reassuring to know that we're actually pressing the right buttons. But the emphasis on reprioritization is important because even the last session with Stan emphasized on that, even perhaps looking at concentrating more on the ESGs to attract funding from investors that are more concerned about such, including how we deliver on the SDGs, and this was also alluded to by Diana earlier. But now, in the interest of time, we'll take perhaps 2-3 questions because we're already over time. Questions? It's the graveyard shift, I know. Professor Crouch?
There's one. Yeah, maybe we must tackle the problem head on, and thank you for the presentation, but we haven't heard anything about accountability. Because the way I'm seeing it is the political decisions that's getting us into the situation, and at the end of the day, when we talk about higher education, which is really the future, or education in general, which is really the future of the country, we want to skip. So what's your views on the accountability factor, both from the point of view of those people that are responsible for this wasteful expenditure, the malfunctioning public service that we know about. As I said, maybe it's the elephant in the room which nobody wants to tackle. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I know the elephant in the room is always taken head on by people like you. You just told me during the coffee break that you are going to retirement next year, right? Sir, I don't know your name, but please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Prof. David Hornsby, Carleton University. The question is directed at Diana online. I'm particularly interested in the methodologies and how you develop the methodologies in order to sort of demonstrate efficacy of the university environment. There's a lot of contesting around how does one demonstrate this. I know that UK universities is ahead of the curve in terms of these things. I'm wondering if you could talk through a little bit about how you developed the methodologies around this report that you've created, or these sorts of reports. Excuse me.
Thanks. And the last one, yes?
Thank you very much. My name is Bert Boscha. I work for the Netherlands Embassy in South Africa. And I mainly have a question for the Auditor General. In the Netherlands, we face a lot of budget cuts at the moment in innovation and science. And it impacts, of course, the research outcomes. But for innovation, you need a lot of research without any outcome before you can really find innovations. So my question is, how do you consider this financially and also from an auditor perspective? Is there any space for doing research where you don't have the outcome yet, but you need to do it to find innovation in the long term.
Yeah, I can give one more, last one. No takers? Okay, Dr. Zigode and Diana. Let's start with Dr. Zigode.
Thanks a lot, Chair. Thanks a lot for the question. I think the view on accountability is that indeed in the recent past, the accountability is actually improving. But the biggest issue that, again, as an organization, and I think it's good if you speak to someone who actually audits the whole accountability ecosystem from the issue of how do we hold people accountable, is that the wheels of justice are moving a bit slow. That's one. But from the part of the Auditor General, I spoke about engaging what we call the accountability ecosystem earlier on. So in the past few years, we went a step further where we said, look, we're not seeing accountability gaining traction to the point where everybody in the public sector space will be able to account for the funds that they were provided for and how they've used those funds. So what we then did, we actually embarked on a process to improve and enhance the public audit mandate. So currently we can issue what we call a material irregularity. Let me just take a second and explain how it works. For an example, there are issues that we're picking up, especially in the education sector space, that revolves around irregular as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. What we then do is, if that has been incurred, we then raise the material irregularity. We give it to the accounting authority as well as the accounting officer in the department, if it's the department, to say there's this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thou shalt go and investigate, go and recover where appropriate. If they don't do that, we give them a particular period. We then go ahead and issue them what we call a recommendation. In other words, to say to them, you failed to actually perform your duties as required by the PFMA, which is the Public Finance Management Act. We're therefore going to be taking steps against you if you don't do what you are required to do within the certain period of time. And if again they fail to do that, we can get to the point where we issue what we call a certificate of debt. So if 5 million, for an example, is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and the CFO or the accounting officer did not go and chase those funds, we're going to say you owe the government that 5 million because you did not do what you're supposed to do. Then with that, we are trying to enforce this concept of saying, do your job, collect what is due to the state, and don't turn a blind eye on it. Because what we've seen is, prior to the implementation of that act, we've been issuing reports with irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure year in, year out, and the picture doesn't improve. To the point where some people were saying, AG, do you actually have teeth? I don't know whether we are dogs, we need to have teeth or what, but that was the question. So with the enhanced mandate, we are getting to that point. And what's good about that particular legislation is that some of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we're picking up, we are able to refer it immediately to the SIU as well as the Hawks for them to investigate. And as part of that, the accountability ecosystem is now taking action. A lot of people are saying now we are moving because we don't want to be paying, because if you follow again in the public sector, there are people who were in following their MI processes, some their pensions were not paid out even when they left, because there's still these pending issues that needs to be dealt with. So I think in the next, if we give it next 2 to 3 years, we're going to see a different picture. That's just my view. Thanks. On the next one, indeed, when one looks at the issue of research, and especially in the area of innovation, that's one of the areas that we need to look at. I think we had an engagement where we were saying, if the universities can look at the innovation and perhaps have, as was discussed earlier on, some hubs, which are innovation hubs for people that have graduated who want to go to entrepreneurship. How do you assist them to bring their ideas into being, and so that later on you can have some source of additional funding and things like those? But I think the other thing that we need not miss as a country and globally is that when people speak about research, people think of the papers that gets issued or gets published and later on gets retracted. We're not getting to the point of understanding how important the role of research is. When one talks of the mpox and all other the viruses and your COVID and the like, the role that research played in ensuring that that pandemic doesn't destroy humankind is very crucial. And without the funds that are required, we are bound to be doomed. So let's not get to the point where we let people undermine what we are doing as universities. We are doing a great job, and for lack of a better word, I think majority of the people see people in the education sector as people who are doing community service. It's not community service. It's a matter of life and death in a number of instances. And that's how we value the work that is being done by the sector. We cannot underscore the importance of research, no matter how you look at it. It's important, it's going to remain important into the near future. Thanks.
Diana, you may come in now.
Thank you very much. So on the blueprint, our kind of report in the latest publication, I'm probably not going to do it justice, just because it was a massive coordinated effort across our policy team, a lot of different people involved in different aspects of this report. Just the bit that I kind of am aware of, but certainly if you would like to know a little bit more detail, then please do get in touch with me, and I can kind of put you in touch with the team who kind of coordinated, I guess, the entire publication. So the report sort of touches on broad areas from sort of regulation, student affairs, domestic research, international activities as well. And the bit that I saw a little bit of was around sort of the domestic kind of research. And I think the idea was that we as an organisation recognise obviously there's an issue. Then the idea was, well, how do we break those issues down into sort of coherent bits of activities and areas that universities would need to work with the government on. And then approached externals to see whether they would be willing to sort of act as the leads on this, and sort of convened groups essentially. But what the UK team did at the same time, for example, in the sort of research chapter of the blueprint, was work really closely with our vice chancellors, but also pro-vice chancellors for research. So we had some ideas that we thought would be relevant for the sector, but we needed validity and input from the sector on essentially the relevance of what we thought would be really relevant issues to sort of discuss in the chapter and sort of solutions to find. So we iterated quite a lot. So we sought input directly from our membership and addressed and iterated until the membership was really happy and sort of supportive, I guess, of what the sort of key messages of that would be. And then we had to sort of coordinate, I guess the entire publication across the different areas to make sure that everything sort of aligns, so that what is being said in the sort of research space is not contravening something that is being taught in the chapter that was talking about sort of governmental policies, for example. So there's a huge exercise to make sure that everything kind of looks and is aligned, so that we're working together rather than opposing each other in some of the chapters. So I hope that gives you a bit of a flavour, but as I say, do get in touch if you would like some further information. Thank you.
Thanks, Diana. I think now we've come to the end of our session. Let me thank both of you for your presentation and the preparedness to respond to questions, and also thank the audience for attending the plenary session. I'm informed that at 17:30 there is a chairperson's reception somewhere, I think at the same venue where we were for the lunch. So I believe you're all invited. Thank you very much. She's gone. Okay. Yes.
welcome, ma'am.
That way.
Photographer. There's another hand over, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Thanks so much, bro.
Enkosi, baba.
Yeah.
Uzophula phi, ma?